Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. Good to see y'all. Hope you guys are having a good day. I am, I'm chilling. Am I keeping busy? Yes. I actually already had a show today, on this space. If you guys can do me a solid, head over to this space at some point in this program. If you want to do that right now, that is also fine. But make sure you find your way back here for the fun time that we will be having. But this space TV is where I am featured. My my show Pepaganda is exclusive there. If you guys have never seen it, it is an hour of just news, little bit of the comedy mixed in, but I do more of a deep dive into the stories than I usually do on this show. So check it out. We're doing a sub drive. I really appreciate the support, and if you guys can also do me the solid, hit the like button on your way in and sub to the channel if you haven't already, if you are enjoying the show. Although it just started, so I appreciate that. Man, I was just talking to somebody. He's a little bit of a bigger creator than me, and he was telling me how, he's like, I hate playing that game, but he's like, one thing that you should probably emphasize is just imagine if the bigger the bigger creators do this. So imagine how much it helps us. So for real though. But yes, we are going to have some fun today. Little less of the Epstein stuff, a little less. There's so much to cover, but we have other news to cover. We have some updates from Minnesota. The protests did continue, and there was a problem yesterday that has just not been reported on, except for by Status Quo and Midas Touch. Shout out to both of them. Apparently, there was a situation where one of the observers got a gun pulled on them. So we will be going through that. We will also be going through a few of the people that were interviewed at the Chicago Broadview facility. We had a pretty big turnout at the Broadview facility, which is pretty cool. But real quick, speaking of the Broadview facility, that is where Kat Abu Ghazaleh was protesting when she became part of the now infamous Broadview 6. I have to say, all right, this is a very cool ad that she sent. Check it out. It's a little comic. It's 1 of 5. So as a comic nerd, I immediately was just like, all right, that's pretty cool marketing. It starts off obviously saying inside of ICE prisons, hundreds of men, women, and children are shackled and deprived of their basic rights. Over 95% of these people have no criminal record, nowhere to sit or lie down, no light from the plywood covered windows, moldy food, and one bottle of water. It's horrific. Then it goes into her going to Broadview, getting pushed by the ICE officer. I actually like that art right there. It's pretty cool. Now, I don't see any credit for the artist, so yeah, if I could ask her, ironically, if I could ask her a question right now, I'd just be like, yeah, who did you commission for that? It's pretty cool, though. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Wait, Tom Papa? Wait, what was Tom Papa saying that got removed so quickly? Holy crap. Isn't Tom Papa the comedian that, is really into baking bread? What? Why would Tom Papa be so mean? Yeah, so the Illinois 9th is obviously kind of packed here. All right, so that one guy that I had no idea he was even running, his name is Han Nguyen, because he actually says I thought it was Hoen Nguyen, and it's actually Han Nguyen. But this guy sucks. I'm just gonna say, look at all this. Look at this. This guy like went through the stock images of like all the except for maybe that LaSalle Street one. Although that looks like it's AI. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that is actually LaSalle Street. Although that sign looks too nice, I gotta say. Like the sign looks a little bit more worn than that. Yeah, look at this. Stock footage, just stock photos. And then Hohen or Juan or wait, Han. Oh god, the cringe. Yeah, dude. There's no way. Yeah, I'm not voting for that guy. I'm keeping his literature though because it is funny. Kat definitely has the best one, and then she released today that she's one of the top funded as far as small dollar donations. I did see that Dad Biss was taking some form of PAC money, which immediately got me to go, oh, you asshole. So I did look into the PAC. It is not a PAC, which is good. It seems to be the one that's connected to the DNC, which by proxy is funded by APAC. So, god damn it. Yeah, well, like I said, we have a packed roster here. Mike Simmons is on the rise as well. But you know what? I'm just happy that we have some good candidates in the race that no matter the outcome are going to be more progressive than the current person sitting in that seat. Now, what can they keep this from moving red? That's a different story, because when they expanded this district, they expanded out into the sticks. So this goes out from pretty much like the lake all the way out to like country town. And once they did that, they kind of started, it kind of got a little more purpley, if you know what I mean. So we'll see what happens. Patrick Trump cannot be president again. Well, yeah. Most people are just trying to troll with the Trump 2028. Try not to give it too much breath. Momster Megs. Hey, welcome to the show. I appreciate you stopping by. Hope you are enjoying the show. Yeah, just try not to give them too much breath. The daddy Trump stuff, they're all at this point where they need him to function. So just, I don't know. At this point, it's just, what are you going to do for him? I do have some fun footage of some MAGAs, doing the FAFO. We have tax season that hit, right? I'm not sure if you guys knew that. Tax season is now open. We are in the throes of it. And now you have people who are trying to file their taxes, and they're trying to find the section where do I report the tips so I don't get taxed on my tips? And where do I do the overtime? Where do I report my overtime? Because I was told that I wasn't going to get taxed on my overtime. It turns out that you're getting taxed on your overtime, because there's no way to claim this. There's no way to file this on your taxes, even with a professional right now. If you have tips, that's a different story, but apparently that was already like a provision that was part of just how they did things if you reported your tips, which, it's America. Come on, when we have sayings about the cash, stuff, so I'm just going to keep it at that. But yeah, they're finding out slowly that they are not able to write off their tips, which now they're finding out that through that, the one thing that they kept saying, you know what? Trump may say things, he may do things that piss me off, but he's good on the economy and he's going to make sure that I don't get taxed on tips. Which then, by this one guy's admission, he was just like, I'm not even really that mad because it was going to be between $200 to $400, but, that was going to be money in my gas tank. So, because I drive a big truck, which I thought it was a parody account when I saw this. You know what? Here, I got to find this. I'll just play this right now because I found this right before I jumped on. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so I'll play this first. Got a little clip for you guys. This does not mean that we're going into the full coverage of clips and all that, because I do want to still chill with y'all. Let me move the dog cam, because he just moved. All right, so this guy, Seanman 9390, which now you know that whole name 4 numbers thing being bots, can't really do that much anymore. Because it turns out that, yeah, there's a bunch of guys rocking those accounts, which I would venture to say that's a thing that happens in my chat here. But this guy is the dude that filed his taxes. Let's listen.
No tax on overtime is the biggest
He's MAGA, by the way.
joke. I did my taxes last night, or I attempted to, and I said, well, at least I'll get back the taxes on all the overtime I worked this past year. Guess what? Couldn't do it. They didn't even give me the option on my tax app. They didn't give me the option to
I should have just played this right off the bat.
claim the
Hey,
taxes.
what's up, Tony?
They didn't tell me
Tony, man, to
how to
Bell,
claim the
Hermit.
taxes. There was no
weird,
box where
Natch.
the taxes were supposed to be that I could get back. Because it's I'm pissed.
Because it's
It wasn't
BS.
going to be a lot. It was under probably $200 to $400, but still, it's money I could put in my gas tank. So much for the no tax on overtime. It's a crock of shit. And my wife, oh yeah, she earns tips. Couldn't do that either. Couldn't find the box. They make it so fucking complicated, you can't figure out how to do it, where to do it, or what to do. So we said piss on it. Didn't claim either
piss
one.
on it.
So,
I moved on.
What a great deal.
There's no
MAGA
way.
is crashing out all over the internet, guys, and it is insane. It sounds like he needs to get a tax professional, because I know I'm sure there's a way to, file this and get the credit, but it's not what everybody thought it was cracked out to be, assessment.
I just took a peek at my taxes as a tipped employee. Not what you think it is. A lot of people are going to be real disappointed.
And every one of us on the left that saw this coming are going to be laughing because this is hilarious.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah, it's kind of a bitch when you don't listen and, not only not listen, but then you go and you kind of like double down on just being like, whoa, no, Trump is definitely going to save us.
right. I mean, you got to do your research
are.
and understand. And by all means, you do get, a portion of it back. I think it's just the tax on the half where people got the understanding.
Well, now that also, again, tax coming out of credit cards or like the tips coming out of credit cards is playing a major part of this.
That overtime means anytime
If they
work
only
over
read the
40
bill and the
hours,
provision.
which
Yeah, I
apparently
know, right?
It's not what they put on there. It's only the tax on the half. So, you get time and a half on the premium when you're working. It's the half. It's not even all of the hours. So if you only work 1
She's a
hour
liar, dumbass.
at $25
All right, they're all
an
liars.
hour, you're only getting whatever the half
Whatever,
is. I
man.
don't know. Y'all tell me the math at the top. I can't do it on top of my head. But yes, this is why people are fed up. And because they feel like they were bamboozled because they thought it was, we're getting this huge, massive payday.
Does it have to be no tax on overtime? Why can't it be no tax on straight time to a certain point? Just think about it. They're selling this like it's some kind of win, but you're selling part of your life to get some crappy tax incentive that don't live up to the hype. Meanwhile, billionaires are getting massive tax cuts and they don't have to work extra hours. We're getting played here. Don't you think it's time we start taxing the rich and giving tax cuts to the people that deserve it? The working class.
Hey, that's what you think, but that's not the reality of it. And even people are fed up in just a general sense. They're tired of this whole administration.
It's kind of funny how like MAGA is like they kind of pivot left every time it starts getting to, oh well, I want more money back on my taxes and I want more from my government. Oh shit.
And check this out.
I voted Republican for a while. I'm not doing that ever again. After seeing that guy in Minnesota get shot, no. I'm done. I'll vote Democrat now.
Now, that's a whole different situation.
I was about to say, what does this have to do with taxes? I was thrown for a curveball on that one.
No, that isn't the no tax on overtime, but hey, that's just something similar as to what people are talking about because, you know, they're just fed up with the whole system. Now, I'm not promoting you. I'm not telling you who to support or who you to vote for, whatever the case is, but I am telling you, if you are mad about the situation and you're fed up with the policies and you don't understand what is going on, just do your research next time. That is it.
All right, Trump. It's not cool, man.
I love this one already.
No tax on overtime. Well, I'm just now finding out that no tax on overtime is not no tax on overtime. There is tax on overtime. It's no tax on the half. So anything after 40 hours is time and a half. And you're still taxing the time, just not the half.
Yep.
And that's not how you made it out. That's not how you told us it was going to be. You're doing that fine print manipulation and deceit. If you tell us no tax on overtime, that's what we expect. Don't turn into a regular normal politician. That's why I voted for you, because I thought you weren't a politician. But that's a politician tactic. And
You thought he was a businessman. That's what it was. You thought he was actually, you know, a businessman. And there's two different things with the businessman and politicians. Trump. They're
it's
both
always
corrupt.
Like, yeah.
However, you have to understand that there's always going to be fine
this guy.
And then I'll move on. Average American is really dealing with what we are dealing with now. It's a slap in the face. I
appreciate this guy's coverage. You know,
not happy.
Jay Reed.
And I'm sure millions others who put in 60, 70 hours a week to put family
this guy used to
or put food on the table.
Yeah, he used to actually like broadcast from like a closet.
Keep lights and heat and air conditioning on for their family. Because we can't survive on 40 hours. They're not going to be happy either. You need to fix this. No tax on overtime should mean no tax on overtime, not no tax on the half of time and a half. That's that small print, that fine writing manipulation and deceit, and you're guilty of it.
Yeah, just do your research next time. That is truly the
right,
fix
see this.
and solve
let's
of
see
it.
this
You know,
girl.
just read. That's it. If you read and understand the information, I promise you will not be surprised in the future.
So I usually file my taxes like literally.
At least we don't have to hear Charlie Kirk's fucked up take on this. Porgy.
Check of December. But so many people told me not to do that this year because they're the new like no tax on tips, no tax.
Wait, you're saying he lied?
Overtime. And I was like, oh, okay. So I used all of my information from my last pay stub, and I was like, when I get the new information from my W-2, then I'll just put that in. But I put in all of my information from my last pay stub, and I was like, oh, cool, I'm getting some money back. Last year, I owed a ton, and I had to say that I donated a lot of things. This year, I'm getting some money back. It's like $200 state, $400 federal, or whatever. And then I was like, oh, it's going to change because there's no tax on overtime. And I did a shit ton of overtime before I was switched to salary in May. So I get my W-2. And then I'm like, oh, perfect. I can put in.
The sad part is there are people that I know that they're not MAGA. They're barely into politics, that they thought that this was going to be something that could theoretically like get me to kind of calm down on my Trump rhetoric. Because they're like, no, man, like if he actually did everything that he was saying about this tax on overtime tips, and then he really does fix the economy, wouldn't you just admit that he's doing a good job? It's like, yeah, you know what? I would. But turns out it's all bullshit.
The overtime thing, and then see what it changes to. I put
because now they're gonna get hurt by this.
The overtime thing.
Also, 420.
Nothing changed. I didn't get it didn't tax me less. I got taxed the same amount. Like I didn't end up getting more money back because of the no tax on overtime or whatever the fuck. Huh? I thought that I was supposed to be getting more money back because I worked a ton of overtime.
MA, is that Mass?
From January to May.
Is that Massachusetts? Or is that MASS? Which one's got Ma?
So, riddle me this, cowboy.
People are expecting
riddle
much
me
more
this,
money
cowboy.
Than really is. And there's also, like, I saw another video just a couple
come on,
days
it'd be
ago
funnier if you
USPS
actually did say, riddle me
I
this,
think it's like
Batman.
mandatory overtime, or it's work within the
overtime thing. Wrong, or maybe you have some answers. So that whole no tax on overtime thing. I worked at a blue collar job the majority of 2025. I made about twice as much this year, don't get crazy, it doesn't mean anything, as I did in 2024. Now I have that overtime tax credit. Tell me why, with that additional credit, my return is just twice as much as it was last year. It's a fucking scam. Does anybody have answers? I think they duped us, or maybe they lowered the tax rates. I don't know these things, but I guess...
Well, that's funny because it all passed in July there, guy.
I'm reaching out to see if anybody else had the same...
And they did say, like, this was something that Trump was saying on the campaign, or not even campaign trail. He was just in Pennsylvania at one of his stupid rallies where he was just like, the new tax code goes into effect. You'll notice it when you file your taxes.
Because I was...
Guess what, guy?
Expecting, like...
It's almost like this is what's happening, but here you are ignoring reality. You guys tend to do that every single time that there's a critique of how things are going with Trump. It's almost like you guys are either paid, like you guys are literally paid, bots, or just that stupid.
You know, not a lot, but more than it usually is.
Number 3.
And I don't think that would be an unfair assumption based on, you know, the pretty package that they sold us. So was it just yet another lie from...
Yeah, he's being sarcastic, of course. He's in support of Trump, right? But he's pretty much just saying, oh, you get something. Something's better than nothing. That's the moral of the story. Yes, something is better than nothing, 100%. Like, I will admit, you know, you could have nothing. You could have no bigger return. You could owe money or be left in the same situation. I agree. I must stand on that. I know people think sold this out to be which is why people are just so mad about the situation. This is the point, but that's the whole the moral of the story.
I have no notes on this guy's look.
Remember how Kamala Harris said that there would be no tax on tips or
so they're wearing a Baja hoodie and
overtime, and Donald Trump said the same thing. However,
sad part is we're probably the same age.
For Kamala's tax plan that she had, it was written in there specifically, no tax on tips that are cash or debit card related. So a credit card that was actually taxed.
It's actually the sweater I was commenting on, but
fortunately, because, well, credit systems have to pay. Donald Trump's plan didn't state anything because you couldn't read about it because it was just, I have a
That's
plan.
Ethan Hawke playing Jesus.
And then the no tax on overtime. If you read through Kamala Harris's, it was for anything and everything over 40 hours. If it was overtime, the time and a half, or if you got paid, you know, double time or whatever it is that your company paid.
Well, that's assuming that would even be implemented. I mean, I'll even be fair on that one.
You got literally anything.
Most of her, like, economic policy shit, like the $10,000 tax credit for new home buyers, didn't make any sense.
Over 40 hours. The entirety of whatever it is that
and when
you were
she was
going to get
pressed
paid
on it, she
was
would
tax-free.
kind of bail.
Donald Trump's. Obviously, we didn't have anything in writing until all of a sudden here comes tax season where, oh, I'm going to have no tax on overtime, and here it is. No, you're getting no tax on the half hour. So if you work 41 hours where you get paid, that 1 hour is time and a half.
This is why it's so frustrating that they wouldn't read the policies.
You still get taxed for that time. Just not.
Yeah, and then the onus comes to us where it's just like, oh, so we have to educate you on this. And on top of it, there's pushback because we're trying to educate you guys on this. And then you're just like, oh, you guys are just a bunch of shit libs lying.
The half, that's a bonus for the overtime. So do you feel gypped, or is it because overtime? So you're still getting paid your standard. You're still getting taxed.
My new chat setting has been wonderful.
Taxed at whatever your standard rate is. You're not getting taxed at the overtime.
Yeah, and that's the important part of just reading and doing research. That's the big.
No sexually harassing the host. Thanks.
Am I the only
one? Let's not do that.
That's infuriated by all this talk of no tax on overtime? It's a lie.
This guy's back and he's pissed.
Every time he gets up there,
he wanted his $400.
Says, I did no tax on. Where do we have no tax on overtime?
I think he did the research on this, and he kind of thought like, oh, well, yeah, maybe if I go to a tax professional next year, you know, because he was just like, whatever, it's $400. If I lose 400, I lose 400. He's one of these guys.
No tax on overtime means when you get your.
But then he'll also simultaneously be like, immigrants cost me $400 last year.
Paycheck. There's no tax on overtime. Not 0.5%, or the 0.5 of your overtime.
Now they're reading shit. Yeah, because they have to. It's tax season. This is when this is why the economy matters. It's because now we're most of us do our own taxes because of fucking TurboTax and all that bullshit. So now you have people that are reading the fine print because this is the only time you really pay attention to that. Meanwhile, you got me who, reads most TOS.
Federally taxed.
Because I don't want to get, caught up in.
But it's still everything else taxed. You get a small portion of your overtime, the half, like the time you get the half untaxed. It don't even make sense. If I got to hear him say one more time, there's no tax on overtime. It is such a crock of bullshit. It makes my blood boil with anger.
Yeah, and trust me, he's gonna be like on the fucking campaign trail this year for the midterms, and he's just gonna be like, "We passed no tax on tips. It was great. Now you guys get to take all your money from your tips and never have to really worry about it."
That's not what I voted for. I voted for no tax on overtime. That means when I get my paycheck, if I work 8 hours,
single issue idiots,
overtime, it's not taxed. People should be a lot more angry about this than they are. They're like,
yeah, they should be, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we hear it. There's nothing we can do to change it. I mean, the biggest thing now is just to vote at midterms and, make sure that you do your research in the future. That is the biggest thing. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this.
I gotta say, he summed it up pretty good there. Because that guy's crash out, I have a feeling that's going to be a lot of people that thought that was like the main issue that they were going to win on. Because again, talking to some of the people in my life that are either apolitical, which means they're just I truly believe they're just conservative but embarrassed about it. Because I got a few of them. They even said, "Yeah, I voted for Trump, but it was because I hated Obama that much." It's like, okay, or I hated Biden that much. It's like, okay, fine. And now you got them even kind of coming out being like, I don't really like the state of the country. The tariffs were a big one. Things getting more expensive, not going down. Gas started to trick people where they're just like, all right, well, gas prices are down, so maybe the economy is getting better. They're like, well, how come everything's still so expensive? And then they were like, well, when I go file my taxes, at least the taxes are going to be fixed, and, I'm going to get a bunch of money back. It's just like, no. Approval. Dude, you keep using the approval ratings of Democrats when they're not doing anything. You do realize that they're just completely silent, and you're not looking at all the polls that are showing that Donald Trump is doing a fucking horrible job. And you're not looking at the polls that kind of show the objective reality that led to that special election yesterday, or 2 days ago in Texas, where a plus 17 Trump district was won by a fucking Democrat in, I think it was like by plus 14, 15. There was no margin of error. So I got to say, man, that's not great. Trump is 42. Yeah. And Biden was sitting right about there. So this idea that he's somehow the most wonderful president that has ever existed, that has all the approval of everybody, everybody please clap. Yeah. You do understand that your little, your personal situation with your money rolling in means nothing to the general American. Cool. You were going to vote for him anyway, idiot. It's the other people who lost money that are not going to vote for his agenda and him in general. Like in Texas, they didn't even show up. MAGA is dead. Yeah, I mean, you got people within MAGA saying this. You got Candace Owens fucking calling it out. You got people within the Ben Shapiro ranks even saying it. They're just like, well, maybe it's gonna shift. Maybe there's going to be a birth of a new movement. And then you got MTG sitting there just like, America first, America first. And then you have the practical reality that she didn't even do her full term. So, that whole thing where Sarah Palin quit the job of governor and then ran for vice president. There was a lot of data that showed that was detrimental to her, on top of the fact that she was a moron. But A lot of people brought that up where they're just like, you didn't even finish your term as governor. What makes you think that you could lead the country? It's like you couldn't even handle Alaska. But yeah, this is kind of funny. Kind of funny to watch. Kind of funny to see MAGA waking up to everything around tax season. Like I said, it's always the economy with these idiots. And then when the economy's not doing well, then they go, well, you know what? It's because of Biden's policies, God damn it. Those Biden-era policies really keeping us down. God. You know, we're almost 2 years in, and it's just kind of ridiculous that Biden's policies still hurting us to this day. You know, I thought that Trump was going to come in and just kind of undo all that. You know, Doge. What was the point of Doge? Where's our Doge checks? Where's the $2,000 rebate check, the tariff rebate check? Where are any of the fucking promises that he made within the last year? We get it, dude. We get it. My hair's thinning. If you think coming in here and trying to like point out anything physically about me or calling me gay or any of that shit, you guys are wasting your time. But okay. Also, it's going to happen to you, and when it does, I hope that you remember just these moments like that. Because trust me, I'm there. I'm totally there. I used to like look at 40-year-olds and just be like, oh my God, you guys are like 1 foot in the grave already. It's just like, holy shit. Do I know the definition of communism? Or are you asking chat? Because I'll be honest, I failed the last time when I got asked this question. So it turned into like a whole learning segment, which is cool. You know, I did the thing where I admitted that I was wrong, and then I was like, okay, I want to correct this, and I want to learn why I was wrong. Cankles would have been a disaster, and Cackles. Oh, you're talking about her. The thing is, you can't play that game of what if. Like, you guys focus on everything except what's happening right in front of you. You're not focusing on the fact that there's a billionaire pedophile cabal that has been exposed to all of us. We have all this information, but yeah, let's ignore that. Oh, did you guys hear that Biden's wife's ex-husband murdered his wife? Oh my God, let's fucking all day coverage on Fox News with this shit. Nobody gives a shit about Biden anymore. Like, nobody. I didn't give a shit about Biden even when he was president. I just wanted it to kind of be a boring thing, but whatever. Thank you for the $50 to the Wife's Cancer Fund. I appreciate that. Especially, I always say this.
Jonathan Johnson, $46.3349.99.
Sorry, I got a lot of TTS
to your
to
Wife's
it.
Cancer Fund.
I always appreciate when somebody that is politically opposed to me donates to my Wife's Cancer Fund. That shows me that you have some integrity, and I appreciate it. So, not trying to be condescending. It is just what it is. I look like a medieval MOK at this point. I mean, dude, I'm lucky I even have this. Like, I really am. All the helmets that, like, seriously, like hockey helmets. There's a reason that most hockey players like have helmet head, where they lose like all this hair so much quicker. But no, I'm okay. I'm pretty happy with what I got. It's not, super thin or anything like that. Definitely take your vitamins. Remember, MAGA always blame Biden. Oh, yeah. You're right about the pedo cabal. It's worldwide. Yeah, no, it is. It totally is. But it's still going, too. The thing that, like, MAGA is convenient, well, not even just MAGA, but everybody seems to be conveniently ignoring with this Epstein release stuff, is the fact that it's still ongoing. Like, where is my wife? My wife is in the isolation situation. Well, not isolation. Sorry, I shouldn't call it isolation anymore. She is in a long-term care situation. She was in isolation 2 weeks ago. So just got out on last Monday. I finally got to see her. I didn't see my wife. I only got to talk to her through like the video chats and shit like that. It was 2 weeks before Christmas because we had a massive flu outbreak, and yeah, nobody could see her. She was going stir crazy and a half too. But actually, I didn't cover this yesterday. She's going to be coming home soon. I'm really fucking excited about this, guys. When she's doing her radiation, she's gonna be fully discharged. So like I am really, really excited about this. Obviously, there's going to be a change to my stream schedule when that happens. But yeah, I appreciate that. Oh, hey, look, the selective outrage guy's here. Also, still ignoring his selective outrage. Democrats hate America. Oh, sure. Sure. MAGA's sitting here dismantling the Constitution with everybody cheering it on and saying, yeah, we want an authoritarian, but Democrats hate America. Get fucked. Seriously. No, you hate America. You hate the Constitution in its current form. You hate the fact that there is a two-party system, even though we should have more than that, but you would hate them all. You hate anyone who doesn't think like you. You're a xenophobic asshole who needs to fucking get over your bullshit, because if you lived in the world that you want, you would go crazy, because then all of a sudden you got a bunch of right-wingers fighting right-wingers. It's always going to be that. You guys are never going to be fucking happy. And on top of that, if you're a MAGA woman, trust me, the second that you get rid of all the left-wingers, you're next. You're fucking next. Oh my God, all your rights are... Dude, they want to get rid of your rights to vote. They want to get rid of all your rights. That's hilarious, but okay. MAGA loves total compliance. Oh, yes, they do. They just want to keep us divided. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was talking, like, on my other show, Pepaganda, on at noon Central on this space. I was talking about how Ro Khanna is, like, the most, like, milquetoast motherfucker, and how it's obvious, because, like, he's doing all these interviews, you know, smiling, and it's about Epstein stuff, which, realistically, most of us should just be like, nah. Like, why... For anybody to go out there, whether it's, you know, Massey or any of these political fucks, if they got a smile on their face when they're getting interviewed about something like the Epstein files, and they're just like, well, you know, we just gotta, we're working our way through it, and we're gonna try and we're gonna sue the administration here, we're gonna do this and blah blah blah. By the way, did you read my book? It's just like, and then on top of it, you got Chuck Schumer. That's just like, yeah, why not? Why not just give them a few more weeks? They need a few more weeks so we can fund ICE, even though my caucus is telling me that I should probably not do that, but I in keeping with decorum. Like, fucking Christ, what an asshole. I'm trying to get better at that impression, because once I saw Sammy Cedar do it, I was just like, hey, you know what? Pep, did you hear about the biolab? Yeah, I did. I heard about this biolab thing in Vegas. Yeah. It seems like it should be bigger news. Yeah. Where, like, apparently, like, they found this... Here, you know what? Here, let's get the story on this, because this really does feel like it should be bigger. Biolab Vegas. All right, FBI raid Las Vegas, possibly linked to California Biolab. Okay, property records show that the Northeast I can't show this right here, because for some reason this pop-up is doing local shit, so fuck you. Northeast Las Vegas. Wait, show that a Northeast Las Vegas home. It was a home? Owned by an LLC linked to a biolab? In October 2023, U.S. Department of Justice announced the arrest of Zhai Zhu, a 62-year-old Chinese citizen known as Jesse Zhu, Quan He, and David He. Zhu who previously lived in Clovis, was arrested on charges of manufacturing and distributing misbranded medical devices in violation of the FDA and Cosmetic Act that was made, as well as making false statements to the Food and Drug Administration. David He, also known as Jai Zhu, and his romantic business partner, Zuan Wang, I think I got that right, are listed in property records as business owners of Sugar Springs residence, where hazardous materials teams began their investigation on Sunday. According to court documents, December 2020 and 2023, Zhu and Wang allegedly manufactured, imported, and sold and distributed hundreds of thousands of test kits, including COVID-19, HIV, pregnancy, clinical urinalysis, and other diagnostic tests in the United States and Canada? Oh, China. Okay. Sorry. Didn't get the second part to this. Okay. Investigators further discovered approximately 1,000 mice kept in inhumane, overcrowded conditions. Okay, so yeah, it looks like it was an illegal biolab in a house. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bill Gates is in the files. Yes, he is. Yeah, Jay-Z is in the files. Bill Gates is in the files. Bill Gates is really in them files. Actually, here, you know what? Okay, I think I can play this. Let's see. Yeah, I can. Cool. Melinda Gates was interviewed today from Mediaite.
I have to acknowledge the elephant in the room at this moment. Your ex-husband, Bill, is named in the newest tranche of Epstein files. And there are a new alleged details about his past behavior. And I want to give you the opportunity to respond in whatever way you want to.
Well, let me say this. I think we're having a reckoning.
I thought I paused that by
as
accident.
a society, right?
That was her.
No girl. No girl.
The fact that you're still obsessed with Biden right now just tells me that you truly are obsessed with Biden in this really unhealthy way. And then simultaneously obsessed with Trump, where you refuse to acknowledge that he doesn't do anything wrong.
Should ever be put.
I mean, seriously, if you had any hint of outrage at the shit that Hunter Biden was doing, but overlook everything that Ivanka, Jared Kushner, all of them are doing using the presidency, get fucked, you unserious asshole.
In the situation that they were put.
Like, you guys are exactly what Jeffrey Epstein was targeting as far as, like, turning everybody on the internet against each other. Like, you were the mark.
By Epstein and whatever was going on with all of the various people around him. No girl. I mean, it's beyond heartbreaking, right? I remember being those ages those girls were. I remember my daughters being those ages, right? So for me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times.
Shout out, mods. You guys are doing a great job today.
Times in my marriage, but I have moved on.
I appreciate you holding it down and also reminding people to keep it respectful and not fucking spam all caps, please.
From that.
I don't care what side you're on. It's annoying.
I purposely pushed it away and I moved on. I'm in a really unexpected, beautiful place in my life. So whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
Sniped. Pinkerbell, you got
and I
me.
am so happy to be away from all the muck that was there.
I have to put more
the guy who
words
just
to the muck for context for our
like
listeners.
who tried to use the
emails in the files
hard
suggest
R
that Bill
N-word in chat. Like, fuck you.
I think we're having a reckoning as a society, right? No girl should ever be put in the situation that they were put in by Epstein and whatever was going on with all of the various people around him. No girl. I mean, it's beyond heartbreaking, right? I remember being those ages those girls were. I remember my daughters being those ages, right? So for me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage, but I have moved on from that. I purposely pushed it away and I moved on. I'm in a really unexpected, beautiful place in my life. So whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me. And I am so happy to be away from all the muck that was there.
I have to put more words to the muck for context for our listeners. The emails in the files suggest that Bill Gates had additional affairs and that he tried to get medication to treat a sexually transmitted infection, and that he was going to give you the
You're annoyed by
medicine
her?
without you
Yeah.
knowing. His representative has said all of this is false. It is not on you to have to respond to the details of that alleged behavior, but
I mean, I got to give NPR some credit for going after this. They don't usually do that.
I wonder what your dominant emotion is when you read these news articles with these details.
Sad. Just unbelievable sadness. Unbelievable sadness, right?
Yeah, she had no idea what was going on. Yeah.
And again, I'm able to
Yeah.
take my own sadness and look
Yeah.
at those young girls and say,
I don't know, man. I'm starting to just be like, nope, you too. Bye.
oh my God, how do they...
All the elites, y'all fuck, dude.
How did that happen to those?
Why are we going to fucking go around mincing words, just being like, yeah, you know what? They might have done this. Yeah, you know what? This one might have been worse. It's kind of like they were saying on Piers Morgan. Well, we don't want to just blanket, have everybody who was mentioned because there might have been contractors and people who weren't actually. No, fuck them. Fuck them all.
Girls, right?
If you knew Jeffrey Epstein, you fucked.
And so for
Sorry.
me, it's just sadness.
You go
sadness
down.
for,
That's how it goes.
I left my marriage. I had to leave my marriage.
Yeah, nobody here's defending Clinton.
I wanted to leave my marriage. I had to.
You're literally talking to yourself.
Leave the
Not a single person in my chat, including myself, will defend Clinton.
I felt I needed.
You're not in a liberal chat like you think you are.
To
fucking idiot.
Eventually leave the foundation. So it's just sad. That's the truth,
God.
right? And it's kind of like, at least for me.
Yeah, I don't believe her. I don't believe her. All right, so you know what? We'll go into this. We will actually start the coverage, but before I do, I'm gonna say hello to some of y'all in chat. It would matter when it's against their will or they were traded and used. Yes. Momster, by the way, if you haven't already subbed to the channel, I feel like you are enjoying the stream. So if you are, actually, if you guys are enjoying the stream, just hit the like button and subscribe. And if you guys are also just looking to, oh, awesome. Well, and you got my thanks. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it really helps my channel grow as I am, one of the newer ones to this game. Clinton didn't even inhale. F him. Yeah, right. God. I didn't inhale. Oh, God. Didn't Obama say the same shit? Or did he? No, I think Obama said, I did inhale. I don't know. I think he was trying to be cool. All right. So we got this situation that happened in Minnesota yesterday. Let's take a look at what's not being reported by the other news.
Hands on your face! Hands on your face! You know!
Hey, I need you to back up. You need to back up. Stay safe.
Hands on
They're
your
pointing
face.
handguns at the drivers in the vehicle right now.
Oh, yeah. This is actually like totally legal to do, by the way. Following ICE is not impeding.
You know, these guys were all threatening us yesterday with handguns. So
These people in the car were threatening you with handguns?
yeah, handguns, like threatening to shoot us.
We know.
So
Oh, you mean like with hand symbols?
pulling them out, trying to engage us.
Bullshit.
Pulling out
Bullshit.
literal guns.
They pointed at you, you fucking pussy.
No. Assuming that we were going to do something. So.
You human trafficking Nazi pieces of shit!
You can help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
Fucking Sam's crushing this coverage.
Sending one more f*** you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as
That Zilla image is tight.
many
Nice.
independent voices
I really appreciate that, Brett.
as
Thank
possible, and that's why what you guys do is so f***ing important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
This is Will.
I just watched Godzilla vs. Gigan yesterday.
Alan Duprow reporting for.
That's what I do when I hop off here and I don't want to deal with politics. That's my go-to is just turn on a mindless Godzilla movie, get high, and just veg.
That is cool. We just finished recording ICE pulling over
You got you got a license for that pointer figure?
car of observers who had been following a convoy of 3 ICE
Why is everybody obsessed with my hair? I don't know.
vehicles
I
in
don't
the south
know.
side neighborhood of Minneapolis around
Like
8.
they're obsessed with like, oh, you're balding. Oh, look at your stupid part. Oh, look at your stupid hair. Cut your hair.
18th
Blah,
Street
blah, blah,
and 20
hair.
some
Glasses like a girl.
thing. I'm
yeah.
not quite...
I did actually. I wanted to shout out the one from yesterday. It didn't get me, but it got me on like a comical note because they were like your 80s mom glasses. I was like, hey.
Sure, the cross street. ICE blocked in this car of observers in
I had somebody call me Four Eyes in chat recently. I was just like, really?
an alleyway in a residential area.
Baby's bored.
And pulled out their handguns. At least 2 agents pointed handguns through the windshield at these observers and ordered them to get out of the vehicle. When they were pulled out of the vehicle, they were then searched, ID'd, and detained.
By the way, the Stash tea, it's called Just Stash. I highly recommend it.
When we asked why they were being arrested, the ICE agent said that these observers had yesterday made what they called handgun gestures at the agents. Initially, it sounded like they were saying, oh, they pointed handguns at us, but then it became more apparent that no, the observers had simply made...
You like the Godzilla painting? Thank you.
...hand motions that the ICE agents interpreted...
Always appreciate some Big G fans.
...to mean essentially threats of gun violence against them, but it's very unclear exactly what the extent of that was, what those hand gestures really looked like.
Do you praise your Lord and Savior, Godzilla? J Moneybags.
Do not reach! Hands on your face! Hands on your face! Get out!
Hey, I need you to back up. You need to back up. Stay safe.
They're pointing handguns at the drivers in the vehicle right now.
W Godzilla? Hell yeah.
Hey, get back. You guys need to stay back.
Dragon Slayer.
Get out of the car. Get out. Hey, open your fucking door. I need you to back up.
Oh, did you watch Dunkin' and Egg?
A little bit more.
Show's great, by the way. I don't care if you watched any of Game of Thrones. You should check that one out.
Hey, get the fuck back.
You're a Mothra cultist. Fair. The Shaibujin or
That's the same agent from yesterday. That's
back over here.
This is happening, dude. They literally have this thing where it's like they've been. This is why with the Alex Preddy thing that you got people now, lawyers coming out saying, yeah, this might have been premeditated. Why are they doing this? Why? Again, this is just observers following them, and they're just like, oh, they made finger guns at us. They made us feel scared. We have the wheel guns and the real weapons, but they made us feel scared with the finger guns. You don't know if they have ninja powers.
I see the press. You're good.
This one guy said Rashingan, and all of a sudden everything kind of went wonky.
That's fine.
What up, bitch?
I recognize you. Put your creds down. You're
A Rasengan.
fine.
Rashingan.
If you got creds, pull them out.
I got you. Thank you.
Legitimate, please. Okay.
Legitimate, please.
There's a lot of fake ones out there.
No.
So I'm saying it.
Oh, a lot of fake ones? So you're saying that fucking anybody with a camera is not actual media? Go fuck yourselves. This is why nobody likes you, and this is why we're going to be very happy to see you in Hague 2.0.
So you know,
Fucking bootlickers.
you guys were all threatening us yesterday with handguns. So
These people in the car were threatening you with handguns?
Yeah.
handguns, like threatening to shoot us.
We know.
So
Oh, you mean like with
Hey,
hand
money.
symbols?
Appreciate that.
pulling them out, trying to engage us.
At Moneybags 171
For the
$4.99. Got to say Pep, your takes on MAGA and chat are completely based. Keep it up, bro.
Thank
Pulling
you.
out literal guns.
No. Making. Assuming that
They were doing, and then they were doing, they were reaching, Fuck you!
why they're being
Jesus, this is why the chief of police in Minnesota is laughing at these assholes, where he's just like,
ID'd right now.
We go at this. I think we just learned why they actually don't go after the dangerous criminals. By the way, if they're this scared of finger guns, no wonder they're not going after Trendy Agua.
Nice.
Trendy Agua.
Black and brown folks have been experiencing for 500 years on this continent.
Hey, what's your name, brother?
Alex. Hey, that's the driver. Alex Chabot.
That's the driver.
Alex.
Minnesota's in dark times. It's hard to wash.
No, I got a case on you.
Oh no, Busy Shorts left saying bye, libos. Oh, whatever will I do? I can't stream anymore. Busy Shorts isn't going to be part of my stream anymore.
I have federal officer in the United States for the Homeland Security. Do you have any weapons back? Do you have another spot for the kitty man?
Again, these are American citizens that were observing, which you're 100% legal to do. They were not obstructing. Per their recollection of this, they made finger guns.
Shoot again. Hey, what's your name, friend? Turn off this way, okay?
Don't want to fucking Yosemite Sam, in front of these guys. Tarnation! Oh, they're gonna come get me.
You gotta get a little too close, kid. Yes,
Were you guys looking for these specific observers from yesterday's events, or did you happen across them today?
Just got lucky. If that's what you want to call it.
Get out of our neighborhood, you human trafficking scum!
Have you been working with ICE for multiple years, or did you join more recently as part of this surge?
I can't answer questions. I was hired before the surge, I'll tell you that. Gotta ask the PA office. All right, let's go. All right, we're leaving. Please don't get in the street when we're leaving.
Hey, we're gonna go down wrong way, one way. We're gonna activate for emergency.
Notice how they're starting to act a little bit more, official. Even though this is going to get thrown out just as quickly. I like how these judges are just like, yeah, if they try to flood our courts with this bullshit, they're just going to fucking start being like,
Get
nope,
out of our city!
we're not going to prosecute. I mean, you got people from the DOJ that are just quitting in mass.
Put away your pepper spray, you piece of shit! No one is threatening you! Put away your weapons, you douchebag!
I like this guy.
No one is threatening you!
Move your fucking car so he can get out.
Be quiet.
No.
Jesus Christ. Hey, let him move so I can get him out.
People are trying to get their kids to school! And you're out here threatening and terrorizing people! You human trafficking Nazi pieces of shit!
I do like him.
I served in the U.S. military for 20 years. I started out in 3rd Ranger Battalion. Go back to the fucking border.
All right, this was in Broadview.
And fucking fight the cartels. That's what you signed up for. That's what Border Patrol signed up for. They're terrorizing the population. I was just saying, in Afghanistan, we never wore masks. I went on 4 deployments.
Built different, man.
The only time we would wear a face.
Most people would if you were from Florida and you came here to cover this, you'd be in a parka.
Covering. If you're fighting
us, nah.
Actual cartels and you're on the border.
How cold is it? 24? Fuck it, I'm going out in a hoodie.
If you want to protect your identity, it just makes no sense. It's here to intimidate everyone here.
You can help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need
Alberto, thank you for subscribing.
as
I
many
appreciate
independent
that.
voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so f***ing important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
That's why we're out here. Because one of your fucking jokers fucked up. I don't get off my couch. I'm a fucking retarded. I don't want to be out here. But I saw this fucking protest and I better come down, at least tell you motherfuckers to think
it's actually pretty sunny
about what the
here.
fuck
Nice.
you're doing. You shouldn't be wearing plate carriers.
This is not in Broadview. This is in Minnesota. I recognize that tram.
You should have low-vis shit on. You don't need every fucking licky and chewy. Maybe a couple special team guys, but not your frontline guys. The ones that are dealing with the civilian population. We never did that in Afghanistan. We never wore masks either. I wasn't afraid to die.
That's going to be a thing that's
Trying to
going to
me.
come to an end
Maybe
soon.
won't be-
Also, somebody pointed out that when they do have to work in 90-degree heat with those masks on, they're going to fucking complain.
Vehicle numbers I had. But I didn't.
One of the big things that they're trying to keep under wraps right now is the fact that they're not paying out those bonuses, and you have a lot of ICE agents that are a little sus.
Wear a mask when I went to talk to the population, when I went to work with the civilians.
Like, they're sus of getting paid, so they're just like, wait, you're telling me I have to work overtime and I'm not guaranteed my bonus? Okay.
I walked into the Afghan villages without that shit on. Hell, I didn't even wear my fucking vest. So again,
This guy's based.
Tell your special teams,
Like this
tell
guy.
your team leader at least, you don't need to be having some fucking suppressors out here. Seriously.
By the way.
You're not in the stack, man. I got it. You're smiling. But
Fake news.
It's fucking stupid. It
It's
really
fake.
Is.
Everything that I don't like is fake news. Fake
I started
news.
out in 3rd Ranger Battalion. And then I ended put in an OCS packet, went through officer candidate school,
Now
became an
Chet can
officer.
really get in on this.
Went through all that
Let's see
training, and then
how,
I was in Hawaii.
bad they get,
took a
'cause
platoon
you gonna get
over
mad
to
when
Afghanistan, and then from there I became a captain. Went back over as a battle captain in Iraq. Came back, and then I went back over in 2010 as a commander at 82nd Airborne. Then I came back, and then I transitioned to what they call functional area, and I became a public affairs officer. So I worked with media and stuff. And then I retired after I got shot in an insider attack in 2014. I was medically retired. Finished up my last 2 years at 3rd Special Forces Group, working with them for communications and public affairs stuff. So I had some really good soldiers there. And then, and then I was medically retired. And then I came back to Minnesota. I've been here for about the last 7.5 years. And I'm just amazed that I don't know why we have Border Patrol in Minnesota. They should be down on the border working cartels.
That's what everybody's been saying. And that's the thing, too. Trump keeps saying, like, oh, cartels.
Criminals.
You know what? Crime is at an all-time low, but we got to make America great again because it's run by Democrats in these Democrat cities, even though the crime is down there, too.
I don't understand why they're wearing masks everywhere they go now. I don't understand why they're wearing plate carriers, why we have guys here with suppressors. There's no reason for it. It's all to intimidate, and it's because that little dude came here. I'm just kind of trying to figure it out. And I was sitting drinking coffee this morning, and I watched what happened yesterday. I watched the video. That officer should have never drawn his weapon. All he had to do was step up to the right side of that vehicle. She already had her tires turned, and one of them yelled at her to get out, and the other one was going for the door, so she probably got confused. And there was no reason to kill her. It's none at all. And, I coach little soccer kids over here.
So these are their...
at these soccer fields.
Oh, I know. Okay, so Status Quo has been going around getting interviews from other people that were on the ground that day that had no prior affiliation with the network.
And I saw I was like, what are they doing over
that's
here?
smart.
Soccer
That's a good way
fields?
to grow this.
So I just told my wife, hey, I need to go out and show my face and support Minnesotans, support some of the civilians here, and tell these guys that, their leadership, I don't know what their leadership's telling them, but they shouldn't be telling them to come out here to beat up anybody. Okay, so go back to the fucking border and fucking fight the cartels. That's what you signed up for. That's what Border Patrol signed up for.
He's in Minnesota.
Because that guy right there they want to make a political statement. Trump wants to fucking scare us and intimidate American citizens.
That's right. Oh, we're not.
You guys did it.
Again, 2,000 people, like 2,000 soldiers left with Bavino.
Again, there's no reason for Border Patrol to be right here.
Somebody pointed out that it's like, did you notice the height of all these guys?
At our National Guard Center, next to our baseball fields where our kids play baseball. I'm a soccer coach here. I coach kids right over in that field, all those fields. They're terrorizing the population. I was just saying, in Afghanistan, we never wore masks. I went on 4 deployments. The only time we would wear a face covering is maybe if it was cold and my guys were on a you were pulling security somewhere.
Did we see Bavino with the coat?
Or maybe
yes, we saw Bavino with the coat.
It was dusty. You wore a shamag or whatever.
Yeah.
But we didn't wear masks. Again,
hello, IZ. Welcome to stream. I appreciate you being
this
here.
officer's not wearing a mask. He's one of the leaders. That's smart. no one here is.
Why weren't people bitching? We were
going to be going after.
We were, Jesse.
If you're fighting the actual cartels and you're on the board,
I'm not sure how old you were, but we were bitching about that pretty loud too.
Fine. If you want to protect your identity, totally makes.
We were bitching about that. His drone strikes on Libya. I mean, yeah, you guys do this thing where because you cannot criticize Trump, you think everybody else is like that politically, where you're like, oh, these people love Biden. Oh, these people love Kamala Harris. Oh, these people, they love Obama. They're not going to say anything critical. So you know what I'm going to do? I got the greatest dunk. You didn't say this when Obama was saying it.
Sense. But
meanwhile,
they're wearing all this gear for no reason.
Where were you being a fan of the deporter-in-chief, though? Like, the thing is, if you think that deporting illegals is so based, then you're admitting that Obama did something based, right?
And this is coming from the top. They shouldn't have. They should have low-vis, bulletproof vests, or they should wear their fucking vests underneath a smock. If you're going to be doing this, ICE should not be running around. None of these.
Oh, by the way, Jay Moneybag, he got a treat for that.
These guys should be running around in plate carriers.
I forgot to announce
against
that.
Civilians, and they just got this huge budget. So why are they not wearing low-vis stuff? You know, it just makes no sense. It's here to intimidate everyone here, and they're trying to get. And then obviously Bovino. I mean, I don't know what he was doing.
Are you with the fuck ICE people? Yeah.
He took some glamour shots.
Yeah, fuck ICE.
With a trench coat, and they're just trolling people. Yeah, he took it with a trench coat to look like he was some SS officer. Literally, I was just like, I'm a history guy. I studied.
Yes, angelic pixie.
History.
You are in the right place.
European history, World War II.
What up, Kirk?
And then as an officer, we studied a lot.
Sugar, spice, and fuck ice.
A lot of history in the military. When I was at Captain Maneuver career course, we studied history.
The resistance will be hydrated with melted ice.
I mean, come on, you don't do this. I'll be honest, in Afghanistan, there's a thing called Pashtunwali. You know, if you came in and you intimidated the local populace like this and you beat up them,
you know, it's one of the purest forms of water.
A bunch of people, they would hit back. That's how it works there. Americans are just very nice. They're out here protesting. Again, if these
Democrats ran on deporting illegals for years, yes, for 2 years they were trying to pass a bipartisan bill that Trump made one phone call and said, "Don't do it because I need this wedge issue."
If you guys weren't here, none of these people would be here. The other thing is,
but yes, Democratic consulting classes are the real problem.
Needs to be observed.
They are.
So if you got,
they are part of the problem. But come on,
bystanders who are trained, which I've seen. I haven't gone to any training, but I've seen flyers for it. You go to training and you're there to document what they're doing, and yeah, you shouldn't get in their way, but you're there to document. And so I was trying to figure out there was no reason for that guy to kill her. It's like, and they showed up one day early. It just is weird. Like Bovino shows up and then they kill a woman, a young mother.
Republicans in Arizona are trying to make protesting illegal. Good luck.
You know,
the thing is, they keep overstepping their bounds. Like, you have a bunch of judges that are getting really pissed off because what this administration is doing, they are not only egregiously going against the Constitution, they're doing it in a way that's flooding the courts to the point where judges, like I was saying earlier, if they get any of these, ICE arrests or any of these things, they're not even going to prosecute them.
Middle-aged mother, I'd say young because I'm 53.
And they're also going to incur a shit ton of lawsuits because if you keep breaking people's constitutional rights on camera, yeah, it's almost like you have evidence and then the settlements will start coming out. It's almost like that's why they're not giving these guys their bonuses because they know they're going to need to pay this out.
There's just no reason for it. And then the training on that guy, and I just think Minnesota needs to indict him and bring him back here and let's adjudicate that through the system.
MAGA chatters are in denial, hardcore denial.
And because what it sounds like is the federal, I don't know, I hope the federal DOJ fucking prosecutes him, and they should. And I watched that video at least 30 times yesterday. I was incensed this morning. I haven't come out to this stuff. I don't come out to this. I went to one protest.
MAGA fools brainwashed.
My wife.
Yep, Starlight. Starlight's Zen space.
It's not that I don't. I support. I'm definitely a DFLer in Minnesotan.
Starlight, you got your own channel here.
You know, on my Facebook, I let everyone know I'm an ex-communicator from the military, so I know how to communicate. I'm going to tell you like it is, and usually I'm dropping about 10 F-bombs, but since I'm talking to you guys, I'll go
do some Zen
try
stuff.
not to. But
I just literally did a moment of Zen today where I watched a housebroken rabbit meet a wild rabbit for the first time, and it was very, very
carriers.
It's fun.
There's no reason for all the, as they call it, in Rangers we called it the Gucci gear. You don't wear Gucci gear to talk to civilians. When I was in Afghanistan and I was going in to talk to the civilians as a commander at 82nd Airborne, we took off all of our gear, put it in the truck, all of our combat gear, no mask, in the truck, and most of my soldiers did too, other than the local perimeter. And then we went and talked to the local leader, the local mayor in Afghanistan, as you call him, because we were trying to create a partnership, and you don't gain partnership by
blatant
coming out here and sending all your dudes with plate carriers.
I'm going to answer that one because this guy's blatantly wrong. No, they have violated the Fourth Amendment because their warrants aren't actual warrants. They're not judicial warrants, and administrative warrants do not count. And no matter what they say, and no matter what their higher ups say, the law says differently, bro. So yeah, Fourth Amendment. First Amendment is the big one where you got them trying to fucking stifle the First Amendment, where you cannot go out and just say and protest. Like that is our rights as Americans. But sure. And then the 14th Amendment, with the way that they're profiling, technically the Supreme Court did kind of say, yeah, you can do that. So I'll give you that one, I guess. But still, 14th Amendment is there. 16th Amendment, you know.
And we got guys with silencers over here.
They're breaking them all, guys.
They're
breaking them all.
Special ops team, or they're the special reaction team. They should be back in the parking lot. They shouldn't be showing their stuff. There's no reason for that. They're doing it to intimidate a bunch of...
I've been to many other countries legally.
Old people. I'm 50.
The thing is, like in Canada, I could have just theoretically overstayed my visa like they usually do. You dumb motherfuckers. You guys think that it's some cowboy shit where you just fucking, hey, it's all these Mexicans and these Browns coming through the border, and they got caravans, instead of just accepting that most of these people come through fucking ports of entry. But okay.
There's a lot of old people out here.
Okay.
Here, we're incensed because somebody came in here who's untrained and
no, it's Cowboys and Mexicans. You guys want to fucking play the Alamo, which I'm gonna run that one back for you.
He could have got out of the way. All he had to do is take a step out. There's no reason for him to try to play. They're told. I watched on CNN where somebody read the DHS standard operating procedure, or what we call an SOP, and it said you do not block vehicles. You don't shoot at vehicles going away from you. You look at her tires. I told everyone yesterday, I said, all you got to do to know that she wasn't charging him was her tires are fully turned, and she was trying to just get around that car on the right side, and that officer came around, and then because he was too close, or he stepped into the vehicle, he had his weapon out, he shot her for no reason. And then it was like he went after her. Like he was chasing her to kill her.
She was waving him to kill her.
Yeah, before she was, yeah. So again, I watched that. I was incensed. I said that is just wrong. And then the problem is it makes all these guys look bad. And there's probably good people here. There's good people in the programs. Okay, what we know about ICE in the past is they went and actually got bad people. The other thing is
yes, this is why they usually just buy a ticket.
The problem is
with a passport.
It's not these guys either. This administration, the Democrats and Republicans, you can say both. We haven't taken care of, our Congress hasn't settled the immigration issue. And they screamed Biden let all these people in. Well, one, they lied a lot, so we can't really trust all their numbers. And then they break down our organizations, they break down our government. So then our government isn't like, people don't trust the government. Why are you doing that?
That's kind of weird because, you know, left-wingers were the ones that wanted voting rights for women. They wanted to expand civil rights. Yeah, but we never win.
The goal is these guys want to have trust. Their moms and dads, and they work. How do you
never question why?
Dude, I don't
these people
understand
are the way they
why
are.
you would.
Hey man, have a great day and keep doing what you do. Just popped in here. Thank you, Angelic Pixie. Hit that subscribe button and come back.
Break trust with your own civilians.
We have fun here, so appreciate that.
Do you believe that all this chaos
is on purpose?
Trump to invoke the insurrection?
Yeah, and that's exactly what I thought yesterday. I was like, I don't know. I would like to have been in the team room before those guys went out, and some of these guys.
Watching Todd crash out's kind of fun.
And I'd like to hear what the team leaders and
lies.
Some of these leaders are telling the foot soldiers, as we say, if
we need voter ID. Oh, it's again unconstitutional, but
so we have a
states' rights and all.
Thing in the
whatever.
military called commander's intent.
Keep just parroting everything that the fucking Cheeto man says.
Okay, so
yes, you guys are free thinkers.
If I go into
totally not in a cult,
village,
just gonna parrot everything he says.
I say, hey, listen up. We're going in. We're doing an aid package. We got these vet techs and these doctors, and we're going to go in and work with their animals and the people, and we're going to do a med cap or something. I don't tell my soldiers, hey, you need to go in.
Federal voting ID is unconstitutional. There, dude.
Make sure you show force.
Trying to say that the federal government coming in saying how a state should run its elections is unconstitutional. So yes,
I want you to be, cover everything. We're going to go in hard. We're going to do this. No, I'm going to say, hey, listen, we're going into a civilian village.
Nubbifier, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate that.
Intel is telling me these guys.
Yeah, dude, this one's pretty easy. You can
have intel people. It tells them these are all civilians.
You can see
they
it
know,
for yourself.
They probably know who some of that stuff. But you don't tell them, hey, we're going to go in there and do this. You give a commander's intent that's like, hey, we're going to go into this area. We're going into a village. We're doing a med cap and a vet.
Yes, it is.
And to work with medical.
Did you just say federal law trumps state law? No, it doesn't. Not when it comes to state sovereignty.
Well, whatever.
Especially with the right to run their elections. It's literally ingrained in the Constitution.
We're going to be...
But okay.
Helping them. So I need you guys, make sure you're not...
Yeah, I'm going to take it on the ones that just believe everything that a dictator says as opposed to just knowing basic civics.
Looking intimidating. Let's cool, do everything right. I still go through the same battle drills, everything else, like if we were to take contact, but we go in, we take our gear off. I go and talk to civilians with nothing on, just myself with my face. And whenever I went and talked to Ashura leaders or local Afghan leaders, there was always Taliban in the crowd. There's always Taliban. And they know who I am. And some of them I knew who they were, kind of knew.
Trump's in the Epstein files.
Who they were. But
38,000 times was the last estimate.
I wasn't afraid.
But sure.
My job is here.
He was just.
I'm not.
He had nothing to do with him.
Why are you afraid of civilians? Yeah. I don't think. I think they're being told to do that. There's a couple of them that are brave, or at least they're at least trying to say transparent. Putting a face mask up is not being transparent. You're supposed to be law enforcement. You're supposed to be protecting people. You're supposed to be doing your job. Again, the plate carriers, that must be from high. They should be wearing low-vis body armor underneath smocks.
Yes, 38K.
Even
Yes, when I heard that, I was like, wait, I thought it was like 5,000. They're like, no.
Nice people. I don't remember them wearing all this gear.
They're like, that was when it first released.
Years ago, right?
Like, oh, shit.
They went and got criminals in high-risk areas. Why are they wearing all this stuff? They're wearing shit like they're in the Stack and Ranger regiment.
Oh, TDS is real. Trump Daddy syndrome is very real. They're just, whenever they say somebody has TDS, they're telling on themselves that they, in fact, have TDS. And when I say TDS, like I said, daddy syndrome, because again, they can't think for themselves. They need an authority figure. They absolutely love it. They have no agency. Therefore, they're just like, yeah, we need someone to think for us. Let's make Trump do it.
Yeah, in front of my face and I don't know who he is or what he's doing. What he could have on here. Who the fuck you are? It's very impressive.
It's a male-like person.
He's approximately. Yes, I can. If I'm out there, yes, I can.
This guy's alleging you tossed him on the ground. Yeah. Just trying to grab his phone out of his hand.
This is the first incident that we were able to identify under the second Trump administration where an ICE agent was criminally charged for battery.
Finally.
Federal officer Adam Sirocco was charged for assaulting Chicago attorney and Air Force veteran Robert Held for filming him at a
the runner guy.
gas station.
Dude, you remember him? We were watching the Broadview protests when that guy, he was in all running gear and then he kept showing up because he got tackled. He even said, he's like, I just showed up for solidarity and then they made me the face of it.
While I'm trying to pump my gas, walking around on the side over here. I said, what are you doing? Why are you filming me? I tried to grab his phone. I want to get the picture and I wanted to delete it.
Interestingly, this was not the first time attorney Robert
Held
was targeted
this
by
guy.
federal agents.
Yeah, I love this guy. Go.
could help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people.
My job is pissing you fuckers off. I love this shit. I love seeing you MAGA guys in chat just absolutely losing your shit today.
Corporate media,
it's fun.
They've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Can I run?
Government sending one more
you know,
to the residents of Chicago. We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hi everyone, this is Michelle.
LOL, TDS.
That is
That's all you
true.
got.
I am so happy to have here Attorney Robert Hell from
Again, Trump daddy syndrome.
Chicago.
You love your daddy.
If any of you were following us before,
He likes to suck on the Cheeto. This guy loves my Cheeto.
you probably remember one of the first video we shared of Attorney Robert Hell was a moment where he moved.
Yeah, he mooned him.
Former Border
Which is funny because an ICE agent just got caught doing the same exact thing.
Patrol Chief Greg Bavino, and then he was chased.
Oh, you're really gonna love
On America's fashiest home videos.
Ow! 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 Ow!
It's a
Ow! Ow!
massive invasion.
Atop such a humorous video, he has been on the ground as a force to mitigate tension between
Hey, it was Don Lemon.
protests and the law enforcement.
Don Lemon out here making MAGA sour.
He's been at so many court hearings, so many trials in cases related to the federal troops and the invasion of Chicago. And
I like how you can go to Zoran Mamdani as Epstein's son, but then you're just like, Trump's not in the files!
And also he's traveled just like our team has.
I also love how you guys believe the AI images before looking at the non-AI ones and going like, yeah.
As on the ground in other states to
Dude, all you have is this, where you don't even know why you're here. You do understand that the Epstein files, if they actually, like, if you did care about, protecting children, which I thought that was kind of your thing, and protecting, just the American values and not giving into a billionaire cabal.
follow the Border Patrol.
Yeah, you did the opposite.
In cities. So welcome, Attorney Robert Hell.
Of course. Thank you so much. It's great to be with you.
I would love to, for starters, get a few updates. Recently, you were attacked by an off-duty ICE agent, which then resulted in what we now know as potentially the only case under the second-term administration where an ICE agent was held accountable for assault. Could you speak more to this story?
Sure. On December 27th, I had followed a vehicle out of the Broadview ICE detention facility outside of Chicago. And when he stopped for gas, I started filming. I ended up on a sidewalk filming this off-duty ICE agent, and he put the gas pump down, walked toward me, broke into a run.
Yeah, it's called vasectomies, Rowdy. Go get one.
And threw me to...
Make sure you don't have a kid that is unwanted, and then we won't have to worry about abortions. The onus is on you now.
Pavement.
Vasectomies are reversible, and you guys are just a bunch of pansy-ass motherfuckers who can't commit.
And tried to grab my phone.
But expect the women to do all the heavy lifting. Sounds about right, right?
I called 911, and he eventually was arrested and has been charged with misdemeanor battery. He's an ICE agent, and
oh, I have to wear an ice bag on my nuts for a day. I can't do that.
He's gonna have to face the music.
No, the ladies, they can't not get rid of the baby, so they have to stay with me forever, so I can control her.
Music, because the prosecutor has just
literally no agency for women.
Determined to, to bring these charges for misdemeanor Class A battery against him.
The last time we actually
My pronouns are fuck you.
caught you get chased by ICE agents on camera, there were a lot of verbal exchange beforehand. Did anything happen this time in that regards?
Oh, no, that's a great question. I was literally silently filming with my iPhone camera. I said nothing. There were no words that were exchanged. And so the only, words that were exchanged were actually after he was like grabbing onto my iPhone. He was on top of me.
I'm like, I'm not blocking
I was
somebody
on
for
the
once.
sidewalk on my back or side, and he and I said,
answer for illegal immigration. Yeah, more judges. Let them. You have to actually get them processed, and then once they're processed, then they're legal. Problem solved.
calm down. You need to.
Then they're paying taxes. Problem solved.
De-escalate. I was in shock, and he let go, and there were.
Did you just call me a simp when you're literally simping for the Republican Party and Donald Trump?
Cars.
That's adorable. That's adorable.
As I think I just heard a car.
I can't name one politician that I simp for, but here you are.
Now.
Literally protected daddy's fucking honor.
And people were yelling. So people
All right, what do you got lined up? What was Biden's fault in this one?
had stopped
Here,
and
I'm gonna get
were
the
trying to
footage.
intervene.
Around and pulled around like this by that man, and so I started beeping my horn.
Injured.
How do you grab you? Like by your jacket or?
To be honest with you,
What do you call?
because of my adrenaline, I don't know, but there's a witness.
I'm right here.
She probably knows better.
We'll find out if Trump won the popular vote when we take the ballots from the 2024 election and find out if he actually won that one and the 2016 election. Since now we're open to going and, making sure that every vote tally is on the up and up.
Stopped at a light, and I saw this old
It'll be fun.
man being tapped
Open up that can of worms.
around and pulled around like.
And then when we decide, I mean, that's how it's going to be, since we're going to play the same exact game where it's just like, oh, well, turns out that it was a fake election. So I guess Trump, we write him out of the history books, right, folks?
By that man, and so I started beeping my horn so people would notice.
Okay.
And I said, "Get off him! Why? What are you doing?" And that's the only reason I'm here. Is just.
For all those clamoring for voter ID, did you vote without a voter, without confirming your identity? That's interesting.
I got you. Okay.
The police did an investigation. They looked for
Interesting
video because there was public video from a public camera that existed.
Well, I mean, that special election should scare the fuck out of you, but I know you guys don't pay attention to the boring stuff, like, a special election in Texas, a deep red district that Trump won by +17, going to a Democrat by +15.
And then I ended up meeting with the prosecutor and the detective.
Funny.
But the hard work was all done by the police.
I mean, we listened to you guys cry for over 4 fucking years about pretty much nothing.
And
So
the
let's be real.
state's attorney's office.
If there's going to be anybody crying on the internet, it's you guys.
So-
like, here you are. You guys, here you're so confident and so secure that you need to make your case in a random dude's chat.
The ball's in their
You're totally the epitome of secure there, folks.
court. Individuals obviously don't
You MAGAs in chat. Yes.
prosecute
Oh, get out of your mom's basement.
criminal cases. That's up to the state's
Oh, the ultimate insult.
attorney.
Oh,
So
no.
they're bringing the case.
Oh, no.
It's going to be up in
We'd fuck you up.
court in March.
There it is.
I'm glad that justice will be done, but I don't think he's entered a plea yet. But there is an update. The Department of Homeland Security just issued a statement 2 days ago. They actually quote, "I am a."
He actually
open
lives in his
quote,
own basement. I don't live in my
known
basement. Well, I
ICE
spend a lot of time down there.
agitator. They say that I targeted and aggressively harassed this individual, that he acted to protect himself when faced with this threatening behavior. And they say we, meaning the Department of Homeland Security, won't accept this. Stay tuned.
This is not the first case.
This was in Broadview yesterday.
Just got fined with
I hope your grandma's meatballs come apart in the oven.
And so now all that's left up here is a handful of police officers. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm seeing about 13 officers who are remaining up here at the north end of Beach Street. Everybody else walking off well to the south. So as we've just heard the protesters describe, that this is a pattern of how law enforcement handle what's happening out here.
Yeah, the whole reason that they even have to have the street like that is because ICE was illegally blocking the street and blocking another business on the other side of that street.
Kind of
forcing them to use another inlet.
Head scratcher as to what exactly they think is achieved by posture.
Oh, if it's paid protesting, then why aren't you out there exposing it like I don't know, like you guys have such conviction.
During the way they do.
I'm going to keep saying that one, guys, until one of you actually does it.
Doesn't make protesters, if it doesn't make the protests end, what is to be achieved by having such a presence out here only to withdraw at a predictable time and allow the protests to peter out on their own?
Yes. Yes, we are. Thank you for the information.
All right. We might follow.
Hold on, guys. I got some footage from yesterday in Portland.
Looks like a fucking mushroom cloud.
Yeah, so I'm sure that you guys, if you have been following social media, this was all over today. So
We're down here.
crap. Oh, you mean Nick Shirley trying to break into a daycare center? Weird. I thought that you guys didn't like it when people broke into private places and caused scenes like that. Weird. Weird how you have absolutely no consistency. Fade Shadow, love what you do, Pep Talks. I may not agree with your views, but I still love and support what you stand for. I pray reach your goal for your wife's cancer fund. Thank you, Fade Shadow. I appreciate that. If you're not already subbed, yeah, make your way back. J Money, I feel bad. They're just going back and forth. I have seen you going back and forth so much that I'm just kind of like, I can't even follow it because Chad is at like just rolling
It's
today.
not gonna get better.
Pineapple does not go on pizza. Kind of agree. Thin pineapple slices. Ice answers to Chomos. Chomo protectors, billionaire Kabbalists. Yep. Pineapple absolutely does not go on pizza. It's not an absolute, because as I said, if it's like the very, very thin slices and you put a piece of Canadian bacon on there too, ooh, it's okay. It's okay. It just has to, you have to have a sweet red sauce on it. I like how an axolotl is the one that's just like, no smoke, no smoke. Yeah, and they got that fan thing, so they're taking the brunt of that.
Here we go. Blink. It's okay. Blink. Open them up, bro. You can wash those crystals out. Goodness.
Was Nick Shirley enrolling a kid into that daycare? Be honest, or was it an act of journalism that wouldn't make it trespassing? Right? Or do we need to go through the Don Lemon thing again? I don't know. I'm a little confused.
You got this, bro. You got this.
Go play D&D Thursday. If you're in the year 2026 and you're making fun of Dungeons and Dragons, that makes you the loser. You don't have friends. You don't have friends. Oh my God. You don't even have 4 people that you could get together to run a game. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. No wonder you're online fucking watching a protest video on a random streamer trying to be, oh, look at this guy. I got him triggered. Okay. You don't have friends. You have a life. You have a life with no friends in it. Yeah. Saturday night's D&D night? Yeah, we do Thursdays. First Thursday of every month. I've been playing with the same crew for years. And we just recently finished a 5-year game. That was cool. Did he really just call someone a loser for not playing Dungeons & Dragons? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the in-crowd, like the in-crowd. Yeah, the popular kids, since you care so much about that shit, they play D&D. You're the freak in this one. You don't have social skills, and honestly, you don't know how to have fun in life.
Okay.
Which explains a lot.
I'm okay, thank you.
You okay? Okay, you good? All right. I would like to tear gas for breakfast.
Wow, I get a cookie and a juice box. I love cookies and juice boxes. As long as it's an ecto cooler. Nobody plays D&D. Well, that $1 billion that fucking Wizards of the Coast just made might beg to differ. It was more than that. beat up a lot in high school. Oh, yes. Yes, because I lived in a fucking 90s movie.
I wouldn't go that way. Oh, all right.
Damn, dude, with a mask on.
Here to where people are retreating to so we can help folks.
Those Portland streams, that's just across the river for me, an 18-minute drive with no traffic. Yeah, this entire area was blocked off yesterday.
You good? Okay, how are your eyes? Okay, thank you. Of course. Spicy ass bitches. You still out here.
The Dude Odinson. I like that. Nice name. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that.
Are you okay? Do you need water for your eyes? Saline wash? Let's go around. Let's go around this corner here. Come on. Let's go around one more corner.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, try to.
That's all getting in that apartment. Like, whoever owns that apartment complex is going to end up suing ICE.
Open. Tear gas forms a crystalline structure in your eye when you close it. Sorry, y'all. We got to go down for a minute.
You ate the cannoli, you're back. Or I ate the cannoli, but I didn't. I swear. I did not eat the cannoli. And of course, the music guy's back. He just like, he'll just stand in that smoke playing that fucking speaker just to make sure that I have like something to be pissed off today. Cool. Thanks, man. Wait, Hermit, so he's just like that genetically. Pep rally, let's hear it for the Peps. Pep rally. It's the first time I've seen anybody with my name mixed into theirs. So, hey, pep rally. Appreciate that. Oh, this was last night there, dude. And I'm also not in Portland. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that coverage. All right, let's move on to some stuff. Oh, yeah, Bill and Hillary to appear in the Epstein depositions later this month. Comer confirms. So for everybody that was saying that the Clintons were not going to show up for their deposition, turns out that they are. Turns out that they might have some receipts as well. Somebody actually brought up like where if we're going to play this game with Bill Clinton, then we can totally play it with Trump. Because, yeah, you know how that, like, the president immunity thing? Yeah. There's some questions whether that pertains to, like, Obama and any president before Trump. So, watch libs cry over Clinton. Nobody's crying over Clinton. I think that's why you guys are so angry about it, is because everybody's consistently saying, yeah, lock him up. Even the most centrist people I know that actually voted for Clinton, they don't support him. They want him and Hillary, if they knew anything, to get locked up. Because this is what consistency in your morals actually looks like. Instead of doing this thing where you're just a cultist who stands behind one person consistently and never adjusts what you believe, never adjusts how you approach things. You immediately go with your little feelings. You get lost in your feelings. The fifis. Bunch of fucking upsetty spaghetti MAGA. Oh no, Trump is in the Epstein files too. But see what you're doing? I love it. Keep eating them boots. They're tasty, ain't they? Yeah, nobody here supports Clinton, you weirdos. No, they They need that. They need to project that they think that, like, again, they think that we love the Clintons. They think that we love these presidential figures as much as they love Trump. They don't understand that people, normal people, don't think like that. Obama's in your cult, in my Colts files? Okay. What? Oh, man. I love when you guys get so angry that you're just like, what? It's just, man, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like when he says things that it's pointing out my inconsistency as a person. Ah. MAGA thinks the left is as cultish as they are. They really do. No, they keep saying that. They keep saying that about me. And then I'm just like, okay, name one figure that I am cultish over. Please. The one time I did that where somebody was like, Bernie, I immediately was just like, no, I thought Bernie's takes on Palestine for a long time were fucked up. And his whole, it's not a genocide. So, yeah, next. Next, sir. I mean, you guys are the ones ignoring the fact that he's in the files.
Joining us now, Michael Waldman, president of the Brennan Center for Justice and former chief speechwriter for former President Bill.
Actually, you know what? Here. Yeah.
Clinton. Good to see you, Michael. I want to
I was making sure I had the right story.
This newly released video and what was said about problems with the search warrant.
Do I hold them in the same regard? Yeah, except George Soros wasn't listed in the Epstein files. Weird.
Here that is.
The warrant will be amended slightly.
Odd how the billionaire cabal was actually controlled by Epstein and everybody that's in Trumplandia. But yeah, George Soros and Biden and Obama's and just...
But for all intents,
you guys are fucking clowns.
Purposes,
you guys really are. Ignoring all the reality just to be like, yeah, you know what makes more sense? This reality that I totally made up in my head.
That is what it's going to look like. We wanted to let her facilitate us moving through the building.
That's MAGA for you.
So that we don't have to breach it, because one way or the other, the records are coming with us today.
Yeah, because it's much easier to do that. The thing is, why are you protecting the elites? Why are you protecting people that might be implicated? Why would you even do that? Why would you do that?
It has to be amended, but
these people will never know who you are. They don't give a fuck about you. You're never getting any money from them. So what the fuck do you actually have at stake for going and defending a bunch of pedos?
The records are coming.
Besides just clowning on yourself.
With us today, one way or another.
I mean, damn,
now we
dude.
see how this was handled. What do you make of it?
Yes, the funder of all the protests that you guys can't prove are funded by Soros. That's not one broken story in all of the 5 years that I've been hearing about paid protests. Not one.
The raid.
Yeah, you guys are really effective at breaking fucking news.
By the FBI. Very plainly.
You're very good at ignoring the news that's right in front of you to go and latch on to something that's totally fucking not involved, but okay.
Under orders from
Cool.
President Trump of the...
You're consistent in your inconsistency.
Fulton County, in other words, Atlanta election office, is a very chilling and very disturbing thing. This is...
You know what's interesting to say? James Lundy protects pedos.
Partly in service...
Allegedly.
...of all the conspiracy theories that President Trump...
He's defending them in chat.
...put forward in 2020.
So...
And it is undoubtedly...
Democrats are dying for illegal PDFs.
Very unnerving and disturbing to the public servants who work there. But even...
Weird.
More than that, it's
weird. The only ones actually like going to bat for PDFs.
It seems like it's designed to send a chilling
Here
message
you are.
to election officials from both parties across the country. If we don't like the outcome of an election,
You had a lady admit that that she was paid to protest.
Come after you.
All right, link it.
With everything we've got. So
and yeah, since she broke that story open, I'm assuming that all the receipts came out and there was an investigation that found out that it was totally fucking on the up and up, or is it just one TikTok that you found and latched onto? Because anytime that someone on the internet says something you agree with, you're like, yep, see, that's proof.
Even the chaos is part of the message, unfortunately.
So 5 days after that, yesterday, President Trump called for nationalizing elections, even though, as we all know, states have the constitutional authority to do that.
No, you don't. What are you talking about? A bunch of these guys in chat from the MAGA side said I don't. What's up with that? Facts. Fucking who needs them?
What would be the risk in minimizing that role or eliminating it altogether if the feds take over?
Well,
Rowdy, when did you discover your morals?
You're exactly right. President Trump sort of said the
That'll answer your fucking question.
out loud. And
you watch too much debate, bro. Shit.
The Constitution is quite clear.
You really
States
do.
run elections in our country.
I know that, like,
Congress
speaks stuff is all about that, but man, get out of debate land.
Appropriate role passing legislation.
It's all fake. It's all wrestling.
The president has no role. That was on purpose. There's tremendous potential, as we have seen, for abuse. If somebody who,
because honestly, if TS or what is his name, TS or whatever, believes all the shit he does about the Epstein files, I would never want to be associated with that fucking show.
willing to misuse the FBI,
seriously, especially after all this came out,
use the Justice Department to try to hoover up and obtain private and confidential voter records, and all these other things, tries to take control of elections. You mentioned the executive order.
I like how the ones that are spammy triggered
from last March, which said, in effect, you have to produce a passport, not even a birth certificate, but a passport to register to vote using the federal form.
Love it.
That was blocked by a federal court. In a lawsuit the Brennan Center helped bring, the courts have made very clear that is not what the Constitution says. Elections are run under the law. We should make sure that every voter who's eligible has a chance to vote.
No, this is also my favorite thing is they'll focus on whoever's like, it's MS Now, MSDNC. I can't listen to that because I just saw that it said MS Now. Therefore, it's going to be fake news that will make me uncomfortable.
Without interference from anyone, especially not from the Oval Office.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune did push back today on the idea of nationalizing elections. Here's what he said.
Still fighting Epstein's culture wars, I see. Man, he nailed you guys with that 4chan shit. He called it. He was just like, oh yeah, you know what we need to do? We just need to stir up these two things because that will keep these people occupied forever. And then we'll be able to control the narrative forever.
But there are other things that the Dems had on their proposal to federalize elections, which are really bad outcomes for the country. I'm a big believer in decentralized and distributed power, and I think, it's harder to hack 50 election systems than it is to hack one.
That doesn't sound like they're actually trying to protect the integrity of voters.
What we've seen, though, is that President Trump does not hesitate to do things that may be, for example, unconstitutional, that some people might suggest are illegal. He is willing to take the court route and then fight again and fight again all the way up to the Supreme Court. So a key question, I think, is there any practical path toward federalizing elections? First of all, without the support of Congress, could they just move in?
You've correctly identified the issue. Congress does have a role. Congress can and should pass national legislation to protect voting rights all across the country.
The fact that it's every single stream and it's like the same ones, still living in your mom's basement. Dude, somebody beat you to it today, man.
To
get something original.
Partisan gerrymandering, to restore the full strength of the Voting Rights Act, to assure access to early voting and vote by mail. These are things that Congress has considered in the past, in the recent past, in legislation like the Freedom to Vote Act. Congress is now considering a really misguided piece of voter suppression legislation called the SAVE Act. What it would do is require people.
Well, I love how you guys are worried about election integrity, but not calling into question how this wasn't set up for the 2024 election. So by your own logic, that means we need to go all the way back to 2016 and reevaluate the elections, right?
Citizens to produce a passport or
how far
birth
back do we go?
Effectively to register.
Since we can turn back time.
To vote using the federal form, and 21 million people we know don't have ready access to those documents, and there are many others who would find it really difficult. That's the kind of legislation that's being pushed right now. That's the wrong way for Congress to be involved.
Yeah, remember when conservatives were the patriots that cared about the Constitution? What happened to that?
Yes,
yeah, I know. I remember those days.
National role to protect voting rights. States have the first responsibility. But what the Constitution makes very clear is who doesn't have a big role here is the President of the United States, especially if that president is pushing conspiracy theories, saying he wants to do it to benefit his own political party. and much more. This was actually something that James Madison and the others debated quite a lot when they wrote the Constitution. They knew there were risks of voter suppression. They knew there were risks of gerrymandering. They didn't use those words. But the system has been set up to give Congress the appropriate
The bitch of it is, I got somewhere to go if they end up fucking sending me anywhere.
role, but to give voters the greatest protection by action.
I got pretty strong family lineage.
In the States.
Kind of nice having a pretty tight-knit family.
Michael Waldman, thank you.
Be chilling in Czechia.
MS Now's Vaughn Hilliard joins me now from the White House. Also with me, former Democratic Senator from Montana, John Tester.
Democrat?
Also on MS Now.
What?
Political analyst.
MSDNC, MSDNC!
Chris O'Leary is a former senior FBI official as well as an MS Now
Fucking
national
libs.
security and intelligence analyst. So, Chris, looking at this footage out of Georgia, it's clear there no notice was given, that the warrant itself, at least initially, had some problems. Are you surprised by how all of this unfolded? What do you see when you watch
I've never had to show my ID to vote.
this?
I have to confirm my address and then I have to confirm my signature.
Well, what I see is highly disturbing, and the FBI being used as a weapon against political allies or political adversaries, excuse me. And unfortunately, the rebirth of the big lie. I mean, it looks like the president is anchoring this narrative that there's a manufactured crisis again with our electoral system, dating all the way back to 2020, which has been
Newsom dated a 19-year-old girl and is part of the fucking Epstein class. Don't get me started on that guy.
disproven. Who you see there is the acting special agent in charge, Pete Ellis, who I actually happen to know personally. But he's the acting special agent in charge because the special agent in charge of the Atlanta office, Paul Brown.
The thing is, I'm not an idiot like you, and I know how this works, so I happen to know that it's very hard to commit voter fraud.
Another career professional.
Even with the way that you guys think that it's like, oh my God, I don't have to show a voter ID. That means that any Mexican can just show up and fucking Juan Sanchez says that he lives next door to me and he's voting. Like, you guys are fucking retarded.
Out just a
You
week
really
before
are.
This all went down.
Like I said, you listen to Donald Trump say, we need voter ID because these illegals are coming in and voting, when that is not a thing.
So
actually, funny enough, whenever they do these audits, they find that there's a bunch of voter fraud in Florida that involves Republicans.
You tether that together with Tulsi.
Odd how that works. How about that guy in Virginia that got caught voting for his dead mother because his excuse was he knew she would vote for Trump, so he took it upon himself to vote by mail for his mom.
Yeah,
you know what the bitch of that is, though? They found out. It's almost like they investigate this shit. It's almost like they actually have a pretty good record of maintaining this.
And the deputy director of.
But yeah, you guys don't have any faith in your country at all unless it seems to be tied to that one guy.
The FBI, Andrew Bailey, both MAGA advocates.
Interesting.
Down in Atlanta, this is all incredibly inappropriate, and I think very concerning for all Americans as we bring in our 250th year of our democracy. It looks like the Constitution's attempted to be shredded right in front of our own eyes.
So you add to that what we're seeing in this video, Senator, the remarks by the president to nationalize voting. And again, details are scarce. But he says he wants to fix a problem that numerous investigations and studies have shown does not exist. In your mind, should American voters be worried about this?
Yeah, they damn right should be worried.
Why do you guys always act like petulant little children
about this? I mean,
it's always the same shit. Listen to me!
Nationalize the elections, and you're
not listening to me!
Not only by folks who want to do reasons, but also by foreign countries.
Pay attention to me!
Influence our elections. So not only is this unconstitutional, and what makes this really bad, Chris, is that this administration hasn't really felt strongly about the first, second, fourth, the list goes on, amendments to the Constitution. To take voting rights to the national
almost
level,
like I said the same.
Patently unconstitutional. And by the way,
say what's up to DJX for me.
It opens itself up for incredible amounts of fraud, especially when you see this administration politicizing every agency within his administration.
Vaughn, the president suggested nationalizing elections almost casually.
Meanwhile, Tulsi Gabbard is under investigation for being a Russian asset.
Are people telling him he has the power to do this? What do we know is the backstory here, if there is one?
It is not clear who would be telling him not to talk about
Yes, you have to prove that you're legit to get a registration card.
trying
Yes.
to nationalize.
And then you can choose to show said registration, because with that voter registration, it is tied to your address.
The midterm elections.
At least my locality does that.
10 months away.
And then they have me on file with my signature.
And if you go back to, I think it's important, December.
Trust me, the last time I had I got stuck on the Republican side of like the poll watchers, you could tell. Trust me. I don't think there's a lot of dudes wearing camo hats in the Chicagoland area that are exactly, you know, left of center. And he's sitting there doing this like, well, I'll be. That's one of the most lined up signatures I've ever seen.
20.
I was just like, well, thank you.
20 in the aftermath.
He's just like, yeah, well, we've seen a lot of people coming in here with signatures that don't match up. We're going to have to get to the bottom of that. I'm just like, oh, so that's how you're going to do it. You're going to challenge based on signatures. And a lot of people, they don't even bother to check after they vote to see if their vote was counted. So you're probably going to get away with that.
His election lost there. Sidney Powell, Michael Flynn, among others, made their way to the Oval Office and effectively pitched the then president of the United States on a would-be effort to seize voting machines. There was a draft of such an effort in the form of an...
No, I just love how they can't like get past the fact that it's just like, oh, so Trump won in 2024. We don't need to investigate that. But we need to investigate 2020 when he didn't win.
Executive order.
Realistically, it's like, come on, man.
That was revealed by...
This is all based on, again, his fifis.
The January 6th Select Committee, and ultimately he never issued that.
Over 90 court cases turning them down, but nah,
executive order
didn't have anything to do with that.
To do it. But the fact that we already have a history of his White House suggesting and considering such an attempted effort there is, I think, notable when you're looking at the president using the word nationalize to describe his intended efforts around these midterm elections.
Which, good luck. It's literally enshrined in our Constitution. So, with that one, good luck.
So there was a story that went mega viral of this little kid named Liam, who was basically kidnapped and abducted by ICE Gestapo thugs.
Which, yeah, that great look.
And he was sent multiple states over, and he was being held in one of these horrific facilities. He got sick because the food they were given was like moldy and had worms in it and shit like that. And this was yet another example of the Trump regime kidnapping people. And they've done this a number of times, hundreds or thousands of times. Kids have been taken by these ICE Gestapo thugs, okay? Well, of course, there was a lawsuit to push back against this, and a judge has now intervened in the clearest way I've ever seen. So look at this from Kyle Cheney here. Judge Bieri has offered the release of...
By the way, he was a Bush appointee.
Ordered the release of 5-year-old Liam Ramos.
So before anybody's like, the Democrats!
Who became a symbol of ICE's aggression in Minnesota. So here's a quote from the judge.
Activist judges!
Ready? The case has its genesis in the ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, even if it requires traumatizing children. By the way, this is Liam with his cute little hat. He became a real symbol.
Dude, he was with his kid the entire time, you dipshit.
Because look how adorable he looks and how innocent he looks. And he was kidnapped by these thugs. Okay? Ready? Never seen a ruling like this.
But here you are supporting this. Cool.
So the judge can...
You support putting kids in cages. Cool.
Continues.
Don't ever try to fucking ask why we don't care about anything.
Quote, observing human...
Dude, do you ever see that you just admit that you're a fucking ghoul and then we can just disengage because there's no point in engaging with somebody that's already that far gone.
Behavior confirms that
like, you're never going to be brought back with like to a human side. Fucking A, if you ever had one.
For some of us, the
beat boop bitch
perfidious lust for unbridled power and the imposition of cruelty in its quest know no bounds and are bereft of human decency, and the rule of law be damned. He's going in like only a judge can. Okay, so he was ordered released.
You don't give a shit about the kids lost at the border. Shut the fuck up.
5-year-old Liam Coneo Ramos. Judge Bieri warned of vast lawlessness and inhumanity in the Trump administration's mass deportation efforts. He said courts amounted to a judicial finger in the dike. In other words, fascism is here and we're doing all we can, but there's only so much we can do because we don't have the judicial police to effectively enforce our rulings. Mm-hmm. So he was released, right? Sent home. And then now the Trump regime filed something to try to arrest him again. Arrest the fucking 5-year-old again. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. That is how depraved these people are. Depraved. Take a look at this. Washington Post says more than 34,000 Minnesotans signed
this Savannah Guthrie's mom getting kidnapped. Like, holy shit.
Up to be trained as...
I'll be honest. I got confused. I thought it was Virginia Guthrie, and I was like, how is this not a thing? And then I realized that Savannah Guthrie is the anchor on like what, Today or some shit. But yeah, her mom was kidnapped outside of her or in her home. She's like 80 something years old, and they just demanded like millions of dollars in Bitcoin.
ICE observer
or else
with various activist groups in recent weeks, many of them since January 7th, when a
crazy story
federal agent shot and killed Renee Good. So when Renee Good got shot and killed, more Minnesotans said, fuck this, I'm stepping up to the plate. I'm going to monitor these motherfuckers. I'm going to observe them. This is brave. And it's brave because, as we were told, they're literally taking pictures of people and throwing you in a database as a domestic terrorist if you are observing them, which is your constitutional right. But they're considering you a domestic terrorist under NSPM 7.
Yep.
So these people are
but just remember,
brave, and they're doing the
when we were trying to investigate right-wing militias,
most American thing.
It was going against people's, right with the Second Amendment and a well-organized militia.
Imaginable. More. Federal agents were told this week that they have broader power to arrest people without a warrant, according to an internal ICE memo reviewed by the New York Times. The change expands
which every judge in the country went no.
Ability of lower-level ICE agents to carry out sweeps rounding up people they encounter and suspect are undocumented immigrants, rather than targeted enforcement operations in which they set out, warrant in hand, to arrest a specific person. So this smells like Stephen Miller up and down, bro. This is Stephen Miller sending out an internal memo saying, I am giving you the authority to arrest whoever you want without a warrant. Well, guess what, Stephen Miller? You don't override the Constitution of the United States of America, motherfucker. You Nazi Jewish little bitch. He's a Jewish Nazi. Make that make sense. This is him. It has his fingerprints all over it. In the same way that it's Stephen Miller.
I'll make it make sense. He was a gigantic fucking loser in high school. And at one point, the Boniquas totally fucking wrecked his world.
Who ordered, hey, use administrative warrants instead of judicial warrants.
Which
so
they can do that. You want to talk about roasting?
When you try to violate people's Fourth Amendment rights and enter their house and they don't want you in there, say you have a warrant, but it's an administrative warrant, not a judicial warrant. So it doesn't really count, but we're going to try to trick them and pretend like it counts. And they made that the policy and then fired anybody who chimed in and said, hey, that's unconstitutional. They are systematically violating the law and violating the Constitution. And that's why I keep insisting all of these people need to be locked up. We need to have mass trials. They need to
most of them have ID, dipshit.
To be locked up.
Most of them will have their passports and visas. And they need because again, most of these people came through a port of entry.
To be
you fucking
locked up for a long period of time. Because
I'm trying to be better about
this is completely and utterly unacceptable. It's one thing to break the law. It's another thing.
I can only take so much of them in chat, guys, before I break and just go, I could not say it.
And know that you're breaking the law, but continue to break the law. They are choosing to ignore the Constitution. They're choosing to issue memos to order direct violations of the supreme law of the land. This is not in the realm of the possible. Okay? Stephen Miller needs to be locked up. All these ICE thugs need to be locked up. They don't have the authority to even do...
There's video of him in his teens. He was speaking like this. He was speaking like a monster then.
Basic
no
traffic stops. ICE has been doing traffic stops.
Oh, wait, I saw that. That's where he even had the receding hairline in high school. No wonder he's...
Entire time, throughout this entire mission.
Come on.
They don't even have the right to do that. They don't even have the right to do that. Never mind arrest people without a warrant. Never mind enter on somebody's property without...
Stop doing that. Like, you guys are... Like, this is... You do understand that this is the right-wing way of debating. Putting words in the opponent's mouth and then being like, what do you think of that?
Without a warrant.
And then just being like, that's your position. It's like, you just formulated my position for me? And you didn't even ask. This is why online debate is just a waste of time.
This is fucking grotesque.
That's not how you debate.
What we're looking at here. It's a war on the American...
And if you think that's how you debate, then you just need to check out, guys. Like, Andrew Wilson is not how you actually debate.
American way. All the good parts.
Most people would like to learn a thing or two, but in this case, it's all about selling your position, which, again, it's not about fixing anything. It's not about policy at that point. It's all about selling the personality.
It's about this country. Utah auto body shop owner
which at that point, it's all surface level. So why even participate?
So he goes to his auto body shop and he finds...
Yeah, nobody said open borders here, Tinkerbell.
Finds
I
out.
mean, I know what we're doing
what
here,
the
but
fuck?
it's just, that's what I'm getting most upset with is just the brazen way that they will just fucking put any fucking argument into like out there and just be like, denounce this. It's like, fuck you.
It looks like...
And then all of a sudden they're just like, see, the left is for this. It's like, dude.
Like,
No.
just fucking broke in to my auto body shop and then listen to the back and
it's pretty easy just to be like, yeah, nah.
forth that happens here because this is insane. And this is another one for the next Nuremberg trials. Here we go. Listen.
Look at this. Look at these. Where's your guys' warrant?
Stay back.
Where's your guys' warrant? No, where's your warrant? Where's the warrant?
Stand right there.
Where's the warrant?
I don't need one.
Yes, you do.
I don't need one.
Where's the warrant? You guys do this?
Back. I need you to wrap that up.
For what?
These people need to be locked up. When they say we don't need a warrant.
Yep. Lock them up.
No, you absolutely do. You're on their property, in their business. You need a fucking warrant.
Yeah. Imagine if they did that to you. Trust me, man. There's a bunch of these dudes that own auto shops that use Mexican labor in a very fucked up way, where they essentially see it as like slave labor because they can afford it. They would react the same way.
Jesus Christ. Guys, half the motherfucking agents don't even know that they're breaking the law and they're violating the Constitution. They don't know.
You know how I know this? I've literally heard it from somebody's mouth where he is just like, yeah, I just hope they don't come from my laborers. It's like,
they're doing is they're mass hiring.
And you voted for Trump, huh? Ah, okay.
Anybody and everybody. They're hiring fucking Proud Boys and January Sixers and white nationalists. Okay? These people, some of them know and don't care, and others just don't even know. Hey, I have a gun and a badge. I get to do whatever the fuck I want. They think that's how it works. A Minnesota resident says her global entry and TSA pre-check privileges were revoked just days after she observed immigration agents. In a court filing, she states an agent told her she was identified using facial recognition technology.
No, I just want them locked up for using said slave labor.
So
again, you guys want all the illegals rounded up and everything. Why not get rid of the people that are making the incentive?
They are,
the farmers and anybody that employs them. Oh, weird. Because you kind of know how that would go.
Correctly, spying on Americans who are just exercising their constitutional rights. They're putting them in a database. They're considering them domestic terrorists. And that has real-world consequences where, as you can see in this instance, global entry and TSA pre-check privileges were revoked because of that. There's going to be such a colossal lawsuit when all this is said and done. It's going to be legendary. Border Patrol employee arrested in Minnesota after being found passed out in a car covered in vomit. Because that's who these people are. They commit domestic violence. They're fucking drunks on the job. This is a sick joke. All right, this one is crazy. Pregnant woman shot in the stomach at an ICE protest with so-called less than lethal bullet. Shot in the stomach, and she's pregnant. Watch this. So that's the aftermath that we're looking at here. Absolutely disgusting. Dear ICE agents, I hope you're respectful to everyone and show kindness. We should treat all people the same, even if we don't know them. So this one is incredibly sad. The classmates of Liam Ramos sent a message to ICE. Watch.
Dear Immigration and Custom Enforcement.
Dear ICE. Hey ICE.
Dear ICE agents.
Dear ICE agents.
I never thought I would have to explain why pedo should be arrested regardless of political affiliation, but here we are.
I hope you're respectful to everyone.
Notice how they're also not addressing their side on that. Like, it's always but what about the guy, what about Bill Gates? But what about Bill Clinton?
And show kindness. I also hope...
Never acknowledging it's like, dude, Trump is in it like 38,000 times.
You respect all...
And you're just like, yeah, you know what? He was just friends with him. And you know what? He stopped being friends with them.
People from all different countries and...
Duh! It was a long time ago, bro!
Around the world.
Okay.
I think as a community, we should respect people's homes and the people themselves. These people are important to us and others. We should treat everyone the same, even if we don't know them.
At least 25 Valley View parents have been taken by federal agents. That's the parents of some of these kids, man.
I think after...
You got your morality from lived experience, Rowdy.
Losing someone I love, this kind of makes me sad, but I hope
Trust me, if your parents had been different people, you probably wouldn't have any.
everyone can still have their
I'm just being real.
loved ones next to them.
Nearly 20% of students are learning virtually due to fear.
A lot of morals are fucking learned.
Jesus Christ, man.
And a lot of lack of morals is also learned.
Is this what this country's become now? And the answer is yes. We know what the answer is. The fascists have taken over.
Yep.
ICE documents reveal plan to hold 80,000 immigrants in warehouses. The Trump administration...
And again, this is where I bring up Alex Jones would be losing his collective fucking mind if this was Obama. Trust me, you know how I know? He did that.
Aims to build 7 large-scale holding centers.
Because he was sharing stories about this, how the federal government's buying up a whole bunch of warehouses, and they're going to use them as staging grounds for holding protesters because they know the uprising is on its way.
To speed up deportations, internal ICE documents show the DHS has been actively...
Funny part was that wasn't even just Obama. He was saying the same thing about Bush, and he kind of pivoted to Obama, where he's just like, it's the globalist cabal.
Purchasing...
Trust me, it's the uniparty.
Large industrial warehouses in multiple states, including Maryland and Arizona, to convert them into massive immigration detention facilities. 1,500 plus people in a new warehouse in Maryland, 1,500 plus more in Arizona, 7,500 plus planned for Missouri, 8,500 plus in a warehouse in Texas, among the largest U.S. jails of any kind, 80,000 plus total once all the sites are complete. DHS has been quietly buying massive warehouses with the explicit purpose of warehousing people. It's here now. They're building the camps. In total, they're looking at 23
in Arizona. You know they're not going to be air conditioned. Yeah,
different concentration camps is what they're building. And guys, we've seen what this looks like. We've been through it before. They've praised on record CCOT, the El Salvadoran concentration camp, where people are raped, people are tortured, people have no rights whatsoever. We also have Alligator Alcatraz.
Yes, and Fade Shadow. That means that you thought Obama was based, right?
Remember that? Thankfully, that was shut down.
Why weren't you more of an Obama stan if you are all about getting rid of illegal immigrants? He got rid of way more than Trump, so what the fuck, dude?
By court order.
What is it? What is it?
But it was...
I thought that you cared so much about this issue, so can you at least admit that Obama, I guess, was based on that?
Horror show. If it rained, the place would fucking flood. Okay? There was mold everywhere. The AC didn't work right. It was fucking 80 degrees in there. People would pass out. There were hunger strikes happening. It was a mess. It was a mess. It was a literal concentration camp is what it was. And the thing that was most disgusting is they took pride.
Well, at least you're consistent.
In how evil it was. They took pride. They would brag about how evil it is. Well, now we have 23 different concentration camps that are propping up all across the U.S. This needs to be snuffed out in the crib, bro. I want to see 1,000 lawsuits. I want to see it shut down. I want the people who are engaged...
Well, that can be used out of context.
...in building it to fucking grow a conscience. People should be protesting and blocking the construction materials from showing up to finish these things. This is unacceptable. And by the way, you are fucking naive if you think, oh, they're only going to...
All liberal men look the same. Then simultaneously somebody said that I look like the liberal Asmongold, so would that imply that Asmongold looks liberal?
Go after immigrants with this stuff. First of all, they told us originally, oh, it's only undocumented immigrant violent criminals.
I'll tell them you said that.
Criminals. That's a lie. Literally 95% of the people they're going after have no criminal record whatsoever. That's point number one. Point number two is, even if you think, oh, they're just going to stop at immigrants in general, that's not true either. Not only are they going to go after legal immigrants, they're going to go after Americans. They already...
Trust me, they already are.
Shot 2 fucking Americans and murdered them on camera from 17 different angles, and none of those people are arrested, by the way. Right? They're going to go after dissenters.
Yep.
Look at NSPM 7. Look at what they consider terrorist or terrorist adjacent. Okay? They're going to go after anybody who's not MAGA is subject to be put in these fucking camps.
Yep.
We live in a country where they arrested a retired cop and locked him up for 37 days because he posted a Charlie Kirk meme.
Yeah, except he's suing the shit out of that county to the point where apparently, like, they're worried that they're not going to have enough money to pay him.
I'm not kidding.
And the Supreme Court, they just dealt with a case like this, where in Ohio, there was a guy that won so much money that he's going to bankrupt his town.
Think about that. Look.
So I don't know. Maybe, just maybe, this idea that we live in this lawless land that Trump could just get away with everything isn't actually true.
Get up. Okay.
And honestly, I don't like how Kyle does this one. He is actually playing like the rage bait thing and like trying to get you scared.
This is what's going on.
Like, we can we can look at that, but you could also prepare for it. Like this whole idea that it's always just like, this guy is falling.
It's time for...
And then when it starts raining, all of a sudden you're just like, see? Yeah, don't do that either.
People to wake up. It's time for people to grow up and acknowledge what's happening in this country. Okay, ready for this?
Awesome.
Video of FBI arresting Ian Austin.
What's he streaming?
Today. Ian Austin is a technology journalist who reports on privacy, surveillance, and civil liberties, including government use of facial recognition and data tracking, with work published by outlets like Ars Technica. They are purposely targeting journalists, y'all.
Relax! What are you guys doing? Around. What the fuck are you guys doing? I am not resisting.
Again, these constitutional ones are going to be very interesting to watch. I mean, dude, the next 3 years are going to be just courts slammed with cases of fucking either getting thrown out or they're going to end up paying out. Like, this is
Grab my phone.
bad.
Do not let them take it. Please say that. Grab my phone. Grab my keys. I'm a fucking 6-time Army combat veteran. This is insane, yo. Right here. Max, call Valerie. Call Valerie. Get a hold of James Cook.
I'm gonna try to do
Yeah, James Cook. Call James Cook. What's your name? What's your...
Talking about corruption while simultaneously being like, yeah, you know what? Get rid of everybody's constitutional rights. You have all your makeup on, I see.
Name, sir? My name is Ian Austin. Cool. They're targeting me because I had 5.5 million streams yesterday. I was at the church. They want to turn me into a fucking terrorist.
You were at the church?
This is fucking insane.
So he also covered the church protests like Don Lemon did and like the other journalist Georgia did. And they got locked up as well. They got arrested as well. They're targeting journalists on purpose. They're trying to criminalize journalism for exposing the ICE Gestapo thugs. Breaking from MS Now, the Trump administration is now eyeing Ohio for immigration enforcement operations that could begin as early as next week. The operation is expected to target Haitian immigrants with temporary protected status.
Yep. And guess what? If he updated this story, like he posted this 3 hours ago. They're already walking this one back because a judge stepped in.
For Haiti, expiring on February 3rd, one of the people familiar with the matter told MS Now. So it's actually not true that, oh, their thing is...
No. And this is where I'm going to call out Kyle's bullshit again. This is why I've been watching a lot less of his shit. It's because he's playing this game.
Their protected status is expired.
Like, dude, we already live in this. You don't need to fucking spice it up.
During February 3rd.
Jesus
Trump tried
Christ.
to make that the case. Courts intervened and said, you actually cannot make that the case. They are still protected. And they go, we don't care. We're going to go after them anyway. So what we're looking at is the Trump regime, this is super important, going after legal immigrants. They are here legally. Trump is going after legal immigrants. This is the same group of people that he lied about and said, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Now they're going to go and try to bust them up. You want to know why? There was a little bit too much backlash since 2 white Americans got shot and murdered in Minnesota. A little bit too much backlash. Got a little too hot in the kitchen for you, didn't it? So now they're like,
Again, are you going to finish reporting on that? Because they're not going to be able to go into Ohio.
Let's go back to the old...
Because they were going to blanket target a bunch of fucking Haitians that they thought were going to be knocked off their protection status, but a judge stepped in and said, yeah, no, that's not how this works.
Strategy. Now we'll go harass black people. That's what we'll do. We'll try to kick black people out of the country. That's what they're doing. And then finally, and this perhaps is the most important story here, Citizens for Ethics tweet.
If he's trying to become the left Alex Jones, he is actually doing a good job because that right there was a disingenuous framing of the news where it's like, no, that could actually be labeled as like,
it's here. This is,
that was teetering on the edge of misinfo.
There's a Wired article. DHS's data bank is
I actually had to break down the fucking context.
Citizens kicked off voter rolls. That's a serious problem.
Yes.
So in other words, as you all know, ICE and the CBP and all these federal thugs are going around and taking pictures of all the protesters. And then your name is going in a database where you're considered a domestic terrorist. So what do? Well, they're kicking people off their TSA pre-check. They're fucking with their government documents. But most importantly, it is ballot purging. This is ballot purging. They know everybody out there that's protesting this is more likely to vote Democrat than they are to vote Republican. And so they're kicking you off the voter rolls. And people are going to show up to vote and they're going to go, wait a second, I'm not signed up. This is fucking crazy. This is bullshit. Then they'll give you one of those provisional ballots, which about half of them don't even get counted in the fucking first place. This is how Republicans see elections. This is how they get away with it. Ballot spoiling, ballot purging. This is what it looks like. And we're just witnessing it in real time right now. All those great people out there in the streets observing ICE, using their constitutional rights, being the most American of anybody, they are trying to kick those people off the voter rolls. It is absolutely wild what's happening in this country.
Yeah, but it's almost like we know that, so before the election, what we can do is file a lawsuit to protect us from said fucking overreach, but okay.
I've never seen anything like this, bro. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, Kyle's gone so dark woke that he can't even see what's going on anymore. No, it's because he doesn't leave his fucking house except for gymnastics meets.
Of the criminality is just...
Realistically, you don't see any videos of him out there protesting or doing anything like with the actual people.
Through the...
I'm going to just say, like, that's kind of bullshit.
Goddamn roof.
And this is also what kind of lends to this, where it's like that's what's going to lend to the helplessness. And again, you want to talk about ivory tower bullshit? He's literally in $1 million house, fucking barely leaves because he doesn't even have to really go into a studio. His studio, I'm 99% sure, is in said house. And this is what you get.
Like I said, we need mass trials. All these Gestapo thugs need to be locked up. Everybody who violated the Constitution.
You lose the ability to be objective in your reasoning.
Purpose, knowing they were violating the Constitution.
And also because I've seen it, he likes to play the numbers game where he, like, if he doesn't make 100,000 on a video, he'll start freaking the fuck out.
This is unacceptable. Everybody going after journalists, everybody tear gassing babies, everybody assaulting 84-year-old married couples, everybody, just every horror story that we get one day after the next with what happens, it's unacceptable. And
yeah, I'm done with you.
We are now 273 days away from the midterms. Tonight, we're keeping a close eye on Capitol Hill as House Speaker Mike Johnson tries to figure out if he's going to be able to end the partial government shutdown. And we're going to get into that in a moment. But you know, we are beginning.
We're not talking about the shutdown, guys. We're talking about what the Epstein files are going to do to the election.
Tonight, with what President Donald John Trump said today about sex criminal Jeffrey Epstein. Watch this.
Have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And in fact, if you look at the DOJ, they announced, they released 3 million pages. It's like,
and then they said they're not that I'm vindicated. The DOJ that sucks my dick and totally laps my ass,
all they're supposed to.
They're the ones that said that I'm totally vindicated. I have nothing to worry about. Fucking Christ! And this is your hero. This is my favorite point. Like, this is my favorite part is they can't see how cartoonishly stupid he is.
The DOJ, I think, should just say, we have other things to do.
I mean, doesn't he just have, like, kid at birthday party energy?
I mean, other than
it's just my birthday party, and you know what? I'll cry if I want to. I heard the song, and I kind of want to cry, but I also want to rage.
Bill Gates and lots of people that there are a lot of questions about it, but
a lot of questions.
Nothing on me.
There's a lot of questions, but not about me. I was vindicated. I was only in the Epstein files with the pictures that you've already seen. And you know what? They said that I just happen to be a very good friend. Jeffrey Epstein, I wrote him that birthday card because we were good pals. Good pals. Wait a minute, Dad, just make an admission.
Can't say they have other things to do. It's required by law to release this. In fact.
Yeah, he signed it too. That's my favorite part, is he signed the law that he's breaking.
Name is all
yes, that's Godzilla in the back.
Over the newly released 3 million pages of Epstein files.
And I got some Godzillas on the
more than
fridge back there.
5,300 files containing more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, Mar-a-Lago, and other related words and phrases in the latest batch of files. Today on social media, the president denied being friendly with Epstein, despite the
He's not going to listen to it because it's Stephanie Rule and MSDNC.
Photos that we have all seen that are on your screen right now.
They literally do this. Like, this is their way of staying in their cognitive dissonance, where they're just like, I can't accept any information that makes me feel uncomfortable. I already kind of said that, but it's true. Like, if they feel it in their stomach, they're just like, fake news.
Important to note, the newly released files do not contain any direct exchanges between Trump and Epstein, and the references to him are not proof of any wrongdoing. Side note, Donald Trump doesn't email anyone. But of course, the DOJ is still holding on to millions more pages of documents, and some of the ones that were released are heavily redacted. Now, two of the lawmakers who
And then we still got the atrocities that we did out of the non-redacted files. So imagine what's redacted and what the fuck are they not showing us?
spearheaded the release of these files, Republican Thomas Massie and Democrat Ro Khanna, are now trying.
There's literally a picture implying that there was a dead, or a Cade child
Trying to get
on a island with, like, and I'm talking a kitchen island being prepared for something that is,
access to the full
it's like everything that QAnon, if they saw that picture, it's like that's all they would fucking be about right now. But for some reason,
unredacted documents.
very,
Now,
very
when
quiet.
it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and those millions of pages of documents, we would not be here today without the women who stood up publicly to speak about what they experienced. And as we learn more about Epstein's years of abuse, we are learning more about the huge network of contacts he had with powerful men in technology, real estate, finance, American politics, and British royalty.
No, Rowdy's trying to use right-wing debate style. Trust me, I recognize it.
Pretty much.
I'm gonna call you on that one, bud. Like you're literally doing the shit that, like, you watch way too much debate space shit. I'm gonna just call it.
Everyone in charge of everything. But before we start,
Because they kind of moved off the moral argument. Like, you keep going and be like, yeah, but what about the morals?
to
It's
go
like,
through these, and it's going to take a minute, so bear with me, but it is important.
because that also kind of lends to where you can't finish a conversation with anybody. Like, when they start getting a little close to winning, that's when you do the, yeah, but what about morals?
I want to remind you of the timeline.
That's why,
Well,
again, I'm sick of that shit.
Epstein was not arrested on
I'm sick of
federal
consuming that, and I'm sick of fucking participating in it.
charges until 2019. He pleaded guilty to soliciting
It'll take a
prostitution
very
from a
special topic for me to go back.
minor, also known as a child, in Florida back in 2008. All of the emails I'm about to take you through happened after that.
Literally
And
also love the Pikachu.
These are
Thanks.
just some of the people we learned about in the latest batch. Let's start with Elon Musk, the richest man in the world and one of Donald Trump's most powerful allies. Last
What a picture.
year, Musk posted online, quote, Epstein tried to
What a fucking dweeb.
get me to go to his island, and I refused. But the new documents show Musk trying to socialize with Epstein. In
fucking
2012,
face,
he
what
asked
was that?
Epstein, quote, what day, night will be the wildest party on your island? Then emails in 2013 appeared to show Epstein's staff coordinating a visit for him to SpaceX, one of Musk's many companies. In response, over the weekend, Musk wrote the following. I had very little correspondence with Epstein and declined repeated invitations to go to his island. But Musk did not address his emails asking to visit and party with Epstein or giving him that tour of SpaceX. Then there's Steve Tisch. He's a film producer and co-owner of the NFL's New York Giants. Tisch is mentioned more than 400 times in the new file.
No way.
Messages between Tisch and Epstein show Epstein offering
You think people aren't going to go to the Giants game this season?
to connect Tisch to several women. In one 2013 exchange about a woman, Tisch wrote, pro or civilian. In a statement from the Giants, Tisch said, quote, we had a brief association where we exchanged emails about adult women, and in addition, we discussed movies, philanthropy, and investments. I did not take him up on any of his invitations and never went to his island. And as
All right, got another one that's obituary is going to read, and he was in the Epstein files as his as the final bit.
we all know now, he was a terrible
None of them get to die with dignity. None of them.
person and someone I deeply regret associating with. Next, and you
They also don't. They don't get to live in that whole "we don't speak ill of the dead" thing. No.
knew he would
Yeah, we
be
do.
on this list tonight.
When it comes to Epstein and all these people, yeah, we do.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And if you're going, who's that? Of course, it is the man formerly known as the United Kingdom's
Formerly known as Prince. Ah, she didn't. You should have committed to the bit, Stephanie.
His name appears
He was the man formerly known as Prince Andrew.
several hundred times in the
Yeah.
new documents. That
Disappointed.
includes an invitation for Epstein to have dinner at Buckingham Palace in 2010 and photos that appear to show Andrew kneeling over an unidentified woman lying on the floor.
Can't afford a stylist?
Andrew has
Oh no, it's because they genuinely don't care because they just buy whatever they need, including, S and
long denied anyone.
pretty much, anything. It's as bad as you think it is. And trust me, it's not over just because Epstein's gone. There's an entire class that is still based in this.
Then
It's called
there's
the
Brad
hospitality industry.
Remember this name? The chairman of the powerful Wall Street law firm Paul Weiss. For years, the firm represented Apollo Global Management, whose co-founder, Leon Black, is closely tied to Epstein. The documents show Epstein's team arranging for Karp's children to attend a Woody Allen film screening. And in 2015, the day after a scheduled dinner, including Karp and Allen, Karp emailed...
Thank you for the 5.
Epstein.
At Bandit and see $5. They are so proud of saying they didn't want to go to the island, so they knew what was on the island and didn't say anything. Thoughtful face emoji.
Yep. No, and that's also kind of exposing. It's just like, oh, so they were all covering it up.
To say the following.
So you're saying it's like a cabal.
You are an extraordinary host, and you're amazing. Paul Weiss issued this statement to the New York Times earlier today. Mr. Karp attended 2 group dinners in New York City and had a small number of social interactions by email, all of which he regrets. And that, of course, brings us to Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. Last year, Lutnick acknowledged that he used to be neighbors with Epstein and spoke about the time Epstein had him over for dinner and gave him a tour of his house back in 2005. Watch this.
We left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and
Thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate that.
Be in the room with that disgusting person.
At Faded Shadow 1776 $10. Even though we have political differences, still love your content. I truly hope you reach your goal for the wife. This isn't much, but I hope it helps.
It does. Thank you.
So I was
F cancer.
never in the room with him.
Thank you so much.
Socially,
here
for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's
got one more.
Gross.
There you go.
Well, here's what the New York Times said from the new Epstein files revealing about a trip Lutnick was planning with his wife and his...
Oh, yeah, if you guys see the hearts and the unicorn, that's the symbol for my wife. Her name is Unimoogle in chat. She hasn't been around for a little bit, but yeah, she will be making her comeback soon.
Kids. Quote, Lutnick planned a visit to Epstein's island in 2012, though he previously said he severed all ties with Epstein around 2005. Reached by phone on Friday, Lutnick said he could not comment about the island visit because he had not seen the latest Epstein documents. Quote, I spent 0 time with him, Lutnick said, and then he hung up the phone. The gathering was set for December 23rd, 2012. A day later, an assistant to Epstein forwarded Lutnick a message from Epstein with the following quote, nice seeing you. Tonight on Fox.
Also, shout out Jonathan Johnson.
Laura Ingraham asked
and Brian, thank you for becoming a member again.
Attorney General Todd Blanche about the men who partied with
We
Epstein.
need a unicorn emote. I'll make one.
And here's what he said.
I'll make one for her. I'll actually make it for I have a Unimoogle
to party with Mr. Epstein
that I can make into her emote.
It's not a crime.
Thanks, Rowdy. I appreciate
that. Mr. Epstein, and some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein.
You better believe we will. As a gentle reminder, Todd Blanche is formerly Donald Trump's personal attorney. Let's take another breath. I know that was a lot, but it mattered. Now let's get smarter with the help of our leadoff panel this evening.
It is
Luke
a lot.
Broadwater is here, Pulitzer Prize-winning White House correspondent for the New York Times, Daniela Diaz.
All right, so we got through that. All right, we actually have a TYT segment for once. Like, they've been making their appearance a little bit more.
If you, search for it, you can find her
because their takes are, not as bad.
Actual diary in which she wrote in her diary as
this is about the 16-year-old, the 16-year-old's diary that had Jeffrey Epstein, where she documented all of her encounters with Epstein.
This abuse was happening to her, and she names names. She wrote in code. I mean, it was really easy to decipher what she was saying, but I'm going to give you the screenshots from the FBI's interpretation of what she was writing in code, okay? So first, here's what we know about the girl who is now much older, but at the time she was 16. She has autism and Down syndrome. She was born with mosaic Down syndrome, which is apparently a rare condition which gave her some of the features of typical Down syndrome, but did not affect her physical appearance at all. In fact, in the diary, she actually writes about her autism. We'll get to that in just a second. She talks a little bit about
another layer of disgusting.
How she doesn't like that people are always like making fun of
power dynamics.
Spirit Airlines, because Spirit happens to be the only airline company that's made accommodations for autistic people.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's just, evil exists, man. It just does. And I want to do something about it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So they liked her because they thought she was easier to take advantage of because of her condition. And then apparently she was really beautiful, and they kept talking about her beautiful blonde hair and blue eyes and how she was like a porcelain doll. And
hey, Diego, welcome back, dude.
So
good to see you.
And the way that they targeted people they thought were easier to take advantage of is extra sickening.
Yep.
And wait till you get to what one of the most top finance people in the world might have done to her, which is just an extra layer.
So in her diary, she writes about getting impregnated, and in some of those instances, forced to have an abortion. In other instances, she did give birth. I mean, if we lived in an actual democracy in a country that cared about justice, we would find out what happened to those children, right? But we have no idea. Now,
hey, where's all the people that were talking about caring about kids in the chat earlier from MAGA?
Let's get to what she wrote in her diary. Again, this was written down by the FBI.
This is a fun chat. Thanks,
from
Bryce.
her diary interpretation.
I'm glad that Cannoli is having a good time.
From her diary, she says, a couple of months and 2 pink lines with a hold on being with others until after it was positive. So obviously she's talking about a pregnancy test there. I want to die. Why didn't she protect me? I'm assuming she's talking about Ghislaine Maxwell there, because she makes references to Ghislaine throughout her diary and talks about how she's, sometimes she protects her, sometimes she doesn't. As long as I'm wearing what you want, there is no respect for me as a human. I am nothing but your property and incubator. You only trust me when I am under your complete control. I will never trust another man ever. I am the only one who provides and sacrifices everything. I give and give.
Again, MAGA seems to not care about unborn children when it comes to this. And Donald Trump is implicated in some of this.
Terror, and you take all of me. You need me to continue keeping us all connected. Okay, so there she is, mentioning that she's like an incubator. She continues, my heart belonged to her. She was so very beautiful. She was perfect. I can't bring myself to write what happened. I am beyond broken. She's talking about a baby here, okay? I only got 10 to 15 minutes to hold and feed her before they took her. She is mine. I want her back, distraught.
So guys, this is the story of one person, never went to a court of law. We don't know, especially as you get names later in the story.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that this is where a lot of people are reaching their whole, oh yeah, you know what? You know how like Donald Trump talks about just ignoring courts? Yeah, at this point, I kind of fucking feel the same way for other reasons.
We've got.
It's almost like everybody in the fucking, like, this is what I said yesterday. It's like a whiteboard where all the elite just need to be.
Gotta find a way to, as as we're all distraught, not to jump to complete conclusions, right? But we also don't have any reason to doubt this particular story. There are some other stories that seem outlandish. You don't know where it came from, but this is a direct Epstein victim, and so it is compelling. At the same time, we're not reaching any conclusions because that is an incredibly strange story about taking the baby away. I have no idea what that means, and God, I would love to get it into a court of law. God, I would love to have some sort of justice. By the way, in either direction, if you're accused of any of this, this is some of the worst things you could possibly be accused of. I know I would want to clear my name. So are we ever going to get into a court?
Rowdy, you couldn't conceptualize how much money these people have.
Find justice in either direction.
Seriously, bro.
No, the country's run by pedophiles. Anyway, let me continue.
Ask yourself what would make your, like, how much money would make it so your life no longer has meaning because you've done everything that you thought was possible to satiate your wants, and then you just kind of get bored with it and then become this.
She detailed one of her abortions in her diary.
Like, this is what makes somebody like an Epstein or, you know, these billionaire cabalists.
She wrote,
is literally all that money.
Close your eyes, close your eyes, close your eyes. Don't speak. She doesn't talk. I can't stop shaking and it's been a week. A decision was made, but I can't tell Jeffrey. These things happen. Why didn't I close my eyes fast enough? The doctor was different again, I think from Israel. He had kind eyes, but didn't speak directly to me. This was different. She continues, a shot and those rod-like things had a hook and so much pain. Ghislaine said to push all the pain away. I don't understand, blood and water all over the bed. And she was right. Like a feeling when your tummy hurts and you have to push. She said to close my eyes and put her hands over my eyes, but I didn't close them because of these tiny cries. I'm so lost. I saw between her fingers this tiny head and body in the doctor's hands. It reached its tiny arm up.
No, I'm just saying that when you get this much money and influences and power, yeah, dude, it absolute power corrupts. Dude.
And had a time.
Yeah, did you never hear about the power corrupting or any of that?
Tiny foot.
No.
But I closed my eyes and no more.
This is why I want to fucking cap it, is so no one even gets the hint that they could be above the system. But no, we need to continue to argue that the billionaires deserve to have their fucking, you know, just have it their way. Let's keep everything the way it is, Rowdy. By all means, it's worked out fucking great.
In her diary.
And I know what you're doing, and it's fucking disgusting, bro. Like, get over it. You're never gonna make your $1 billion.
There are multiple examples of her begging for help, begging for
I'm
someone
not trying to be mean, but you're likely gonna fucking end up, you know, dying in a double wide.
And her begging for someone to save her. I'll give you one example. Please release me.
You're much more likely to have that happen than you ever getting $1 billion
from this torture in hell.
Yeah. So
I'm talking like literal like statistics.
It's interesting that so far, not a lot of coverage of some of these harrowing stories within the files. I get some of it, which is
because we've already had this argument about taxing billionaires, so I can already kind of see where it's just like, all right, your answer is not to do anything with anybody in the elite class. Let's just fucking keep it going.
Hey, listen, it's hard to verify, so what do we do with this thing? But everybody's already reading these, and it's so what's happened is there's an interesting situation now where a lot of people online know this, but none of the shows are covering it. So
why do you need a cap? It's literally hundreds of millions of dollars.
And none of the
like, again, you need this cap because you can't even conceptualize what rich is.
Legacy media is covering it. So there's two different worlds.
You want to know what the true difference is? It's somebody who makes about, you know, close to about 500 million a year and then breaking that billion.
People
actually even 100 million
who understand some of the horrors that happen.
And then the deeper you get, the more it actually, like, the more depraved these fuckers get.
Who are kind of clueless about who.
Yeah, and I've been saying that, like, I have been consistent in where I'm like, I'll let billionaires exist, but they need to pay, like I've been saying, 99% on every dollar that's made past that $1 billion.
Who did it? Why they?
But okay, like I said, let's keep fighting for the class that's fucking you.
Did it? What did they?
Jesus Christ, open your dude.
How bad was it?
How gaped are you?
So our job is to bring this to you and give you the context of.
Keep bending over and just fucking spreading.
Hey, it's without going to court of law, impossible to know if it's exactly right or not. By the way, the overall.
It's like George Carlin said. It's just like, I gotta fucking get this account, man.
Account could be right, but details could be wrong, right? So
I got to service this account.
So I tell you that again before we give you
$500 is life-changing money for me, just an FYI. That's why I'm getting mad at you, is because I kind of, like, I know.
Here that she mentioned.
I know.
And then so take it.
But that's why I'm also confused, is because it's like, dude, you just said $500 is life-changing money to you. That would literally change your life. That would be a nice nest egg. But here you're just like, yeah, but we need I need an actual number, like an arbitrary number on when somebody actually becomes an elite.
Always something that isn't proven in court.
Can you buy power?
Some grain of salt.
Can you assume that you're above the law? That's when.
Your decision on how you choose to deal with this information. But our job is to present that information to you and not to hide it from you.
So she does name names in her diary. We'll begin with someone who allegedly committed suicide in prison, Jean-Luc Brunel. He was one of the people who was supplying girls to.
Sorry, Ryan, I'm not trying to like really attack you here, but
Epstein. She writes.
This is kind of where I'm like, yeah, man.
In her diary.
The fuck.
Jean-Luc Brunel is a disgusting pig with bad breath, and I'm almost positive does these disgusting things because he is struggling with maybe being gay. 6 weeks wasn't even given before being sent back. Punished.
Poor people assume that they're above the law all the time. No. No, they don't. No, they know they're not. That's why they're committing these crimes that are usually involving selling drugs, is because of the economy that they live in.
Trying to run?
Do you think that if they were born into that economic situation that would force them to go and sell drugs, that they would choose that? Or is this where it kind of goes into where is your morality formed?
Why can no one help me? Ghislaine is gone. I am so lost and my heart is broken. Is this my destiny?
So one quick thing about Jean-Luc Brunel. So I didn't know much about him until recently. So he's a guy who's in the modeling business, and then they get involved in Epstein's assembly line.
That's why, honestly, the modeling business should be shut the fuck down.
Underage girls who get funneled to powerful people, yes, including Donald Trump, but including many others that you're seeing in these. So in fact, I think that the press does an interesting job of almost diverting your attention by just talking about the
part of hospitality
people and not about who organized this. I mean, look at the level of detail here. This is a very organized process. If you believe this story, she gets shuttled around between different people. You're going to see more of that in a second. And there's an organization here, right? And then when I found out that Jean-Luc Brunel was.
Again, your idea of a rich person selling drugs as opposed to a wealthy person literally changing the entire landscape of our country based on selling OxyContin as like just a mainstay in medical fucking as far as like just giving painkillers galore. Like, come on, man. What about the Sackler family? Why do you do this? Why? Why are you the sheep that literally walks up to the butcher just bah, thinking that he's not going to fucking chop your head? What is going on with this?
And I was like, oh.
Fucking
and then as you were looking through the
call you lamb chops
files, there's another woman who said she was part of it and that they were going to kill her. And then she dies right afterwards.
That's the song that never ends until.
So there's a
until sink, sink, sink.
A lot of suicides around this story, and I now don't believe any of them were suicides. And
I agree, yeah.
You can say, "How dare you? The government has already ordained it."
Well, damn, I did not kick Bryce.
Bad.
Well,
you must bow to the government. The same government that was hiding all this.
Yeah, the government has lost credibility.
Yeah, the government has zero credibility, and it doesn't matter who's in charge. Biden, Trump, Democrats, or Republicans, they all have zero credibility.
So let's move on to.
You forgot to say good day. Well, hello, Cole.
I
actually just saw
the
you.
Financier. Who was also mentioned in her diary. And the financier I'm referring to is investment banker Leon Black. So this next graphic will show you what I mean when I say that she writes in code. It's not really code. So let's take a look at the next graphic, graphic 7. It's another poem that she titled Stopped Dead. And right next to the title of the poem, you'll see the name Leon Black. That's the way that she would write in code, right? Instead of writing from the left side to the right, she would like write words up and down like that. Okay, so she mentions Leon Black there, but that wasn't the only time she mentions Leon Black. Let's go to the next one. So she met Black in New York City in 2000, and he was introduced to her as Epstein's special friend. So this is directly from her
that's my dog
diary entry about this. And
Yeah, Faded Shadow, that's my dog.
And decoded, it says the following.
He's nepping.
Even though Ghislaine said it was best to take me home because Mr. Black is so important for some reason, my health, this is going to be hell to pay, or there is going to be hell to pay. I ruined their trio and I am dramatic.
I started singing that when Pep did. This shit never
When
ends.
that fat F bit me, he threw me on the
Can I pet
floor
the
and got
dog?
blood all over Jeffrey's
What did dog do?
Carpet, and I am the issue. Who the F bites someone sick? No one is that important, and Leon can go F himself. I hate New York. So there had been some reporting about this a few years ago, actually. So in 2023, I came across this Newsweek piece about allegations made against Leon Black. And I'm gonna read you the excerpts. Black retired from his investment firm Apollo in July 2021 after a review found he paid Epstein $158 million for financial advice between 2012 and 2017 after the pedophile's criminal conviction. Interesting. So,
and they're all trying to be like, oh, well, I stopped hanging around him when we found out about his conviction. And then you have shit like this that's like, that was 7 years after that.
As I read that piece, it did make mention of one of Epstein's victims accusing Leon Black of biting her in her private area to the point where she bled.
Morality can be defined by, actually, funny enough, like most religions and even just like human nature can kind of be broken down to like, do you have a strong sense of community? Do you have empathy? Do you feel when somebody in your life gets hurt? Do you feel a sense of justice?
Yeah.
That usually constitutes a strong, like that will constitute a morality.
So there's even more harrowing stuff in there about the nature of that.
Trust me, I've had enough arguments with people that read the Bible and thought that Jesus was some kind of Republican gun nut and not fucking, the socialist that he actually was.
Particular rape, about how she was expecting.
And yes, I apply socialism just based to his teachings, not like he was an actual socialist. Like it wasn't like Matthew 10. 8 through 12, and thus Noam Chomsky said
he was going to be like Epstein.
Like that.
Epstein gets massages, and then he proceeds to sex, etc., and is apparently not usually violent. Whereas Leon Black slammed her on the massage table, according to her, so hard that it knocked the wind out of her, and then started ripping her clothes off, bit her. And she started screaming, and he would constantly cover her mouth. And so now, guys, in terms of how do you judge this one? First of all, everyone makes their own judgment call about things that haven't been proven in court.
Hey, I know you're a news program, but you know what other news programs do? They have this thing like opinions, and I think that you even have a segment called Chank's 2 cents. So why can't you ever give your 2 cents about something that might be theoretical instead of just being like, well, it's not in a court of law.
158.
I don't know, Jake. It's almost like you're manufacturing consent for these fucking billionaires doing exactly what they're doing because, I don't know, do you not want your stuff being scrutinized? Are you playing that game?
$8 million. Well, he says it was for financial advice. Wait a minute, Leon Black is one of the top financiers in the world. If you need
Dude, I don't have to wonder why people ain't watching this shit anymore. Jake, I don't know what happened to his brain, but this ain't the Jake that used to be like the young Turk.
Advice, and you need to pay $158 million for it, no one would ever hire you again.
That wasn't for financial
There's
advice.
no way in the world that one financial guru asks anyone else, or let alone Epstein, for financial advice and pays them $158 million for it? No. So you have a good sense there. And by the way, Leon Black is, in retreat over this, and he quit Apollo over that.
He
quit
be
another.
Hanged for this.
Heard from AG recently?
If it's true.
Prosecuted. Okay.
Yes, but I'm gonna keep it private because I'm not sure if he wants me actually talking
Still
about
have
this. So
I mean,
he's doing well.
A justice system, but he should be investigated. He should be prosecuted, and if convicted, let's bring back public hangings. By the way, I don't know if people.
He's mapping out his life.
know yet, but let me be abundantly clear. I have changed my stance
that.
on the death penalty. I think in some cases the death penalty makes sense. This is a perfect example, and it should be public, should be on the town square, hanged in front of the public. That's what I want to see.
If it's true.
If it's
But shout out Angry Ginger. Everybody follow.
If it's true, and then you could argue about whether that's the right form of justice. But I would love any kind of justice, especially given the last email.
Watch the pig squeal. Anyway, final thing that I'll mention here is, the Epstein files that were just released by the DOJ.
Are they elites that hurt people?
Did a
Rowdy, seriously, were they elites that hurt people?
terrible job in
Because I kind of agree with her on that one.
redacting the names of the victims who wanted their names redacted. They were assured that
I don't know, man. Maybe it's because I'm in an emotional place, and when it actually comes down to it, I will be.
their names
I
would
mean,
be
I thought I was very consistent in that, but sometimes, every once in a while, I'll read about a case, and I'm just like, oh, no.
but they weren't.
No.
And so what I found really fascinating was that
I
while
don't like the overuse of capital punishment and the fact that we have gotten so many wrong, but it's like, I don't know, if we can reserve it for where it's just like, no, there's just so much evidence and it's just so obvious, like, no.
the victims weren't protected,
I don't know.
The predators seem to have been protected, including this person who sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein. We don't know who it is. We don't even have their name. They just simply wrote, I am in China. I will be in the US second week of May.
At this point, we need a complete seizure of wealth of anybody's, or a complete seizure of anybody's wealth that's over 100 million.
To which Jeffrey.
So I actually liked this idea, which came from Tim Dillon, that apparently we need, like, he was calling for operations for the Cayman Islands to just be essentially, raided for all the stuff that they're hiding, and then you make it illegal for them to hide their money.
Responded, where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. I think the public deserves to know who sent Jeffrey Epstein a torture video, and more importantly, what happened to that person? Where is that person today? Was that person?
No, if they're hurting people, then they can get locked up for the proportionate, judgment on their crime.
Ever investigated?
Okay.
I have a pretty solid take on this one. If it's non-violent offenders, then we need to stop filling up the prisons with them.
And where's the video?
And again, if we're going to hold it to, well, they sold drugs, it's like, okay, Sackler family, hold them to the same, once I see somebody from the Sacklers get that treatment, then maybe I'll take it seriously.
Because we know.
But until that happens.
Oh, there were videos.
Yeah, Swiss bank accounts. Yeah, same.
We know that there was cameras in every room, including the massage rooms. And now our government tells us, oh no, well, golly gee, we can't find any of the videos. And then we have legacy media doing nonsensical stories about, oh, we don't know if there were video. Yeah, I mean, sure, every room had a camera, but we don't know that they taped anything. Oh, come on, please. So now people are starting to have a little bit of despair here and significant anger, because they're saying, well, okay, our government obviously doesn't work for us because they knew all of this for decades. And they covered it all up. And it didn't matter who you voted for, they all covered it up. So I don't want to hear any crap about Democrat or Republican on this. All of them are guilty.
That's right.
Everyone that was ever in the executive branch that had any information about this, you all covered it up. And it's super obvious why you covered it up, because it involves intelligence agencies.
Yes.
But now you turn to the national media and they're like,
and that's why Kamala Harris and Biden are also, you know what? That's why well, what about Biden? Doesn't work on me.
Intelligence agencies. No, the only country being mentioned is
I also
Russia.
think that, if he covered it up, then he should also go down with everybody else.
Kidding me. If you read the files, it is nonstop. Israel. Even in this story, randomly, an Israeli doctor shows up. Not a Russian one, not a Bulgarian one, not a Thai one. It's constantly Israel. But I don't know, the reason I bring that up here is I don't know that's why the media is like shush, shush,
that is
shush.
Why. That is why.
Right?
That is why.
But look at these atrocities.
That is why.
So the government
Anna's got this.
Says under no condition will we serve the American people. We will serve the monsters who did this. And then our media comes in and goes, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, Elon.
Why did Hassan end his coverage?
Elon Musk, whatever.
Oh, what? Oh, God damn it. Ethan Klein was on fucking Piers Morgan. Oh, no.
Shiny objects, scores. Okay, go get all the sons of bitches. I don't mind that at all.
I think I know what we're doing in the fun half.
But you're not talking about who organized this. It is obviously a giant organization. They send women all across the globe to some of the most powerful people on earth. And the mainstream media wants us to believe that there was no organization. It was just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell just walking around, and they never mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell's connections to Israeli intelligence. They never mentioned Epstein's deep connections. Israeli spies lived in his home, and they're shush. No, we're not gonna shush. This is stuff made of like horror. These are.
What point am I missing? I'm trying my best to be good faith. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your comment, Rowdy. More money, more punishment.
Horror stories.
And
so how horrible are the people in charge that they know this happens and they make sure we never find out about it? And what did they use the black?
Or we just take it and then we fund our country with it. There we go.
We know.
Every time you ring the.
Okay.
You can't afford to ignore this.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this for a second, and I gotta pee. So if I have to wait, let's see.
Donald Trump is now openly calling for Republicans to steal power from the states, and in his words, take over the elections. Yesterday, he called into the damn.
Okay, so I'm glad that he's taking this as serious as it needs to be. Yeah, just so you know, I didn't even put it in the title. We're gonna be watching the Dave Smith versus Tim Pool, obviously. Yeah, woohoo! This is gonna be great, Tim Pool, and he's gonna be. Wait, isn't he a libertarian? Oh, wait a minute. Wait, it's not a liberal. Oh, kick flip. Just a little hop. If you guys don't know, that's Tim Pepper. Tim Pepper is Tim Pool's biggest fan, but he happens to be stuck with me. So I have got to do a potty break, though. Yeah, you know what? Here, I have an idea. I got an idea. While I take a quick potty break, I have music that I can play. I forgot that I could do this. It helps when you have people that have given you the ability to play their music. Now, if I could just find it. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Oh, this was supposed to be easy. Well, there we go. So there we go. Yes, it's a music video. I will be right back. I have to piss.
Big waves, sharp pains, and blocking all my ability to safely say something. All I wanna do is just dream, and never have to act, just be living and it's sick, all for me.
just link the video in the chat. Didn't expect to take this long of a break, but... That's Hang Your Hate. You're listening to WPEP Radio. We are always a big fan of Hang Your Hate. They are out of your local Missouri chapter there, where you can always catch them at some bar shows and rocking around. Also, you're going to see them grow because they have some amazing music. So look out for Hang Your Hate. And also, damn it, my fucking... That actually kind of hurt. DJ Pep, yeah. Well, if you guys are ready for a little bit of politics, we're going to get back to it. All right, we were listening to WPEP. Pew, 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 pew. It would be pew, 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 and then dong. Wait. I need my
Bongino show, and he said...
Look, I took over a border with 25...
Okay, so if you... Here, I'm going to just restart this. It was 12 seconds.
You can't afford to ignore this. Donald Trump is now openly calling for Republicans to steal power from the states, and in his words, take over the elections. Yesterday, he called into the damn Bongino show, and he said...
Now we're back to our dystopia? Yeah.
Look, I took over a border where 25 million people came into our country, many of them murderers. If we don't get them out, Republicans will never win another election. These people were brought to our country to vote, and they vote illegally. And amazing that the Republicans aren't tougher on it. The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting, and at least...
Time for some games with the boys. All right, J Money. I will catch you later, man.
15
dancing.
places.
Nice, Amanda.
The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
Now, I know I kind of just hit you in the face with that clip. I want to say welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. It is Tuesday, February 3rd. Welcome back to another daily dive into the news. But that clip... It's crazy. Or just first of all, the Constitution gives states broad discretion to determine how they run their elections, not the federal.
But you know what's sad is just how casual he was about it and how everybody's just like, meh.
Government. Second of all, 25 million undocumented immigrants didn't come here under Biden. That's just a lie. We don't have great data past 2023, but Pew estimates that around 3.5 million had come in by that point, putting the total population at around 14 million. And third of all, non-citizens do not vote. Like, putting aside the few extremely rare edge cases that are so negligible that you can basically just say non-citizens don't vote. In fact, Trump's own administration's probe into supposed voter fraud has so far turned up virtually nothing. Reportedly, he had his DHS check nearly 50 million voter registrations, and only about 10,000 or 0.02% were referred for further investigation of non-citizenship. And even assuming that that number is accurate, which it may not be since officials say that, some people were mistakenly flagged, that's only registered voters. It says nothing about how many actually voted. But of course, none of this is new. Election integrity has never been in doubt for anyone but Donald Trump and the people he suckered into his delusional fantasy world. And so it seems like everyone with a shred of...
Like, people who actually had, a little bit of pride in our country pre-Trump, we used to use our elections as something that we were very proud of, that made us better than other countries.
Kennedy left, who cared.
But now... we're in the same boat where he's convinced everybody that it's like, yeah, you know what? We're a third world country. You can't trust the voter rolls. You can't trust the states.
About honesty over loyalty. They're looking toward the midterms this year and just chewing their fingernails off. Right. As far as the 15 places or states where Trump says that he wants to take over voting, he didn't name them, but he mentioned a couple later on, including Minnesota.
It's a mess. There's something in the water up there. And I love the state. I won the state 3 times, but I got no credit for it. I won that state 3 times, but it's a rigged state. Really rigged badly with the Somalians and the...
So did you just say that you won it because it was rigged? You fucking moron.
Theft.
Also, you had...
Again, If anybody ever held him to the same standard as Biden, they would just be like, wait, did you just admit to a crime?
I'm talking about Georgia, where Trump's FBI seized truckloads of 2020 ballots, voter rolls, and scanner images from Fulton County last week.
Now you're going to see something in Georgia where they were able to get, with a court order, the ballots. You're going to see some interesting things come out.
And yeah, Trump is right that we have seen some interesting things coming out, though not what he's thinking. Instead,
we found out that Tulsi Gabbard actually might be a fucking Russian asset, allegedly.
I'm talking about how we saw, of all people, Tulsi Gabbard on site during the FBI raid. Right? And that's really weird and concerning. I mean, we still don't have a very clear answer as to why the director of national intelligence with zero domestic law enforcement authority would be there. Her job description does not, or rather should not, include on-site involvement in criminal investigative work. Though when lawmakers, they pressed her about it, she replied in a letter yesterday that it does actually fall under her purview because intelligence suggests election systems are vulnerable to foreign interference. But that also still doesn't explain why she attended a different agency's raid in Fulton County in particular. In fact, she admitted that she hadn't even seen the search warrant there. Right, and Gabbard,
I can't believe that people on the left used to like this chick.
Actually added that she was there because Trump personally asked her to be. And
I've always found her to be a little disingenuous. You know, she's just so full of aloha that I just had to call it like I see it and call the aloha bullshit.
As far as why Trump made that request, one source told The Times that he wanted her to assist with the FBI's investigation. But now you actually have The Guardian reporting that Gabbard is running her own investigation into the 2020 election separate from the DOJ investigation, and she's doing it with Trump's approval. And reportedly, she's been at it for months, briefing Trump and senior White House advisors every few weeks on her progress. And with that, you have a source saying that she actually wasn't looking at Fulton County until the FBI raid, and other officials saying that the White House had given her far-ranging authority to hunt for voter fraud in multiple states. And so apparently you've got Tulsi Gabbard cooking up something much bigger than Fulton County, but even there, her involvement was more than just an observer. Because the day
Diego stirring the pot
after the raid, she met with some of the FBI agents, called Trump on her cell phone, and put him on speaker so that he could talk to them, all of which she admits. And you've got sources telling The Times that Trump asked them questions and praised and thanked them for their work on the probe. One official even adding that the call was fairly short, perhaps just a minute long, and compared the conversation to a pep rally or a coach giving an encouraging halftime speech to his players. Now, that same official also claimed that Trump gave no substantive direction to the agents, which is also something that Gabbard told lawmakers.
You came back from dinner really salty for some reason?
She added that he didn't even ask them questions.
Dude, I made a chicken enchilada soup the other day, and I accidentally added a little bit too much salt.
Regardless of
it sucked.
That last part, the fact
that they're just like, ooh,
that this call even took place is kind of nuts on its own. Right? I mean, as reports have noted,
it's nothing worse than when you fuck up a perfect recipe where you're just like, had I not added the salt, it would have been fine.
The senior department or
I should have used cayenne. Fuck.
FBI officials, Mr. Trump spoke directly to the frontline agents doing the granular work of a politically sensitive investigation in which he has a large personal stake. And of course, we can't forget the comment that Trump made at Davos.
Oh my God, I just realized that if I ever had a daughter, and yeah, it would be silly if I didn't name her Cayenne or Cyan.
Soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be.
And actually, speaking of prosecutions,
Sleepy Don. I even telling the World Conference that I was about to do something that's breaking news. I said it with about as much gusto as somebody who's trying to convince somebody that you're not falling asleep during a movie.
We can expect to see some fireworks.
No, I'm totally awake. I'm totally awake.
In the coming months from Trump's so-called weaponization working group. Right?
Sorry, Melania. Sorry. I've, I stayed awake for all of Melania. Okay, maybe when I say all of it, I mean 1 minute.
This is DOJ task force that Pam Bondi whipped up last year, and she says that it's meant to investigate Biden's
my next pet's name? Not a bad one.
Of the DOJ against Trump, but critics say that it's actually meant to weaponize the DOJ against Trump's enemies. Either way, it's been almost a year now, and the group has nothing to show for itself, at least not publicly. And so according to CNN, in recent weeks, Trump's been pressuring Justice Department officials for results in these and other investigations, and recently admonished a group of them for failing to deliver on cases that he wanted brought. And so now this weaponization.
I guess that's what happens when you spend your days listening to the dude's cadence and you're just like, all right.
Expected to start meeting.
I'll just say it like I say it. Maybe if I just did all my deals like this, then people would have respected the art of the deal.
With the goal of producing results.
This pep talks guy. Good deal maker. Love the way he talks.
Months. And reportedly, the group's head until now, Ed Martin, he's been pushed aside. With him reportedly keeping his title as the department's pardon attorney, but getting marginalized in his other role as the group's head because senior department officials saw him as ineffective in pursuing cases that Trump wants acted upon.
he, by the way, he didn't say, yeah. Oh, wait, self-bestowed. He did say it. Yeah, he called himself Eagle Ed.
Right, Martin is also reportedly,
hey, you know what? My friends call me Eagle Ed. It's like, no, well, Ed, you don't have friends. Do you just walk around calling yourself Eagle Ed? Yeah. You know what? You caught me.
a long rough from Deputy
Eagle Ed signing out.
Todd Blanche the wrong way. Reportedly, Blanche took issue with his lack of legal experience and got especially annoyed when Martin would go around him, sometimes to the president himself, sometimes
Oh, Rowdy, you taking off?
to complain that the department's leadership wasn't moving quickly enough to hold Trump's
I'm
enemies
glad
to
that you had, glad you had fun.
account. But really, whatever the case, right? With new leadership at the helm and the Orange Man demanding action, this weaponization group, it's going to be something to keep an eye on this year, especially since Trump's DOJ has charged or investigated just so many people already. Right? You've got John Bolton, Tish James, James Comey, Jerome Powell, Lisa Cook, Don Lemon, all those Democrats who reminded the military not to obey unlawful orders, and on and on and on. But also, like, Trump isn't just weaponizing the DOJ, they're also doing it with DHS, and we just learned about a new terrifying method that they're using to do so. It is called an administrative subpoena, and
right on, brother.
The Department of
Catch you
Homeland
later.
Security has been using them to target American citizens. And specifically what you're seeing are protesters, students, and those that vocally oppose them. And we've talked fairly extensively recently about administrative warrants, but an administrative subpoena, it's something different. It is a request for personal information from an establishment like a school, workplace, or even social media platform about specific individuals. And very notably, this type of subpoena does not require a judge or even grand jury's approval. In fact, you've got the Washington Post reporting that officials throughout the Department of Homeland Security, including mid-level roles, have been given authority to approve them. And that's why you've got privacy and civil rights groups accusing Trump's DHS of using this authority to strangle free speech. We've now seen them used to get information about a Columbia student who participated in a pro-Palestine protest, to attempt to identify Instagram users who protested about ICE raids in LA, and even try to get information about the thousands of Minnesota healthcare workers protesting ICE. So also, in some cases, it's smaller scale.
Which again has nothing to do with these giant fucking prisons that they are building and the fact that they're creating a database with domestic terrorists in mind.
The Washington Post, for example, interviewing a man named John who had an administrative subpoena served on his Google account. And apparently just for sending an email to a prosecutor threatening to deport an immigrant back to Afghanistan where his life would be in danger. And that email reportedly asked the prosecutor not to play Russian roulette with the immigrant's life, and added, err on the side of caution. There's a reason the US government, along with many other governments, don't recognize the Taliban. Apply principles of common sense and decency. And barely 5 hours later, he got subpoenaed. Now with all this, according to
Don't support the Democrats. Support the ones that are trying to oust them.
supporters, administrative subpoenas are critical tools that allow investigators to skip the
Seriously.
lengthy judicial.
Like, stop. This is the problem with having the leadership be Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, is now all of a sudden people are just like, yeah, you know what? I might as well not go vote, which we saw what happened with the last time that was in effect. So no.
Process when searching for
No protest, no vote.
information that could, for example,
Vote for a goddamn libertarian if you have to, but vote for anybody but this, like, for this bullshit that we are currently in.
track down a pedophile or drug trafficker.
And also, this is why you do have to get involved. This is why, like with my DSA chapter, they don't like me very much because I keep telling them what they are fucking up.
But then you have a lot of experts saying that
I've sent them more than one email where I'm just like, if you guys don't pivot your strategy, I'm gonna rescind my payments, and I do not want to be associated with a group that doesn't seem to care about the future of our politics. All they seem to care about is influencing things.
Lack of oversight and general secrecy, it threatens.
Like, for real. Like, they want to influence people around, but they don't want to influence them to vote for anybody. Like, in Chicago right now, we don't have anybody.
Core democratic principles. And so, for example, you had one law professor saying, this vast administrative power has remained opaque even to those who receive these subpoenas and invisible to those it affects most. And with that, you would
like, we have an open Senate seat, but you know what? No DSA candidate that's the front runner to get into that seat.
Attorney for the ACLU adding, there's no
Zoran Mamdani energy, nothing.
No oversight ahead of time, and there's no ramifications for having abused it after the fact. And saying, as we are increasingly
is asleep at the wheel, fuck yeah,
in a world where unmasking critics is important to the administration, this type of legal process is ripe for that kind of abuse. However, legal experts are also noting that even if the courts decide that DHS is abusing its authority with these subpoenas, it's unlikely that they'll actually be forced to stop using them. And so real consequences or real change here, it seems to kind of be off the table. But I will...
Yeah, that's why every American is kind of freaking out about this. They're just like, wait, So nothing's going to happen.
We'll say that may not be the case for the State Department, right? Because the State Department, along with its Secretary Marco Rubio, have now been sued by a coalition of immigration groups, attorneys, and U.S. citizens. And specifically, they're suing over a decision announced last month to suspend immigrant visa approvals for nationals of 75 different countries. At the time that it was announced last month, the reason was apparently to, quote, ensure that new immigrants will not extract wealth from the American people. Because according to the Trump State Department, immigrants from those 75 countries take welfare from the American people at unacceptable rates. In their announcement, adding, we are working to ensure the generosity of the American people will no longer be abused.
How?
And the countries
Wait, what?
in question included some
Dude, my mom got a denial for fucking welfare way back. Like, this was a few years ago, but they told her that she made too much money on her Social Security.
Somalia, Haiti, Iran, and
they
Cuba.
were just like, nope, sorry.
Which is notable.
But she didn't. She ended up needing, like, well, her husband needed a job.
Where Secretary
My mom couldn't work. She was disabled.
Marco Rubio's own family is from. However, the lawsuit against the State Department was quick to dismiss the State Department's excuses, calling it a demonstrably false claim and adding, many applicants for immigrant visas are not eligible for cash welfare and remain in
My mom's last few years were spent just trying to justify her existence and also make sure that she could get the health care that she deserved, and she didn't. That's why she's dead.
Eligible for years. Also, the suit went on to say that the suspension amounts to
My mom didn't die from cancer or anything. She died from putting off a hospital visit that would have diagnosed the pneumonia that killed her.
a ban on nearly half of all immigrant visa applications.
And
So they're
specifically because she lives in a rural area where the doctor in her town was out of network.
looking to get the decision overturned. But also, that's not the only
She literally died. Like, I found out that my mom died from her husband, who went to go wake her up to take her to that appointment.
case against Trump's immigration crusade that we're seeing play out in court. In fact, a judge just blocked the Trump administration's
So yeah, a little fucking salty.
plans to
And I have absolutely zero tolerance for anybody that tries to stand up for this fucking shit ass piece of the shit ass fucking healthcare system that we have.
the special
I was gonna fucking commit to that one.
action status from Haitian immigrants.
If I'm going all sweary, I'm gonna commit.
More than 350,000 Haitian immigrants live and work in the U.S. under what's called a temporary protected status, or TPS. And TPS,
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
it's given to those whose home countries are unsafe to return for reasons like a natural disaster or political instability. And in Haiti's case, it was activated in 2010 after a catastrophic
Oh, see you, Colt.
earthquake, and it's been extended multiple times because a gang
Oh, wait. Or did you say bye to somebody else? I think you were saying goodbye to somebody else. Oh, you were saying bye to Rowdy.
status. It was set to
I just saw the wave.
today at the direction of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, but then at the 11th
Our
hour,
disability system is
a
atrocious.
federal
Yeah.
judge blocked the Trump administration from
No, our healthcare is completely dysfunctional. I'm going through it right now. This is why I have this. You see this? You see that? And for my my horizontal streamers, that over there, yeah.
ending the TPS.
Yeah, that's all because of our fucking healthcare system.
And she just slammed Kristi Noem
And I have good insurance.
specifically. We're just straight up saying that Noem didn't have the authority to make this decision, and adding that Noem's reasoning, quote, focuses on Haitians outside the United States or here illegally, ignoring that
Yeah, see? It's almost like Kyle could have chilled the fuck out.
Haitian TPS holders already live here and legally so. Also adding that Noem, quote, ignores altogether the billions that Haitian TPS holders contribute to the economy. And so with all that, obviously, Team Trump not happy about this ruling. And you had Tricia McLaughlin, a DHS spokesperson, saying, temporary means temporary, and the final word will not be from an activist judge legislating from the bench. In the meantime,
Whoa, that is like she got like angry eyebrows that she like forced into not being angry eyebrows.
plaintiffs and countless other
Like she's supposed to look like a fucking Vulcan.
Haitian immigrants are taking this as a win, despite the near guarantee that this case is far from over. And so with that, you had one of the attorneys for the plaintiffs saying, although the government will probably appeal, today's ruling allows Haitian TPS holders to breathe a sigh of relief, even if only a small one. We look forward to defending the court's ruling on appeal. But then also, while we're talking about her, while she's, getting slammed by a judge, Kristi Noem, she's actually making concessions with Democrats about ICE agents, albeit, I'll say, very small ones. Right? Specifically, she just announced that all ICE agents in Minneapolis will immediately begin wearing body cameras. And that policy, they say, will spread.
Oh, this is your favorite pep hoodie?
Nationwide.
That's my drug rug,
as soon as the
really?
funding is available. Though also, I'll say, Noem herself, she can hardly take credit here. The idea was actually.
I remember I was watching an episode of Intervention, and there was a guy wearing this exact same one, and my wife was just like, "You guys have the same drug rug." I was just like, "You know what? That's not exact. No, that's not great. I love this thing."
Republican Senator Ron Johnson as a concession that to keep ICE funded as Democrats.
Who was that blonde lady? Someone who works within the Trump administration. She's a spokeswoman.
Financing.
She shows up on random like Fox News and shit.
While I was recording today, the House.
She literally sounds like she's 12.
Passed the bill to end the partial government.
Like when you hear her voice, you would swear that she just got out of high school.
Shut down, sending it to Trump's
Which,
desk.
in the Trump administration, with this Epstein stuff, Great optics.
That is, this minor change. It definitely doesn't, do much to improve ICE's reputation at home or abroad. Right on that business and political line, we're seeing companies in countries like France and Canada either distancing themselves from or cutting ties with U.S. entities over ICE. Then on more of a social and personal side of things, you have the likes of podcasters like Andrew Schultz getting a ton of attention for saying that he hit his breaking point after watching how the administration responded to the Alex Preddy shooting.
Like, I didn't think what's happening right now with ICE could happen in America. I genuinely did not think that was possible. I thought our institution, I thought the Constitution would hold up. Like, it all of a sudden becomes not like liberal catastrophic thinking. It starts to become very reasonable, nuanced criticism of the administration. They have just made the most far left critiques of the Trump administration. Their reaction to this has just justified all of them.
Yeah, I kind of wish I could do that too.
In one moment, all of their responses from Trump to Kash Patel, they have justified every
Andrew Schultz will do this again in 2028.
single and I know people will probably look at this and be like, they've done a million other things to justify them. Sure, and that's fair. But this specific situation, I think, is a breaking point and has justified all those criticisms. I think people's antennas are way up, and people's antennas up that were not up initially.
Right, and with all that, you had people kind of seeing this as Andrew kind of conceding that Trump's critics, the people who were
nothing about Andrew Schultz's nuance,
sounding the alarms for years, they may have been right all along, or at least they were right on this issue. That ends up being a big deal, not only because his podcast is pretty big, but because Andrew had Trump on his podcast leading up to the 2024 election. So that's also why you're seeing a lot of mixed reactions to Andrew's comments here. Are you some celebrating that anyone who may have supported Trump, they're seeing the light, though others are frustrated that Andrew propped Trump up and now he kind of wants to walk it back. And I will say you actually...
Yeah, holding people to, like, if he apologizes and doesn't do the what I made a decision, guys. Like, if he says sorry, fine, but that's where I'm gonna draw the line, where it's like he at least needs to acknowledge that he was wrong. That was barely doing it.
Actually had his co-host Charlemagne pushing on that front.
Did you not believe Trump
and Charlemagne,
would do
hell
any
yeah,
of the things that he said he was going to do because you didn't know, or because you believed in the guardrails of America?
I believe in the guardrails of America. Like, there are a lot of things that he ran on, right, that were very seductive, that seemed possible, it seemed very doable. And one by one, backtracking on these things.
And all of this, it does feel like it's hitting on a conversation and debate we're seeing play out at all levels. I mean, whether it's personal and private, or Saturday Night Live, they just did a sketch about
this was hilarious, by the way,
this kind of thing over the weekend.
Yeah, that was really, really funny.
That's how 10 toes.
I think that Donald Trump might not always be telling the truth.
Down.
No, I told you. Shut up. You want me to just go back? Fine.
Trump supporters have been, the
hilarious.
MAGA movement has been. Some have referred to it as cult-like. The idea that even a small part of it might be open to changing their minds, it feels like a big deal. But also, you've got plenty of people still feeling angry, not trusting these changes of heart, and wanting to just kind of scream, "We told you so." And then there's even more we've got to dive into in just a minute.
Anything Clinton's agree to testify? Fuck it. I don't want to. You know what? Fine. Let's go into it so I'll get accused of, well, now you're not going to cover the Clinton thing.
Get connected before your next trip. But then diving right back in.
Yes. This is to placate a few fucking morons that were in chat earlier that might not even be here right now. But let's do it.
Into the news. Bill and Hillary Clinton have now caved to Republican demands that they testify before Congress on Jeffrey Epstein, but also Trump's DOJ has continued to insist that the case is closed even as millions of files remain unreleased. Starting with
then that means why have them testify?
The Clintons, this actually goes back to July when you had House Democrats on the House Oversight Committee forcing a vote to subpoena the DOJ for its files regarding the investigation into Epstein. And the committee also voted for additional subpoenas against the Clintons, 8 former top law enforcement officials, and Ghislaine Maxwell, who's currently serving a 20-year sentence on sex trafficking charges in connection to her role recruiting girls on Epstein's behalf and facilitating his abuse. Now, Maxwell, she's scheduled to be deposed on February 9th, and only one person, former Attorney General William Barr, has already appeared to testify. Also, the Republican chair of the
You wish Vertical had trolls right now?
James Comer,
yeah,
has withdrawn the subpoenas for
I should have covered this one at 5.
5 former attorneys general who wrote in statements
That's when they all seem to, show
to
up.
the panel that they had no knowledge relevant to the investigation. You also had the committee excusing
I have noticed that there's like a timetable on like how they'll feature my YouTube in Vertical, and right when I hit past the 2-hour mark, it kind of is just like, if people are there, they're there, but we're not going to push this anymore.
FBI directors James Comey and Robert Mueller from giving live depositions. But one, Comer refused to excuse them.
I don't know, guys. Might have to make the show only 2 hours.
the Clintons, although they repeatedly
think I
offered
can
to
do
provide
that.
the same kind of sworn statement that others had provided. And two, he also falsely accused them of ignoring the subpoenas, despite their attorney sending multiple letters trying to work something out. Now, that said, Comer has been absolutely right when he claimed that the Clintons have been trying to find a way out of testifying. They were originally scheduled to speak with the committee way back in October of 2025, but then those sessions got delayed until December and then pushed back again to January after the Clintons said that they had to attend a funeral. And then the Clintons told the committee that they wouldn't participate in the rescheduled closed-door depositions at all. And this, even as Comer had threatened to kick off the process to hold them in contempt of Congress, which is punishable by up to a year in prison, as well as a fine of up to $100,000. And in fact, we've seen this play out before. Trump allies Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro, for example, they both served 4-month sentences after being found in contempt of Congress in 2021 for defying a subpoena issued by the committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Though I will say, notably, not every witness who defies a congressional subpoena is referred for contempt. Republican Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio, for example, he was among the Republican members of Congress who received a subpoena as part of the Jan 6 investigation, but he refused to cooperate. And then, of course, also when Trump was subpoenaed, he sued to try to block it, and the committee eventually withdrew the subpoena. And as far as the Clintons, their lawyers have argued that the subpoenas that they received are legally invalid, saying that this is nothing more than a ploy to attempt to embarrass political rivals as President Trump has directed. But then, after they failed to show up for their most recently scheduled depositions, the Oversight Committee passed resolutions to move forward with holding them in contempt. And notably, you had 9 of the committee's 21 Democrats joining Republicans in support of the charges against Bill, and 3 even supported the measures against Hillary Clinton. So with all that, you then had the Clintons agreeing to testify. But first, they said that certain conditions would need to be met, including 1, the interview needs to be limited in scope to matters related to the investigations and prosecutions of Epstein, 2, that each session would be no more than 4 hours long, and 3, that Bill Clinton be allowed to bring his own transcriber. Then, what you saw was Comer reject that offer, and last night, the House Rules Committee met.
Oh, that's weird, because that seems pretty reasonable,
to start the
especially if it's behind closed doors. It's almost like they're trying to do something where they can disingenuously use the testimony. It's almost like, I mean, I may not like Bill Clinton. I may not agree. I mean, I want him to testify, but no, in this political atmosphere that we're in, don't just hand Donald Trump everything that he fucking wants because you know what he's going to do with it.
Hired to bring the contempt vote to the House floor. But then you had the attorneys for the Clintons emailing Comer and saying that they would agree to his demands, with a spokesperson adding on Twitter, "They negotiated in good faith. You did not. They told you under oath what they know, but you don't care. The former president and former Secretary of State will be there. They look forward to setting a precedent that applies to everyone." So with that, the contempt proceedings have been put on hold, but they also haven't been called off, with Comer saying in a statement, "The Clintons' counsel has said they agreed to terms, but those terms lack clarity yet again, and they have provided no dates for their deposition.
Comer needs to be locked up too.
We'll clarify the terms. They are agreed."
All these elite motherfuckers, they all need to be fucking, like, he is complicit in this shit. He is one of those elites.
To and then discuss next steps with my committee members. And then you also had Speaker Mike Johnson saying today that the Clintons would have until noon to provide details of how they plan to comply with the subpoenas if they didn't want the contempt vote to move forward. So we'll have to see where this goes, but it does seem unlikely that any new information would actually come out of in-person testimony. Neither Clinton has actually been accused of any wrongdoing in connection to Epstein, and both have said that they don't know anything relevant to the committee's investigation. But what we do know is that Clinton was definitely acquainted with Epstein, though he is believed to have cut off contact with him 2 decades ago, and there's no evidence that he's ever visited Epstein's island. That said, he did take 4 international trips on Epstein's private jet in 2002 and 2003, according to flight log, and he's also appeared in Epstein-related photographs released by Congress and the DOJ, including one showing him with Epstein, another showing him in a pool with Ghislaine Maxwell, and 2 others showing him on a private plane and in a hot tub alongside a woman or girl whose face is redacted. And as far as Hillary, there's no known connection to Epstein besides through her husband, right? And their lawyer has said that she had no personal knowledge of Epstein or Maxwell's criminal activities, never flew on his aircraft, never visited his island, and cannot recall ever speaking to Epstein. Now, with all that said, as far as what else we're seeing with this latest Epstein files release, we're seeing continued backlash about what wasn't released, and also the way the whole thing's been handled. Right, as we've talked about, you had survivors understandably outraged after the files appeared to expose the name.
Goldsmith, I'm gonna just give you a warning.
Of elite.
You may be enjoying the content now that I'm not covering more religious stuff, but
There's 43 of them, along with there being dozens.
There's likely going to be a time where I'm going to talk about some religious stuff, and you might not vibe.
Unredacted nude images.
What
the
I
DOJ
feel.
actually leaving all of that unredacted initially, even while taking the time apparently to black out significant chunks of the files for no apparent reason. And that's actually why you had Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie arguing that the redactions appear to not comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which requires that no document be withheld or redacted based on embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. And all of that as you have Democrats now accusing the DOJ
is he going to write his strongly worded letter
of breaking the law by continuing to withhold as much as 50% of the files, even though we're now well over a month past the December 19th deadline. You know that 50%
down with the theocracy?
number?
I mean, Jamie Raskin would have to go too.
Deputy AG Todd Blank.
Pretty much anybody in a seniority position of the GOP or the DNC. Yeah.
Blanches explained that by saying that the department
all new blood
had initially found 6 million pages of documents identified as potentially responsive. And he said that they erred on the side of overcollection of materials from various sources to best ensure maximum transparency. And then with that, he said that the number of responsive pages is significantly smaller than the total number of pages initially connected, which is why only around 3.5 million pages.
All right, so this actually plays into the next video that I was just about to play. So without further ado, we'll just go into it.
It only gets worse from here. We're going back into the 3 million documents. So far, we mostly covered how billionaires lied about their relationship with Epstein and or got blackmailed in the drafts, eventually killing their marriage. We talked about Howard Lutnick, how he lied about meeting Epstein, although he still denies this. And we also talked about some horrible accusations against Trump.
It's a sheck it.
And Bill Clinton, although we were clear that they are unverified. Now, some people have responded to the release, like Elon Musk, saying that no one fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files than I did. Ironically, he claims that he knew that the playbook of the far left propagandists and legacy media is admit nothing, deny everything, and making counter accusations, saying he had never set foot on Epstein's creepy island or attended parties, despite the fact we saw last time that Elon was asking to be invited to the party. What day and night would be the wildest party on your island? Nevertheless, I think it's an interesting
God bless me, whatever I believe. Thank you for that.
The playbook.
I'll always take that.
As we get into this much
as long as
darker
it's not
side
that I'll pray for you bullshit that's a little bit, you know.
Of the 3.5 million files, you're going to notice this trend
Comes
is
off as
true.
condescending.
That everyone we're going to talk about, basically they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter accusations against other people in the files. Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences for this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title. You've got the Slovakia National Security Advisor resigning over the Epstein links. But in America, I'm really hard-pressed to think of anyone who has actually faced any kind of accountability. I think Larry Summers stepped back voluntarily. But other than that, it's hard to think of anyone who's faced any kind of justice. In fact, arguably...
Did I lose my horizontal stream?
Ghislaine Maxwell's life is better than it was previously since these Epstein files have dropped. And what's crazy about this is that we know that the government story is false. Remember, the FBI documents showed they had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating. We also got an old draft of an indictment where they had several
For some reason on my phone I did.
Defendants with Epstein. Now, of course, we know these were never ultimately charged. This was back in 2005, but just imagine all the way back in 2005 where these charges
It's reading 0 again. That's why I'm asking.
Are from. We already had evidence that Epstein was not working alone, and like, of course he's not. But now we're going to talk a little bit
manufacturing consent, Noam Chomsky,
about how the scheme operated. Now, to be clear, we're going to talk in a second about the laundering of Epstein's reputation, the people who protected him this whole time. But right now, I want to talk about how Epstein got some of these girls in the first place, because the Epstein files provide an interesting look behind the curtains. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell was...
Does it have anything to do with a bunch of modeling agencies?
Helping, whether it be procure the girls, talk them into stuff. But now we have emails of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel describes as a scout or recruiter of girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. And then they blacked out his number and email. But digging into Jeffrey's emails...
Wasn't that, Destiny's last name?
With Daniel shows that he was constantly sending him links to girls. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which, to be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel. Quote, Dominic,
pageant shell companies.
We will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5%.
It's almost like this is what I was saying.
Commission on their earnings. Imagine it's like baseball or it's like basketball. You're scouting for, I hate to use the word talent, but that's really what this guy was doing. He was going around the globe trying to find people for Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. According to one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this: many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds and lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote, Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models, eventually, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died.
What? You're telling me that they were here illegally
in prison by hanging, and that's while he was
interesting
being accused of horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors. So this guy is not
now it says
a
3.
good guy. He was part of
that's
the
why I'm kind
op
of like freaking out about it a little bit, because I'm like, yeah, that's weird.
along with Daniel
Whatever.
Syed, who was also scouting on behalf of Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. They had their agreement. Here's a sample of how this would work. Jeffrey Epstein asked him to take a full body shot of someone. Daniel Syed says, now she is really skinny, I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says 2. Okay, thank you. Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body. And then he says
The thing is, they got to be very careful if they start going around demonetizing every single Epstein video when it's this prevalent in the news.
is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sordid details here. They comment about her body extensively. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request.
Because I've seen that.
That she wanted
Breaking Point's lost monetization on theirs.
to come out to Paris on Sunday. He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get a copy of their passports and bring them to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact this name, but I'm going to do it. He says, very nice, easygoing, dream to work in the United States or visit the United States working as a model in Dubai. He asks age. Daniel says 22 or 23. I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she wants to meet in a
Like I said, this is still happening.
restaurant. I don't do that in New York. And then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by
And
this
now they'll all get gold cards.
network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against.
I mean, did you see that the H-1B visas are going to OF models? Gee, why would that be?
Daniel-
It's almost like, I don't know. It's almost like they want to just try and do this with a different, like a different way, and maybe make it a little bit less, obvious, or maybe more obvious. Who knows? But yeah, I love that Sagar was the one that I learned that from, and then I looked into it. I was like, holy shit. That's true.
Government, remember, says they have no evidence to go even predicate an investigation against
Yeah, they're prioritizing H-1B visas to OF models.
uncharged third parties
from other countries.
So it's a little bit bizarre.
Take that for what you will.
To be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to see here. Yeah, one of the scouts was like this.
This is why I was saying,
in jail,
no,
but
it's the elites. This is why I'm like, you know what? No, fuck it. Anyone that's making over fucking $100 million,
no, there's no one else.
Lock them up
here, even though there's
done.
definitely guys floating around. Even though we literally
so much corruption.
have
Honestly, we should just this is how, in a perfect world, we would be able to run them out of the country, where they wouldn't be able to live in this country or return to this country because of just how disgraced they are and just
redacted defendants in.
Gee, I wonder why that is, why they're not worried that might even happen. It's almost like they actually know that they're going to get away with this.
Old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do.
But meanwhile, we're going to fight each other about, trans rights and all this, minuscule bullshit online, which again, now really hits because Epstein was also setting that in motion.
We can't possibly imagine doing anything. And
do you understand how we're living it, how this guy's been dead allegedly since 2019, and we're still living in the shadow of his dream?
That brings me to one of the frustrating parts of
I'm not sure if anybody is feeling just how uncomfortable that is, but yeah, we're still there.
These whole files is the redactions. I mean, I know I've been over this, but it's a different thing. In the past, the files were sort of overly redacted to protect people. The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, literally the names of the people they were going to charge, you couldn't argue those are victims, but the work was just done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded 2 documents that are functionally identical, and they redacted one but not the other, letting you see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name. Or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim, because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not a victim. So it's a little strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance.
Strange. You mean that like they didn't know the difference between who might be a victim and a perp, so they just made the fucking call on the fly?
So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out, and we see participants, and then we see Jeffrey Epstein is involved, right? And it says, we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now, I want to know,
great job on that.
Who's doing that? Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well, we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the trafficking narrative. Then
how is Bannon, like, not just
rebuild your image as a philanthropist? Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one.
God, everybody in MAGA has to feel so fucking stupid at some point. Like, they're going to. I'm hoping.
Is censored. So, Jeffrey's not censored in this one.
Steve Bannon and Epstein created Gamergate as a psyop. Yeah, no shit. But and then guys like Geeks and Gamers and fucking
Bannon,
that chud that pissed in his fucking on his floor, whatever his name is.
And then Bannon's not censored in this one, and Epstein is. And sometimes this creates the bizarre impression that they are censoring for victim names or for some like kind of victim status or for some reason. And then you see the other file and you're like, wait, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout. That's just something I wanted to comment on, is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy, but also like victims' names got stuck in this. Like girls' names appear sometimes, and like I'm not sure, are they supposed to be redacted?
Oh shit, 50 likes.
Because they're redacted over here. They're not over here.
I'm seeing zero. I'm seeing zeros on all my stuff right now.
To figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. You know, other times we have things
because that's what you are.
Things like this, like Brock Pierce, a co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stable coin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia. And then it's just a bunch of redacted stuff with a few untitled JPEGs in here. And so, you know, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like, what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square that I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. But it's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says, the Ukraine is now my favorite country, smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line, Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying, the redactions, like the way they did this is not good. But now let's return to Steve Bannon and his, we're going to crush the trafficking narrative. Because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like, Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy
this motherfucker still has a podcast that is placating to everybody that would really benefit from seeing this, but instead they're listening to the guy who is literally guilty of being part of it.
Filming basically a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that Jeffrey Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video, like an apology, like a old school 2016, turn on the camera for authenticity and saying, you know, he says, do you think I can do my own video interview and upload it to YouTube? No sandbagging, interview format, or like a diary piece. Steve Bannon says, if you do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close, said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make. But better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight. To which Steve Bannon replies, yes. Jeffrey Epstein, should it be an interview format, interviewed by me? They start talking about, like, how do we do this? Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark topics. Their brain story, how do we trick the public into seeing me as more than a monster? Now, funny enough, right before this, Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place. And you gotta love the self-awareness there. Now,
No,
I don't know
I really
what he
don't.
meant by that, to be clear. I'm not making that accusation against Woody Allen. We'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who at this point has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along though anyways, and he films this documentary. Now what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour.
This is literally evil.
Now, guys.
This is evil incarnate.
We're blown away. I didn't think
If you guys believe in evil, this is it.
it was strong at the time, but
Meanwhile, these guys, the same ones that are discussing this shit, convinced a bunch of the people that support Trump politically to think that we're evil.
I was wrong.
To think that the left are evil, to think that people with empathy are evil, to think that like their neighbors are evil. They have been worked. Like, this is the biggest psyop in the history of the world, and it worked like a fucking charm.
Need huge part about threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change.
Yeah, it was
And
literally
this is
created for these guys.
where the notes start going back and forth of
And by
how
them.
can
It was a FUBU
we get
experiment
you to
for
think
them.
of other things? So part of the conceit of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a few flaws, right? They knew they couldn't run away from the crimes. To quote, in Bannon's words, yes, 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 of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. Can't redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things, which we will show, but you are not that. Bannon is aware that, like, they can't fully embrace the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the YouTube clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction because you see, even for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda, some of them still fall for it. They post things like, you know, oh, bro is casual.
Breaking this comes from the files. Peter Thiel and Epstein discussed the grand plan is to keep the U.S. isolated and keep the world quote unquote a mess with lots of bad guys so they have to do less to destroy us all. They intentionally played nations and people off of each other and to hide the fact that they were responsible for the chaos. Iraq, Iran, Libya, Syria, Palestine, Lebanon, Egypt. We would have to admit a strategy brilliantly executed, said Epstein. Holy shit. He is happy about the devastation in the Middle East.
Actually confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're like trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you this.
So that explains the last 30 years? Yes.
Secrets of the inside club. So you think more, that's the whole thing.
Like I said, the only solution to this is to literally just start over.
That's how they're getting
away
with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all
and we need people, like better journalists, to vet these people and ask the hard questions. Not Ro Khanna sitting there with his little fucking smug face, just going, hee hee. Oh, thank you for the interview. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. I'm glad to see you again, Brian.
This has gone through
fucking Brian Tyler Cohen.
Revisions.
Jesus.
They even called Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous anyone believes the false conceit of, you're obviously the smartest man in the room. You could tell us the world's secrets. I mean, this guy, honestly, he talks about some of his engagements, like with the Rockefeller board, and he tries to say that owning a calculator is why he got that.
It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. Places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? potentially sit on the finance committee.
So we're honestly supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein got onto this prestigious Rockefeller board because he had a calculator.
Wow, he was a chud with basic skills.
But also that he's the smartest guy in the room, the smartest man on Wall Street. And let's not talk about those horrific crimes he committed because, you know, he's not really such a bad guy after all. But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson, the famous billionaire. He was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you."
Honestly, there's a certain contingent of models that signed NDAs that I'm just like, oh my God, you fucking played into this.
Yesterday, the boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it anytime you are in the area.
And I'm saying not the victims. I'm saying like the ones that like they, because I've heard this from models where they're like, yeah, we kind of know that's a thing. We always get told like we're gonna have to go to this party. You just have to know how to kind of play it.
Love to see you as
like. Really?
As long as you bring.
Then you find out later that it's just like, oh, so you were at that party, and it turns out that you weren't able to leave.
Your harem. I don't know. That's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means. But anyways,
the money. No, I know.
He says
lots of money and prestige. Trust me.
And I think if Bill Gates was,
I dated a girl that worked with a modeling agency. When I was like 16. And yeah,
willing to say that you've been.
She was very aware of this. Like the way that anytime that she had a booking with a photographer, she knew that that photographer was going to try and sleep with her.
A brilliant advice.
And she just said that was part of the industry. I'm like, that sounds like a toxic ass industry.
Him that you slipped up many years ago.
She let it slip that the head. Now this is where I will be careful. The head of the company that she worked for was known to take up and coming like male models and make them sleep with her even if they were gay.
By sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and
that's the industry.
Done nothing that's against the law since. And
yes, prestige. Yes, when you see Chanel and Louis Vuitton and all this bullshit, just know. Just know that this is what it feeds.
And you have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines.
Dude.
He's giving him,
like I said, they're all fucking degenerates.
PR advice. How to get your reputation back. Hey, Jeffrey, privately, I loved you. You can come back anytime with your harem. Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing you. Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. Now, according to the New York Times, a Branson representative said the two had a business meeting and stressed the women were adults and had not attended the meeting. All above board. Yeah. That's what everyone says, by the way. Remember what Elon Musk said, right? That's the playbook. Admit nothing, deny.
Oh, trust me. There's also like the other stuff about it where it's like you have marriages like I'm just going to use this as an example. This is not the case, so I must stipulate that I have not heard that Rihanna and I forgot who she's married to, but like some famous rapper. But like in that case where you have two famous people and Rihanna is kind of, losing her stock with, the male gaze, it then becomes well known that the male will then have another girl like a side piece.
Everything. Speaking of, remember Howard Lutnick, who we showed on video saying that he had never seen it?
It's literally fucking Tony Soprano bullshit.
Epstein since 2005.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
Although also calling him the
greatest
blackmailer ever.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Well, also according to the Times, Lutnick said he spent zero time with him, even though there are emails basically to the contrary, where Epstein is saying,
rich douchebags cheat, no surprise.
I seeing you after the conviction. I mean, these people, not only are they lying, they won't even admit when they've been caught lying. But now let's talk about Prince Andrew, too, who was caught lying over a woman at some kind of a party. I mean, just not a good, this is not doing you any favors, I know Prince Andrew soon will probably be on the comeback tour. It's going to be a bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve Bannon can jump in, shoot another 5-hour podcast trying to rehabilitate him. Like, Prince Andrew, what's the secret?
Yeah, it's almost like we need to fucking take a stand against this shit and just be like, here's a reminder that this was all planned by these people.
Behind the royal family.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room.
But again, has he admitted anything? Has he denied everything? Now, we should also probably talk about Noam Chomsky as well,
Yep.
the guy behind the book Manufacturing Consent, which in hindsight, maybe we should have suspected something. But either way, he also sends some reputational advice to his buddy Jeffrey Epstein. He says, I watched the horrible way you've been treated by the press and public. It's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it. When the vultures dearly want is a public response, which then provides a public opening. In general, I think it's best not to react unless directly questioned, particularly in the current mood. That's the best advice I can think of. Noam. Now, he sends that to Matthew Hiltzik of Hiltzik Strategies, who is a also famous PR guy, I guess, trying to help Epstein, I assume, who responds, I think...
Oof, I didn't make that connection till now.
That is wise. Now, later talking with Bannon,
this is why it's healthier to not have heroes.
Epstein loops in Hiltzik again. He says, Matt...
You can admire people, but you should always be able to check that admiration at the door.
Hiltzik thought your idea was epic. Hypocrisy of the liberal left. And he says, yep, he would confidentially like to sit and help if you like. This is Matthew Hiltzik. You know, a lot of powerful people basically were bending over backwards, left, right, center, trying to rehabilitate this guy's image. And the question is, why? Why were all these guys so interested in their precious Jeffrey Epstein?
It's a badass game.
If they had no involvement. I mean, that's the part I can't figure out. Because all of them deny it. All of them don't admit anything.
That game's worth money now, and it was funny because like no one was buying it when it came out. I couldn't fucking give those things away.
And so what exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk about Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk.
Just don't be surprised when people end up being a piece of shit.
It was also in the files. Jeffrey was copied on an email talking about Kimball's 40th birthday, where the password to the secret party was riot. And then in all caps, Boris, the sender of this email, says, I am not joking about the password. This was in 2012 in September. Now that's important because a little bit later, Kimball Musk is emailing Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's talking to them about being connected with some redacted name and saying, I believe you both played a role, whatever that means. Now, whether this
sucks
was at the party,
a fucking giant hole in my tooth,
or you know, right after their meeting in October, I don't know. But what's interesting is Boris responds and says, Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to redacted. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls/friends, so better be very nice to her. Kimball Musk responds, message received, wide and clear. Then he says, seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. Now, again, was that supposed to be a redacted name we just read? Like, I don't know. They've been redacting it in earlier emails. Then all of a sudden you just get Jennifer. I can't really figure that out. But what I can figure out is that a little while later, a few days later, Jeffrey Epstein gets an email. Now, we know Kimball credits the meetup and says Boris and Epstein were responsible in some way for this. But now Jeffrey Epstein's being emailed about Jen's schedule. Is that Jennifer? I mean, it seems like it because...
No, what needs to happen is in these cases, anybody that had an NDA with anybody that was implicated in the Epstein files, and like all of the NDAs are void, and then the victims can come up, can come and speak.
Jen's schedule for the rest of the year, and it seems like
you can't play the statute of limitations bullshit. They fucking did that knowing. I think that's why they wanted to push this back, because now you've started to hear, well, the statute of limitations is up.
The assistant has copy and pasted Jen's response because she says, Sue, these would be dates in November.
I agree with that. This is why 90% of humans are better than 90% of animals, or than humans.
And starts saying, you know, this, she can go to New York. She says the 29th to the 7th, she's free. Kimball to New York. Then she says, Kimball, Jen, London. Kimball, Jen, London to Morocco, ? Then she has a break, and then it's Jen, Kimball, St. Bart's. Assuming we're not sick of each other by the end of November. Now, I can't figure out, why is she running this schedule about when she's hanging out with Kimball, who Jeffrey set her up with? Like, why is she running this by Elon Musk? To be clear, I don't know. You know, there could be, I guess, innocent explanations for this. Maybe, I don't know. But all I see are constant, powerful people either being introed to girls, talking about the harem, talking about beautiful ladies, and the FBI, they can't figure it out. They have no evidence to even investigate third parties. Why? I guess because they're rich and powerful. Around the world, we're seeing resignations. We're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We've got the world's richest man in the files, several of the world's richest men in the files, and we just can't drum up any kind of evidence. It's just incredible to me. Now, I also want to talk about another...
It's because our evidential standard is too fucking high sometimes.
Rich and
when it comes to shit like this,
powerful
where it's
person,
fucking
and that
obvious, but then it's like, yeah, that could be circumstantial.
Is Peter Attia. He's a podcast bro. He's a longevity expert. And actually, funny enough, I read his book. And that's going to come into play here in a second because, oh boy, did I get some additional context. But let's start here with something that Peter Attia sent Jeffrey Epstein. He says, subject, got a fresh shipment. And then Epstein responds, me too, and there's a completely redacted image. Is that a girl? Or is this bad redactions? You know, we don't know, although we'll find out in a second because later Peter responded to this. But Peter says, please tell me you found that picture online. Jeffrey responds, got a fresh shipment, afraid not. Peter responds, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter? Why can't you tell a soul? Why don't you tell us now? Now that it's all out in the open, why don't you tell us why you can't tell a soul?
Yeah.
The secrets or the life.
Why does he still have a career?
That Epstein.
Why do any of these people still have careers?
Leads. And then we get another redacted photo, right? And then
fucking A, man.
Some more images, and Peter says, please tell me that's not where you actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can see the gym in the middle, just me and 4. And Peter says, I think you might have a more interesting life than the Dos Equis guy. Is this off the coast of France? No, it's my island in the Caribbean near St. Thomas. If you go to the Google Earth and type in Little St. James. Beautiful. Isn't that nice? Behind closed doors, it's beautiful. In public, you know, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very, appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things. But, this wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of stuff. There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter between the fellas about ladies. And maybe that's why Peter Attia says that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town when I'm back in...
Actually, I did no crimes because the expiration date doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, I swear. Dude, we live in the dumbest fucking country. We really do.
Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal.
So fucking stupid.
When I don't see him. So guys, these two were close. I mean, apparently so close that, Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him.
Oh yeah, dude, we're literally one step away from from Nick Fuentes even coming out and saying just like, oh, all this did was just prove how based he was.
Peter Attia says, are you on...
I wouldn't be surprised if he's already saying it.
On island. Jeffrey Epstein says, PB.
I've seen it in my chat where people are just like, you know what? It seems like he was just, kind of guilty of liking some teenage girls. Like they tried to do the ephebophilia thing.
Beach, probably Palm Beach. And he says, what do you do when you get there? Jeffrey Epstein, guess. Peter Attia, besides that, I mean... They're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is barely code at this point. What do you do? Guess. Well, besides that, Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that the FBI's like, we don't know. Yep. We can't tell
fucking
what's
Cash
out
Patel, coked out Patel, just fucking...
We have no evidence, right? No evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. And then proceed to dump on us a ton of evidence. At least to investigate, right? I'm not saying these people are guilty. Obviously, all of them deny.
And this is why they're going to try and rig the election because,
don't admit.
Dude, simultaneously while they're trying to rig the election, the rest of the country is now waking up to like how much of a fucking fallacy all of this is.
Same other people say other people are responsible for everything. So that is taken as a given. I am not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying, seems like we got a few leads here, fellas. Some people to look at. Now, I want to address the fact that Peter Attia has actually responded to this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients as well. You put your trust, your credibility, your hard work, what we built
together. The fact
together.
that they're not even investigating is insane. Well, again, because they have nothing to investigate. This is all closed cases.
Take that responsibility seriously. You deserve a complete and honest.
Seriously, the way that Todd Blanche got up there and just said, we're not going to investigate President Trump, or we're not going to investigate this any further. We're just going to release this. And you know what? It is what it is.
Account of what did and did not happen. I apologize. It did not get this out.
No, all of them are. Stop fucking singling out just Pam Bondi. They're all Oh, she's the OG Epstein coverer. Yeah, sorry.
Wanted to be
I misread that.
thorough. He said,
I thought you were saying that she was the coverer. It's like, no, they're all implicated.
as I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions had nothing to do with his abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at any parties. That said, I apologize and regret putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public. So it's this apology. You know, he addresses some of the things. And he says that some of it's just banter, right? Like I said, it's just guy talk, whatever that means. He claims that his got a fresh shipment.
Well, and now they're going to say, that's just, you know what? And that's why we're not guilty of anything. Dude, Donald Trump got away with saying he grabs women by the pussy, and then people are still like, there's no way that guy could be a rapist.
It's in reference to a photograph of bottles of metformin, and then Jeffrey responded with a photograph of an adult woman. I responded with crude, tasteless banter. He says one line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. That's not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those socials and professional circles. The idea you don't talk about who you meet. I don't know, Peter. This seems like revisionist history a little bit. I mean, personally, to me, as I'm viewing this, you know, third hand, right? Just from the outsider perspective. Now, Peter says he did ask Jeffrey about his 2008 conviction, because all this happened afterwards, right? He characterized it as prostitution-related charges. In 2018, I learned that this was grossly minimized. I was incredibly naive to believe him, and then later explains that in 2018, November, he read the Miami Herald investigative article, told him he needed to accept responsibility for what he did, and said he even asked Epstein to provide therapy to Epstein's victims, which is an interesting approach to have here. Now, the funny thing is, there are some more emails between Peter Attia that we need to read, because remember that he said he read this 2018 article from the Miami Herald. I believe it's this one by Julia K. Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large...
I'm going to just say, I think Virginia Giuffre was coerced by Trump to say what she said, and that's why they had her killed.
Large cult-like network of underage girls. But in December, Peter Attia says home is very...
That's my theory.
Good work, stressful, making some changes.
Just a theory.
He asks him, what's the fallout from the recent story? Apparently talking about the Miami Herald.
Wait, this is big. This proves that an amount of these emails are completely true. Yeah, I know.
Now, maybe I just didn't see the emails, you know, that where he was demanding...
Yeah, exactly. But we somehow hold it to the standard of, nah, we got to prove it's all true. Somebody said it in chat where it's just like, and this isn't a leftist thing. This is an American thing, guys.
I don't know what that's about, but Jeffrey Epstein says same as usual.
As much as I thought that our laws and our court system, no, what am I talking about? Our court system fucking sucks and it's been two-tiered forever. What am I talking about? No, the status quo has never worked out for us. Fuck them.
Just tougher?
Fuck this.
Peter Attia says,
God damn it, I almost played into it right there just by being like, oh, you know what, we've been that bad.
Legally, any change.
Fuck off.
Jeffrey
Yes,
Epstein, 0. So, you know, I mean, I don't know. Maybe this whole, you got to provide therapy to, you know, these victims happened. I haven't seen it yet. I definitely could see it. But it's just kind of shocking. I just kind of don't buy it. Like the whole, is there any change
What's up, Kenzie?
legally? That more sounds like you're covering yourself. I mean, just to be honest. But
This whole
maybe I could look
situation's too
past
much.
all of that if not for the thing we're about to see, which just in my mind is maybe the worst thing I've
Holy
seen
shit.
in the files.
This is even worse.
Not for...
So right after this, we're doing the Tim Pool one. I think I might save the... All right. Yeah, we're going to do the Tim Pool one, and then I'll...
It's
the other one's
explicitness,
Epstein related, isn't
the
it?
amount of simping that people did for Jeffrey Epstein. Now they all say, oh, it was a personal mistake,
That's
blah, blah,
Benny
blah.
Johnson.
I regret it. I didn't look into it enough. But the level is just, you've never seen anything like it. So remember I said I read a book by Peter Attia. It was called Outlive, and he's supposed to be this doctor who knows a lot about longevity. So he writes it.
Oh, yeah, with Ethan Klein.
And I picked it up because at the rate we're getting rid of these crimes, I need to live forever in order to try to stop
With Glenn Beck, Benny Johnson, and Ethan Klein?
some of these scams. But as I pick up this book, and one of the things
Yeah, maybe not. We'll watch that tomorrow.
in the book is Peter Attia kind of reflecting internally about how he's kind of been a bit, and I'm paraphrasing here, but a bit of a psycho in his life, and he needed to focus on family stuff. And so he kind of, it's almost a confessional of some embarrassing things in his life. And honestly, it comes off as very...
It's the only type of beanie is a thinking beanie. I have my thinking beanie on. Do you? Put your thinking beanie on. It's almost time for Tim time. Tim Pool, woohoo! Kickflip.
Vulnerable, very self-reflective. You know, he's this doctor telling other people what to do, but he's not a very good
I love the thought of people not knowing the context of Tim Pepper.
patient. That's kind of how it comes off. And one of the stories is awful. I won't go too much into it, but basically his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few months ago, Tuesday, July 11th, 2017.
Tim Pepper hates me.
That date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now, again, I'm not going to get into the details here because, it's tragic, and I'm not trying to bring that into it. What is relevant is that Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy with his important work. Even today, just thinking about what happened, I feel nauseous about my behavior. I can't believe I did that to my family. Now, at the time I read that and I was like, well, it's at least as good that you self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but, yeah, you were a bit of a psycho. But what's crazy, now we find out some of the important work, it's a little unclear, but some of the important work may have been Jeffrey Epstein, which is just, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says July 11th, 2017 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11th, 2017, 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket.
Yeah.
There's
out
no
of pocket.
There's no explanation
man.
for this.
No.
I didn't see.
No, and the fact that these assholes have the balls to go out there and just be like, hey, just because they're in the files doesn't mean that they're actually in the files. That just means that they're just kind of investigating. And you know what? There's no investigation because nothing can come of it. It's actually a dead investigation, so we're not going to do anything. Too bad. Tough titties.
This in the response from Peter. Maybe he thinks he's.
What are you going to do? Are you going to go protest? What are you going to do about it? There's nothing you guys can do about it.
Addresses it because
we're about to rig the election. We're about to make it so you can't even vote. So why would you? Why even try? Just accept it.
He already admitted that was.
I swear to God, I'm not joking.
Like scummy.
Funny voice aside, that's what's going on.
But that is just. There's a reason that didn't make it in the book, is what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. I didn't see, I was actually, one of the things I needed to do, my important work was seeing or talking to Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't that weird?
Zilla crashes out on our behalf? Yeah, at least I don't have to.
That's the simping that I'm talking about, is these people love this guy. Or that's how it seems to me. Like, what are all these rich and powerful people doing, protecting him, missing emergencies for Jeffrey, fawning over Jeffrey, asking for Jeffrey's harem, saying their biggest problem is the life they lead is so outrageous they can't tell a soul. What is going on here? And
well, we know what's going on here, Coffee.
Is it true they all didn't know, right?
No.
Because
no, they all fuck every single person. I think that literally you make your $100 million, and they're just like, hey, so we have something for you.
I'm reading these documents, and
you're gonna accept it under the auspice of hospitality.
It's hard to say who exactly knew what when, but I don't believe. Remember, they're all denying it. I don't believe.
Fuck. Do you guys remember that Hassan was implicated in going to one of these parties at fucking Coachella with the Diddy party?
Nobody knew, right? Clear.
Do you think that it was just because, he just happened to get in, or is it because of his status?
Clearly, some people knew what was going on, and there's.
Also, this is where I started taking umbrage with a little bit of what Hassan was up to, because he only disclosed that after he fucked up and told a story on his stream.
There's all this kind of coded language.
Yeah, you don't remember, you guys didn't hear about that? I don't know how you didn't.
In the files where they talk about
his girlfriend broke up with him he broke up with his girlfriend at Coachella because she wanted to go to a Diddy party.
This stuff almost in
but then you find out that he was at said Diddy party. So wait, what's going on with that? And then, like I said, it's also like, oh, he makes that much money. Like, he is at that point.
Not
I'm telling you.
Kind of way. I mean, here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files. He
I
says
don't know,
his
man.
business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very bad because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that.
I'm not saying anything except that he might be at that point of being like Epstein class.
To Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. And what's that?
Oh yeah, that's why I hated the himbo bullshit.
Come on.
I'm just a himbo, bro. Like,
Come on,
shut up.
guys. Woody says, I would be much more expensive than your girls. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds,
That's the LARP is one of the fucking cool kids too.
yes, the price to pay would be
And then also simultaneously be the mysterious autist.
too high. Woody says, this will be a beautiful
Whatever.
friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders, smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying Woody says the exact same thing, but in a
420.
dirtier
I'm gonna let
way.
this play.
Or way. Jeffrey responds, what did he say? Woody Allen, are you kidding? I can't put it in writing. I mean, no evidence, guys, no evidence. How? Come on, I think I see a little bit of evidence. I'm squinting, but I think I can see a little bit of evidence. I mean, guys, like Jeffrey Epstein right here, where he's talking to a guy, he says, Paris with Woody, and the person responds, for le pedophile convention. And Jeffrey says, I think pedophile is the plural. I mean, no evidence. I mean, is that no evidence? That's nothing. We don't even want to question these people. There's no investigations going on. So, yeah, it's honestly really sad to see how, look, I'm not saying people around the world are having crazy consequences, but a few people are resigning, thank goodness. You know, a few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny, but here Elon Musk lays out the playbook, apparently for our guys. You know, we admit nothing, we deny everything, and we blame others.
That's the Roy Cohen playbook. The fact that we know it. Jesus Christ.
Just push.
The art of war was apparently lost on all these motherfuckers, because once you know this shit, then you know their strategy, that's when you're supposed to pivot. It's almost like I've been saying that they didn't pivot because the Democrats and like the elite class, they're all involved.
Spotlight onto other people.
You guys remember when Madison Cawthorn came out talking about like the alleged, snow parties involving a bunch of Congress members?
And unfortunately, that's what you've seen the whole time.
Yeah, who do you think was provided for said snow parties?
I'm from all the people in the files. You know, all of them say, oh, I was so happy these files came out. It's about shining accountability and justice for the victims.
It's the world we live in.
But I had nothing to do with it. Okay, so then where's the justice for the victims? So nobody, all of you say somebody else.
There won't be.
Had something to do with it, but
there will not be justice for the victims. There is no justice, and this is also going to have a major impact on the rule of law in this country, because the Supreme Court has shown that they would rather support the elites than the people.
Everybody says nobody had anything to do.
It's almost like we are at the end stage, and everybody that's saying this was orchestrated to make sure that we never caught on, or we never held them to account,
with it.
Was right.
The FBI says they don't have any other.
The only thing that was a wrench in their plan is the fact that now we fucking know this shit. But, they really are narcissistic enough to think that they're going to get away with this. Donald Trump thinks he's going to get away with this.
Investigations, any other kind of leads, despite the fact we have one of the
Or knows he
procurers
is.
of the women just walking free, apparently.
Yeah.
Like, no charges against him. Have we investigated him?
No.
I mean,
no. And the other madam, we've actually given fucking preferential treatment to.
It's just.
And now you have half the fucking country that's just like, me.
Shocking how much the Epstein.
All because they're fucking Lord and Savior, not Jesus.
Epstein files.
Yeah, you know what? We don't like liberals. We don't like liberals. We don't like the gays. We don't like trans people. You know what? We also are worried that we're not going to be white enough. So grievance politics, grievance, more grievances.
Show the powerful how they.
And then he gets out of, like, he literally, the second he closes that car door, those fucking morons, they'll eat up anything. I swear to God. I could tell them that they need to hate themselves, and they would just be like, yeah, you know what? I don't like myself very much. Donald Trump's right.
Protect their own. How so many of them knew what was going on. To the extent they found out later, a lot of them tried to protect Epstein.
Orjala.
Like literally
I like that one.
Make PR campaigns for his reputation. And this is a dark look at the
What's the Arabic word for orange?
State of the world, honestly. Because Epstein happened a while ago, but the reason everyone cares is because there's other Epsteins around, right? There's other people evading accountability all the time. There's other people that this band of billionaires and power brokers and PR people, even lawmakers, they circle the wagons and protect their own to the point you can never get accountability for anything. So anyway, that's...
Well, this is going to be a commitment. Albert Quiu.
That's it.
Quila.
It's a hard look.
Albert Quila.
At the Epstein files, but it's one we needed to do. But I want
Albert Quila Allah.
to make the disclaimer once again that, look, I've tried to...
Let's see if I got it.
البرتقالي.
Oh,
read.
I wasn't too far off. Alberto Calillo.
People's
البرتقالي.
Alberto Calillo.
individual denials where
Alberto Calillo Allah.
I could, but you should just assume everyone that we are talking about firmly denies any kind of criminal wrongdoing.
Or is it kind of like Japanese where sometimes like the proper goes in front?
They deny anything untowards about any kind of minors. And given the fact that our government doesn't seem to want to investigate anyone, I would just assume everybody here is completely clear. And so I want to get all those caveats in
Pep University now doing language arts
here because we are talking about some very powerful people.
Okay. Yeah, I was right. Alberto Calillo Allah.
With enormous means. And I don't want to be seen as I'm saying stuff. I'm reading the files. I'm giving my personal opinion.
We got a new name for Trump.
But ultimately, this is an indictment of our FBI and the people in power. And that's what I think the Epstein files have really shown us. This has been a long road. Can you believe it all started over here? And we have come all this way with all these files coming out.
I'm going to drop that on one of my Muslim friends. And they're going to just be like...
And it seems like the question is on the table. Are there going to be consequences?
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted?
And then they would respond, Qaim Ayala.
قائم على.
Qaim Ayala.
Chance.
We
based.
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand that it isn't a crime to.
Dude, this guy is. He has no confidence. How in the fuck does he get away with any of this?
Party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime.
Part of his like whole shtick as a lawyer is just like you feel bad for him because he looks like he always got caught in just like the worst lie.
That's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's enough of the Epstein stuff. It is. I've had it. I've covered enough of it. I'll cover this one tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, Sasha Riley, we will cover that later. There's a lot of accusations that are starting to kind of line up with his testimonies or his accounts, not testimony, but yeah, shit's fucked out there, guys. Just so you know. All right. So since we are in the fun half, it's time. Let's get. Yeah! Let's go! Look at him! Look at him! That is such a smart background. Oh, wow. He's got a little palm tree. Oh, wait a minute. Palm tree? Tim, did you move to Florida? Oh, no. Oh, I bet you moved to Florida because of the no income tax. Oh, Tim, I knew it. Oh, come back to Chicago and save me. Bring me to Florida, Tim. It's Tim time. Oh, I love the Terminator, the Trumpinator. Oh, I love the Trumpinator. All right. Yay! Let's go, Tim Pool. Woo! Fuck this guy. Fuck Pack Talks. He sucks. He sucks. Save me.
When these people come out and go, Tim's a bootlicker for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots.
This is the gayest.
Yeah! It's his boot! You hear that, liberal?
Cringiest shit I've ever seen. You are an 8-year-old boy playing with action figures right now. If Tim wants to identify as a boot, I will respect his pronouns.
Tim, are you still proudly claiming yourself to be the boot? The events of the past few weeks have been emotive.
I'm not ready for this.
And divisive on many levels, including among those who vociferously backed Donald Trump to be president. The attempts to justify Alex Pretty's death, for example, sparked debate about the scale and effectiveness of the ICE crackdown, as well as claims of hypocrisy about the right to protest and to carry guns. And Marjorie Taylor Greene summed up the broader MAGA divide in her recent appearance on Bill Maher.
MAGA to me meant security.
I'm wearing a red beanie. Technically, it's a red hat. Uh-oh.
The border, no more foreign wars, no more regime change. We should care about grocery prices. We should care about housing prices. We should care about the next generation. We should care about the national debt, which I think you totally agree on. And we should release the Epstein files. We should have government transparency. That's what we campaigned on. And I don't know how in 1 year's time MAGA all of a sudden becomes okay with bombing foreign countries, okay with regime change, against releasing the Epstein files.
Let's see what we get.
So that's the split. Is there's a lot of people that voted for what we thought MAGA was, and then it evolved into something else.
Bloodstone. I remember that you picked up a pack. Did you get anything good?
Well, those who've remained in the president's camp have been accused, among other things, of bootlicking. As you've probably seen by now, Tim Pool gave an eye-catching response to this particular claim, and Dave Smith gave an equally eye-catching response to him. Both clips are out-of-context snippets of much broader arguments, but we make no apologies for showing them both again.
Hello, Ted.
So the argument right now is this. I'll put it simply. First of all, when these people come out and go, Tim's a bootlicker for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground. I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please go out and enforce the law. And anybody else who's cheering for it, who voted for it too, we're all wearing the boots. You're the one crying. You're the one saying, you're coming in and enforcing laws we
Tim.
Happy
brother. This is the cringiest shit I've ever seen in my life. This is the gayest, cringiest shit I've ever seen. You are an 8-year-old boy playing with action figures right now, but you're an adult broadcasting this to hundreds of thousands of people.
Wait,
like
8-year-old kids playing with action figures is now considered gay?
This is just so. Oh God! I mean, I don't know. Like, dude, this has crossed the line of like, it's not even in political commentary anymore. You're like in some type of fetish right now. You're wearing the boot. I'm wearing the boot, and I'm crushing everybody. I crushed you, and I crushed you. Like, Tim, what the fuck are you doing right now, bro?
Well, we thought it only fair and reasonable to bring the two protagonists together to discuss Bootgate. So welcome to Tim Pool and Dave Smith.
How's it going? What's up, Pierce? What's up, Tim?
Tim, are you still proudly claiming yourself to be the boot? Or have you had time to reflect?
You got a Mega Cross EX?
No, I think the point of that comment was...
And one of yours?
I had made a post on X where I said something to the effect of, Freddie was conspiring with a group to obstruct federal law enforcement.
Nothing great,
did not show up to a protest. He showed up to an operation to obstruct federal law enforcement. Resisted arrest. It was an unfortunate circumstance where, you know, the agents yell gun, gun, gun. One guy sees Freddie holding a phone in his hand. A gunshot goes off. I don't think anybody was going to that day. This is the gist of the argument. I don't think the agents were trying to murder someone that day. I don't think Freddie went there with the intention of murdering everybody. And by saying that, I have these people tweeting that I'm a bootlicker because I'm defending ICE because they went out and, you know, and you've got a spattering of some libertarians that are arguing this is a peaceful protest or just filming, and many liberals making the same claim. And so my response is, I voted for ICE to go out and do this. I was promised.
I feel like I need a beanie for this segment.
2024 that Donald Trump was going to employ ICE, CBP. They were going to make these arrests. So
it's actually one of the few types of hats I have not worn on stream.
It's not that I'm defending.
I don't think I have that type of beanie.
Licking their boot as they go out and do this. It's literally.
I think I do.
It's me saying, gentlemen, please, would you go out and engage in these operations? Now, I'm not happy that Freddie died or these conflicts are happening, But these are agents enacting the political will of.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. When Piers goes to his commercial, I'm gonna run upstairs and I'm gonna grab a beanie.
Me and many others who voted for it.
I'll commit to this bit.
Dave Smith, your response.
Well, I would just first off say that Tim knows that I love him, and we did make up on Twitter there.
Can we not start with a mollifying comment like that?
Piers, Piers, you really are. Even in recovery, Piers is still just sparking fights. I love it. I'm glad to see. I'm so glad you're doing the show.
Joe Rogan, if I may say, in between, he had Andrew Wilson on a couple of days ago, and in between mocking me for my injury and suggesting I have a 10-year lifespan now as a result of having a new hip put in, and saying I was in no shape and that's why this happened to me. Notwithstanding that, he did say that I'm the best cat wrangler in the world, by which he meant I bring guys like you together and I wrangle as you go at it. And so starting from such a peaceful...
Thank you for explaining that, Piers. I don't know where I would have been without that explanation. Do you guys know? I think he was talking about wrangling some kind of fuzzy animal. Bunnies.
Doesn't appeal, Dave, to my cat wrangling skills.
Well, I second.
I don't know. After that bunny video I watched on this space, which you should check it out. Yeah, you know what? Quite docile animals.
Second Joe and Andrew's opinion there. Not the 10 years part, the cat wrangling part. But if Tim wants to identify as a boot, I will respect his pronouns, and I will, try to be respectful here. I think that look, what the Preddy shooting, again, as we know, we've all been burned on things like this before. Sometimes there's information that isn't available, context that isn't available in the video. What we have in the video of him being shot looks about as bad as any shooting could look. He wasn't resisting arrest. He wasn't being violent in that moment. And it doesn't really matter what happened 11 days earlier. Like 8 officers have him on the ground, disarm him. Yes, one of them starts frantically yelling gun, and then they pump 9 bullets into a guy who's not a threat to anybody. So the shooting itself looks very bad. If you want to get into the details of that, the real question, which no one seems to be addressing, is what happened right before that warranted shoving a woman in that manner? For any man to ever...
Jesus. When did Dave
put his hands...
Every once in a while, he has a take that's I'm just like, that's just an
on a woman in
objectively based take.
That manner, you better have a damn good reason for doing it. And no one's offered one.
No notes.
But what the administration has done
Good job, Dave.
is had all of its top spokespeople lie through their teeth, including the head of the FBI claiming that it's illegal to bring a gun to a protest, and the head of the Department of Homeland Security claiming that he was there to assassinate a bunch of officers and do as much damage as possible. I think it was Stephen Miller who called him a domestic terrorist. This stuff is absurd. And the broader picture that I think everyone's missing here is that ICE and Border Patrol are not doing what Tim voted for them to do. Mass deportations are not happening. Donald Trump walked away from mass deportations over a year ago when he said they won't be deporting people from hospitality and farming. Translation, in other words, big business likes the cheap labor, and they don't want those people deported, and Donald Trump backed off, as he has done basically throughout his entire 5 years of being president, sold out the American people on behalf of big business. And, this stuff in Minnesota, this is all theater. There's maybe 200,000 illegals in all of Minnesota. They sent 3,000 agents into Minneapolis. We're not getting huge numbers of people here. And instead what you're getting left-wing activists who are looking for a fight. And then Pierce, I'm sure you've seen, Tim, I'm sure you've seen, which in a lot of videos, ICE and Border Patrol agents who are also looking for a fight.
Tim is so intellectually outmatched here. It's kind of hilarious. I cannot wait for him to open his mouth.
Who are going around
it's gonna be funny,
intimidating regular people.
That's why I just
lying to them about what their constitutional rights are. I've seen dozens of videos where these ICE agents are telling people that it's illegal to film, threatening to put regular people on a list of domestic terrorists. Their faces are covered. They're not identifying themselves. They're grabbing people at random Walmarts and dropping them off 8 miles away. This is all we're getting out of this is a bunch of violence and a massive provocation of the worst elements of the.
Oh, actually, maybe. I don't think you're welcoming back. I think I'm welcoming back everybody. Sorry, my chat was down.
Left-wing activists. It's a huge loss for all of us.
Yeah. And Tim, you know, what I think is so sort of weird about this is that there's not a lot of difference between Donald Trump's view of the immigration issue and Barack Obama's. And there are plenty of clips doing the rounds at the moment of Barack Obama talking like Donald Trump about immigration, right? Obama, as we now know, deported over 3 million people. But he didn't get anything like the attention that Trump's deportation record is getting. And as Dave just said, he's not deporting anything like the same numbers. I don't understand, having had a thumping win on the southern border, Donald Trump, pretty much shutting it down after the ridiculous farce of 4 years of Biden just opening it up. Having got that big win, why he didn't just do what Obama did.
Let me, Tim. I got him. I got him on this one. Okay, so what you need to say is that Obama was always kind of a bad guy, and honestly, anybody who supported him was being disingenuous. And then you hammer it home where you just say, all right, and the left is now they're playing all these rage games, and now, I lost my thought. Kickflip.
A lot of the time, which is he went to
that was for you, Meta,
the governors of individual
states,
and he said, right, how many illegal immigrants do you have in prisons who've committed other crimes? We're going to deport them all. And that's apparently a large number of the people that he deported were those types of people. Most Americans would agree with that. If Trump just did a deal with every individual state governor to deport undocumented people in prison for other crimes, I think most Americans...
Pierce saying that Biden had an open border policy was a barefaced lie. Yes.
Americans would agree.
And it has been, and it's part of the Epstein fucking division play. That's what I'm going to call it now. Honestly, if I ever end up on Piers Morgan, I'm going to call him on that shit.
So why is he...
It's like, nah, dude.
Why is he allowed?
You're literally playing the game. This is why your trans shit and like you playing into the class wars. It's like, Piers, I'm genuinely shocked that I didn't see your name in these files, specifically because you've been so useful to that regime and to like everybody hiding behind it.
Himself, I think, but people in his administration like Stephen Miller and others to be sucked into a much wider, much more problematic program of masked ICE agents running around like a bunch of fascists, as many people have called them, you know, just bashing doors down, running into Home Depot, seizing anyone who might be there undocumented. That's a far more complex thing and far less popular.
There's a lot to break down just with what David said and now what you have said. And I'll start here with you mentioning the masks. I had heavily criticized the DHS and the Trump administration going back to the election, saying that we should not live in a country where our law enforcement are masking up and we can't see their faces. We don't want to live in a country like that. The argument I got largely from Trump supporters is that, well, they're threatened by domestic terrorists. They'll come to their homes. They'll kill their family. And my response is, guys, if we are actually at the point where you genuinely believe leftists are going to show up to the homes of ICE agents and murder their families, then the problem of immigration is much smaller, right? We're in civil war at this point. And there are some arguments that we have seen in Minnesota. They went to the homes of suspected federal agents. They smashed vehicles. They stole weapons. So all of those things are pushing us to this point where the hardcore Trump side is never going to give up on, you know what, we're fighting a demonic force or whatever. We're going to mask up and do these things. I think that's a dangerous prospect. I will say then, to your point about Trump cutting deals with the governors, I believe that was actually the point of contention with Minnesota. In many of these other states, Trump just cut a deal with these governors. And I believe the reason for the initial deployment was a combination to Minnesota was a combination of the Somali fraud story being massive. Trump probably wanted to win. Stephen Miller probably wanted to win some kind of show of force, but also that Minnesota was not cooperating in the same way. So the supposed drawdown, which I don't know where
in the fuck is Tim?
Actually getting where.
And how in the fuck is my bedroom set up nicer than his?
He brings
what is
Bovino, he reassigns Chrissy Nome, was predicated upon, okay, Tim Waltz.
Did he get divorced?
Waltz called me on the phone and
Oh my god, I asked this with Andrew. Because I saw Andrew broadcasting from like an all-white space. I was just like, did he get divorced?
we're going to try and work out a deal. Homan said, just give us the
There's no way you're staying at an Airbnb that has the landlord special, if you know what I'm saying.
criminals from the jails, and then we can be done.
He's on the island.
With this. So what I will then say to all of Dave's point
He's in
is,
Florida. No, I know that.
90% agree. Trump, I said Trump needs to stand.
I mean, I didn't know that, but I knew it, like, as far as he's got a palm tree in his fucking temporary studio.
Down or suit up. These half measures are ridiculous.
Might very well be his living room.
You're getting these videos of ICE agents.
Dude, was the Russian money that fucking, like, was it really playing that much of a part where you lost the compound?
Falling for leftist agitprop, making these perfect PSAs to make Trump look bad. And quite honestly, DHS is looking bad. When, as Dave pointed out, these guys are saying, I'm going to put you on a domestic terror watch list. I watched one video where a guy was filming an immigration stop from his porch, and an ICE agent, or it might have been CBP, walks up down to his porch to stop him from filming. I mean, these go way over the line. So yes, Trump needs to, he needed to either just stop the protests, cut a big deal, or Insurrection Act, none of this stupid stuff, or just back off. And I think either play works. I think the backing off wholly would be good. My proposal to Trump actually was very, very simple. Not literally to Trump, but just in general. And that's visit Minneapolis, visit the Twin Cities. No Insurrection Act, no DHS, no military. Just literally say, I'm going to come down, have a meeting with the mayor and the governor. And what that would do is it would de facto lock down these violent protests that we're seeing, these riots. It would stop these occupations that we're seeing, where we're seeing up checkpoints, because then you get a natural security presence. And Trump doesn't have to say, I'm putting the boot down. All he has to say is, I want to talk to the governor about how we tone things down.
He kept the beanie fair
He
trade.
hasn't done that. And I also want to throw heavy criticism towards this argument that Preddy was trying to massacre people was ridiculous. I think what we saw with the Preddy situation, where I disagree.
This is weird that I agree with them at this point.
Agree with Dave is he is clearly resisting arrest. Doesn't mean he deserves to die. It doesn't mean the agents were good. I don't think the agents were like, let's kill a guy. I think it's a crowd of people, largely the agents, overreacting. I imagine it's due to being, I think the report was 50 people had been stalking them and obstructing them that day. Preddy was just being one of them. And these guys are on edge. Now, I've made the argument DHS, law enforcement need to be beyond above board because of the scrutiny they're going to face. I've argued they should be wearing polo shirts and khakis. They shouldn't be going out with masks and armor, because the most important thing is the American people know that we're
Tim Pool's actually making sense.
doing this lawfully and by the book. I think
I knew you'd come around. Ow! I'm so proud of him.
These guys went out there after this ongoing campaign where, you know, if
It's the first nice thing that little fucker said to me.
you watch the videos even from today, you've got these leftists masked up. You can't see any of part of their faces, and they're pulling vehicles over, demanding their paper, saying, show me your IDs and prove to me you are who you are. Jorge Ventura's got a video where they walk up to a Somali driver and then ask him to confirm he's not ICE because he's in a database. So certainly I can criticize Trump, but the things these people are doing on the ground is insane. So I can imagine you got CBP agents hot on edge, terror attacks against ICE and CBP last year. People are being killed, or at least they're trying to kill, and they're overreacting. That is their responsibility. I'm not going to cut them any slack for overreacting, just to point out that they are. And the circumstance around Preddy's death was unfortunate, should have happened. I look at this from what ingredients have you thrown to the pot? You've got leftists organizing, creating databases, going on shift. Preddy was on a shift. He was on duty. They have a list of people. You are assigned a duty. He went out
shit,
there
does
with
he
the
not have a
intention of obstructing.
Oh my
And
god.
conspiracy to obstruct
Literally doesn't have a commercial break on this one. What
are felonies. Again, not saying it
the hell just happened?
justifies him being
There we
killed or
go.
anything like that. The agents are on edge. Everybody's boiling over. And when you put all these ingredients into a pot, you show up with the SIG to obstruct police. When they shove you and push you and then try to arrest you, you resist. And I'm not saying he was resisting like punching cops, but he's clearly not submitting, laying down, and putting his hands behind his back. For you know what, I hate to say it, but it sounds like there was a defective SIG discharge, which resulted in them freaking out and shooting him.
Well, we don't know that yet, and what we do know is that one of the agents took away the guy's gun. You can see that before they start shooting. So the whole thing was a complete fiasco.
And he's
but
still
we've had the
holding a
benefit
black
of watching it. Obviously,
exactly. So a shot is fired. The Prey's got a black object in his hand, and the other agents, after the shooting, yell, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun?" They just don't know.
No, it may be. Look, I think we have to wait for that because apparently this particular type of gun has got a track record of sometimes doing that. Let's wait and see. Others say there's been no suggestion it fired at all, but we'll see. I broadly,
dude, I've seen all of the fucking videos at this point. Not once did that fucking thing go off.
I agree with a lot of what you just said. Dave, one of the problems with this is because of these two back-to-back...
The SIG is known for discharging itself. That may very well be, but again, I've seen that guy pull it, and then he's holding it towards the ground. Not once did... There wasn't any bullet that hit the ground and, like, you know, create any dust or any of it, and you didn't see any discharge from the weapon.
Involving ice. A lot of ICE hatred is built up now. Fermented...
No, unfortunately for the administration, they have so much video evidence.
As very...
Too many angles.
Predictably by...
You've got, like, what? The two famous car angles now, too. You got the lady in pink. You got the guy that was standing on the other side of the street. You got the guy in the Mexican restaurant. Yeah, it didn't discharge.
All the Grammy Awards. Everybody queuing up to pound ice. But you also see people like Billie Eilish, who's a fantastic talent. I absolutely love her as a performer. But she says this.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Give those people back their land. Dude, fucking Sabrina. Did you see the intent? Yes. I will smoke peace. Wait, okay, I'll be respectful. I will smoke the peace pipe for that one.
Yeah, it's just really hard to know what to say and what to do right now. And I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting and
son of a bitch.
Our voice.
All right. Oh, we're moving on. Fucking Grammys.
Now given is anyone who wants to go in and inveigle their way into our home a license to do it because our own home is on illegal land.
Got it right before it became a problem.
So once you take the premise that all of this land was illegally acquired, then there's no such thing as an illegal immigrant. Then you're back to the Biden era on steroids where 20 million, 30 million, 40 million can come in.
Well, to be fair, you are part of the colonizing class, my man.
Because actually, none of this is illegal. And when you got a
like, you guys kind of, I don't know,
major pop star saying
well known for it,
that it's to me that's really problematic. That will fly around.
Tim looks like he showed up to a test without studying.
On TikTok, it will fly around where young people get their news, and before you know it, this becomes the agreed young perception of this whole issue, when in fact that is not the reality.
Actually, I like to curate my buzzes, so I do sat in the day, indica or indie when I go to bed, and a nice hybrid when I'm chilling throughout the my weekends when I know I have nothing going on.
Of the illegal immigration problem.
Like to keep it between 25 to 35%. Maybe occasionally get some infused.
Yeah. Well, right. I mean, look, she's a child, right? I mean, I don't know. How old is she? It's ridiculous what she's saying.
I don't want to hear shit from a Brit.
I think that kind of look, if you take this like from a year ago to today, one of the things that was really amazing about the Biden administration,
like this is a sat Jack hair
was that it
and I do say day when I go to bed.
Moved Americans further to the right.
I like to do about 20 mgs, and then I do a THC Eddie where it's right about 20%
on
or 20 mgs.
Immigration than would have been.
But I want to have 10 mgs extra with that. Like I don't like the ones that don't I have a little bit of CBD in it.
And
It doesn't work for me if it doesn't. So.
Imaginable. And a big part of this is because we had just never had such an influx of people.
And that's how I sleep.
Come in such a short period of time. Just millions and millions. And no one even knows exactly.
No,
they
for real.
estimate around 10 million came in. But we don't really know. Most of that is going off of how many border apprehensions there were and then trying to
Biggest thing is I try not to eat past 11,
figure
which
out, well, if they got this many, how many might
after this, I'm ending stream and I have to eat.
come in. But so Donald Trump inherited a society when he became president for the second time where
Sounds like a
mass
well-rounded day.
deportations had support of a super majority of the American people. And of course, that's reasonable because most Americans are like, yeah, you broke the law. That's not okay. We're a nation of laws. The thing is that we also still have the United States
we used to be
Constitution as the supreme law of the land. So Donald Trump was always in a tricky
Ken,
spot here.
I actually just went to a dispo that had some.
Well, how do you?
But it wasn't like that. It was like this, where it was like in a cart form.
You know, the estimates of total illegal immigration.
God, it was good.
Is like between 30 and 50 million. Well, how do you remove 30 to 50 million people? We only have like 20,000 border patrol agents in total. So, okay, how do you go about doing that? And it was always, I was talking about this on my show last year. It was always a big question of like, okay, the American people support mass deportations in the abstract, but what will they really support in order to achieve that goal? What level of violence are you going to need? And so the last thing in the world you want, if you're on the side of being an immigration restrictionist, is a huge show of violence that's going to turn a lot of people off that doesn't even result in a large number of illegals being deported. So like, I think on any level, there's like no debate here. What are we talking about? If we, just to be clear, if we got every single illegal alien out of Minnesota, you wouldn't even make a dent in 1 year of Joe Biden's open border. So there's just, the juice isn't worth the squeeze here.
Do that.
And what you're doing essentially is you're handing a giant
get it,
talking
Pierce.
point
It
to
sucks.
all those people in that ridiculous event last night to sit around where they're all worth $50 million and they're in a $50,000 dress and $10,000 shoes, but they talk about the struggles of, this is their own weird psychological
Again, coming from a multimillionaire.
projection of not being able to deal with the fact that they're very, very privileged.
So are you.
But
I've seen your house, motherfucker. You are privileged. That's your basement.
Again, you're just handing them a talking point. What's in what about that?
Oh, Dave.
What's in it
Dave,
for us?
Dave,
we also
nothing.
Right, and we also saw, Tim Pool, the lionization over the weekend at the Grammys and the parties around the Grammys of Don Lemon, the Martin Luther King now of the modern era. What do you make of the Don Lemon saga?
Well, I read the criminal, the charges, the paperwork, and he's not just a journalist. There's a few things that he did that crossed the line. First is he provided instruction.
That's funny because a lawyer was on yesterday and said the opposite, but please go on.
And advisement to these individuals on OPSEC. I don't want to make it sound like Don Lemon's this crazy terrorist or anything
No,
like that. No, but
no, stop.
He violated the FACE Act. He didn't just show up to film. He told these people to stop talking, otherwise it could expose their operations. And we shouldn't say these things. He referred to himself as we. He entering this church, which is arguably a public accommodation. However, though it is open to the public, you don't have a right to go in and disrupt someone else's First Amendment activities. He did two other things. He obstructed the point of egress after these protests had gone in.
No, he
peppered the
didn't.
individuals
Man, he's reaching. My God, I would love to see him try and litigate this.
questions, and he approached the pastor with questions.
His biggest problem is he tries to sound smart at moments where it's like, he really, dude, just admit that it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm not an expert in this, but I think that he might have been guilty of blocking this door, or, I think that he might have been, he was there earlier, so he was kind of like embedded, but that would also be admitting that, he was doing some journalism.
And despite being asked to leave, refused to do so. And I think outside of the criminal allegations, the most shockingly offensive thing to me is when he gets up in the pastor's, space. I want to be reasonable. And the pastor brushes against him. He says, "Please don't push me." This guy showed utter disdain for the rights of the individuals in these churches. The extremists that went in to do this, and I don't want to use protester because they're not out in the street. having their voice heard. They entered a private place of worship. They obstructed access to the child daycare area. Apparently, I've heard that someone may have gotten injured. I'm not entirely sure what happened. There's children crying. And as they're trying to leave, Don Lemon is standing at the door asking
He's kind of dumb.
questions,
The dude in the beanie.
making insinuations about U.S. immigration policy. It's all
Oh, we dunk on him a lot.
very antagonistic. Now,
It's not hard.
you know, the way I put it is like this. If Don Lemon got private information
really
that a
does
group
it
of
to
protesters
himself.
were going to block an intersection,
Part of the entertainment,
no one
though.
would care. Don Lemon's not going to be charged for that if he filmed it and knew it was going to happen, even if he was giving advice to these people. It's a minor, petty thing. Activists get a slap on the wrist. Now let's scale up to the next extreme end. Let's say a group of people were going to rob a bank, and Don Lemon said, I have private information to this bank robbery that's going to happen. And on the way there, he's saying, hey guys, make sure you don't talk about certain things that could expose your bank robbery. There's no way he's going to get anything other than locked up as an accomplice. This at the church was not a bank robbery. That's just the extreme end. The point I'm making is that there's a line somewhere where you are not just a journalist anymore. And I think Don Lemon crossed that line just ever so slightly enough to where I think he deserves a slap on the wrist. Now, my argument was similar to Bill Maher's, that he should be charged with not cool, bro. I would be a little more specific and say he should go to court, he should be found guilty, and the penalty should be court supervision. It should be 6 months of court supervision. It basically means nothing, but just don't do it again. Right? For the people who actually went in and disrupted this, that violated the FACE Act, I think
The problem is, Tim, I was doing a cross between Steve and Tim.
they should get some penalties. But
His is like so much more. Yes, it's like nasally.
I think
It's
the FACE Act itself is ridiculous.
It's not nasally though.
And was
Actually, no, I'm listening.
ridiculous when it was made in '94. It's ridiculous today.
It's just
Okay.
He's like a 13-year-old.
Dave, I mean, my view is I've got no great truck.
Oh my God. You know his voice cracks when he's screaming.
Don Lemon, he came on my show recently, was a monumental dick, as I told him to his face. However, he's allowed to be, right? In a democratic society.
I mean, takes one to know one there, Pierce.
Protected by the First Amendment. He can be as big a dick as he wants. And he's building a business on his own. You know, and this will have propelled him massively in his business aspirations. But at his heart, I just really struggle. Notwithstanding, I'm sure Tim makes a lot of good points, but somebody
his voice is more like a whistling pussy.
pointed out to me the other day, if this was Alex Jones doing this in a mosque, right, would people defending it rush to defend it? It's an interesting question. In other words, does your perspective on this get determined by who it is and where they're going, right? And I just come down on the fact that I don't like seeing journalists criminalized. You can think of Don whatever you want, but to me, the protesters were the ones who were committing a crime, and Don Lemon was reporting what was happening. And the moment we start blurring that line, the whole concept of embedded journalists or journalists going to events or going inside and following these things, that starts to disintegrate. What's your view?
Well, I just fundamentally reject the premise that we're going to sit here and pretend that Don Lemon has ever been a journalist. I mean, listen, I'm not even saying that should have any implications on the legality of any of this. But Don Lemon, and I mean, Piers, I never talk like this. But I mean, genuinely, there's just nothing else. Don Lemon is the dumbest human being who's ever had a microphone put in front of him. Like I'm genuinely blown away by it. I'm like Don Lemon is like on the level where like if he just recites a talking point, I feel like the way I do when my 4-year-old has like a long, complex sentence. And you're like, very good, Don Lemon. Like those were the words that you were supposed. But look, in this instance, he's not really doing journalism. He's doing activism.
Looks like the House passed a bill to open the government
again. It's not
as
if he was interviewing the pastor and then also going up and interviewing the protesters and asking them tough questions. He was like a part of this protest. And I agree with a lot of what Tim said.
Okay, so this one was separate from the Homeland Security thing. So ICE is not being funded in this package.
Just add in there, I think the point you made
2 weeks for that one,
which I saw Tim nodding at too, is really almost the most important point here. And this is why it's like strategically speaking, this is really stupid for the Trump administration to go after Don Lemon like this, because Don Lemon was an idiot at CNN, and now on the internet, he looks like an idiot who doesn't have his writers anymore. He's just out there just humiliating himself. Every appearance that you see from Don Lemon, it just goes viral because everyone's laughing at him, like his interview with Elon Musk or his interview with you or whatever, where he just embarrasses himself. And he has no audience.
He does tend to do that.
It's not like he's a guy like Tucker Carlson who left cable news and kept a huge audience with him.
No,
He's
he
got
didn't.
nobody. So it's the Jimmy Kimmel situation
Well, I mean,
all over again.
now he does.
The guy is dying. He's becoming irrelevant. He's just humiliating himself in front of his tiny audience. But then the FCC chairman comes in and kind of threatens him. And now you kind of make him this free speech martyr. Now you give him giant ratings. Now you give him something to be applauded. So I just wish the right wing in America would, for once ever, get smart about these fights. Like, just this is not like Art of War stuff. This is like the
I did not plan that.
opposite. You're
I just kind of wanted to fuck with my for a
giving
second.
your opponents wins for no reason.
I know it's not 5D chess, but let's just entertain this because I agree with you, Dave. Now imagine Trump knows Don Lemon is dumb as a box of rocks, and I feel bad saying that because it insults rocks. And he's thinking, let's make this guy the biggest personality on the left and help prop him up. It's almost an accidental sabotage of the left.
You know what?
I didn't think of that one.
That could be the thinking. I want to end, Dave, just by asking you about something you and I've interacted with on X about. But this astonishing revelation that the IDF is now accepting the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry's numbers on casualties in the war. Having, I mean, in my case, pretty much every single pro-Israeli guest for the last 2 years try to muddy the waters about those numbers and say they're all massively inflated and so on.
Yeah, you
It's
spent a
pretty
lot of time
startling
listening to that.
Now the IDF just casually comes out and goes, "Oh yeah, they're kind of right."
Yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable, Pierce. I mean, what can you even say? And look, it's like always like this with the war propagandists. Like they have this huge talking point that's a complete lie, and then they just quietly abandon that and move on. And it's like we're supposed to forget their entire track record. Because if you remember, Pierce, is me and you. I mean, you've done a lot more than me, but I've been on quite a bit. We've done so many of these where it's not just that they would say that the numbers are wrong. They'd then turn around and accuse people like me of being, you know, a Hamas supporter or something like that because you're repeating their numbers. And then just casually at the end of all of it, now that the genocide's been completed and Gaza's unlivable, and now it's just a plan of where we're going to ethnically cleanse. Oh yeah, by the way, that was right. And the only reason why the IDF is admitting that those numbers are right is because they're much higher. They're much higher than that. These are just the numbers of identified bodies that have been pulled out of the rubble.
Right.
The people who died from second and
Yeah,
third
my
order
sense
effects,
is the numbers
this thing's
will-
going to be in the
once-
hundreds of thousands.
Once journalists get in there, I agree. I think once journalists get in there, the numbers will be much higher. But we'll see. But the point I kept making to people, which is so ironic now, because I did a bit of research into this, which is something that most people don't like to do in these situations. The research I did very early on was that historically the IDF had accepted the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry casualty numbers in previous skirmishes, flare-ups, and so on. They had accepted they were broadly accurate. And I kept saying to people, you do realize that the IDF historically has generally accepted these numbers that they put forward as being accurate. And I was laughed at and mocked and told I was a Hamas stooge and so on. And yet here we have, once again, the IDF once again accepting the numbers are broadly accurate, as they historically have invariably done. I mean, right there is one of the great ironies of this whole thing. I've got to leave it
And
there,
which
guys.
one of them? Who?
Great to have you.
Is there one of them, Pierce? Is there one of them who will admit, "Hey, I got that wrong"? Has one of them come out of all the people who came on your show? I haven't heard a single one.
Not yet, but I look forward to having them back. Guys, thank you both very much.
All right. Oh, you only had him booked for a half hour, right? Oh. All right, what time is it? Yeah, I should probably go eat. All right. Oh, God. I'll chill for a minute, though. What did you guys think? Oh, man, that was... Wow. What up, Coyce? How you doing, man? I hope you're not sick. Unless that was just like, you know, you're looking at Tim Pool and Dave Smith and Piers Morgan, and you're just like, That was more than I was prepared to see. What's for dinner? I don't know. I think a steak, because I got 4. This would now make it 3. I only got 3 steaks left after this one, but yeah, still got those, so I think I'm gonna make that. Got some mashed potatoes that I made yesterday, because I thought I was having steak yesterday. Yeah, ended up just peeling the potatoes. They were not bad. I was wrong. Just had that little green sheen to it, which that's always like, you know, the telltale. Oh, the potatoes went bad. Then I was like, oh shit. Anyway, that was for the gumball gaggle. Yeah, sounds nice. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Why not? What sucks though is because I want to watch that other thing with Ethan Klein, and I want to watch that with you guys, like really, really bad. How long is it? Let's see. Just hold on. Making biscuits and gravy and plus bacon for dinner. Oh shit. Now I don't care. Now I think you just made me hungry enough to just say fuck it, I'm gonna call it. All right, what's this? What the hell? Hold on. Where the fuck is this? Oh, excuse me. An hour. Fuck. Yeah. Covering bunnies traveling. Was a great stream, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sovereign. Let's see. Oh, yeah. You know what? I got one Sovereign Citizen video for us. Cool. Let's do it. Where is it? There we go.
Quit it now.
Screw it. Let's go for it.
In life, we look to our grandparents to be the
God,
voice
I can't get over that stupid thing.
of reason. But on a car stop, when the sovereign contagion has hit, this grandparent does exactly the opposite of what we would expect, and they end up in handcuffs. This is one of those cases.
How you doing today? Good. You?
Sub to the channel. Look forward to the next live stream. Hell yeah. I'll be live tomorrow. 2 o'clock my time, so 3 o'clock Eastern.
You're going 62 and a 35. Yeah, I just pulled out over there, beat that truck. You were moving. I slowed down. You got your eyes with you? Yeah, I got mine.
Excuse me.
I'm as patriotic as the next American guy, but take a look
Sorry,
at
guys.
this positioning
Trying to
of
fix
this
this.
flag here.
There
In
we
my
go.
opinion, this is by design, specifically for the officer to see. It doesn't seem like it would be really stable otherwise. I'm going to pay attention to that as the stop progresses.
Just want to let you know that I'm not in commerce. Okay, I'm just traveling.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Oh, God.
You run this, you'll see.
That's funny that he's got that flag just like, hey, officer.
I'm not in commerce.
America. Woo!
Do you have a driver's license? No. You don't have a driver's license at all? That'll explain everything. If you run that should explain everything.
Commerce, traveling, the flag in that strange position, and a passport card. We're definitely dealing with a sovereign citizen. They often provide a passport card as opposed to a driver license because a passport card doesn't mean that you're engaging in the whole state issue of traffic.
Does anybody have a driver's license here? Do you have a driver's license? But she's not driving. Oh, can I just see your driver's license, please? You don't have to. So it's completely optional, just so she knows. So it is optional. It is optional. So it's but that's your. It's sure right now. Car. This is her car. So, but if you run that, it should tell you everything you need to know. Yeah, even though in the state of Georgia, you have to have a driver's
Georgia.
license to operate a motor vehicle.
A little bit different. We're used to Florida.
Careful saying that. You won't get it. So you live here in Cartersville? Okay. And you live in Pennsylvania, or you live here in Cartersville too?
This is classic Sovereign? Yeah.
Wherever I please.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this one. Yeah, this is like...
This is your car, ma'am? All right, just hang tight, okay?
Oh, I got a kid in the back, too. Uh-oh.
Hi, will you mind coming over here as well? This one's going to go to jail.
Okay. Ah! That was the most polite. Well, can you make your way down here? They're about to go to jail.
Over here, Old Mill and Irwin.
Okay. Oh my God. What is?
No, I'm hoping
I can get him. That's why I got my supervisor over here because he's already going to ask for it. He's got a suspicion.
I don't mean to be a pain or nothing, but can you bring a little bit of that peach tea? I mean, from the station. I'm getting a little peckish.
Suspended license, but then he tells me he's not.
Okay.
You know, he's not driving. He's traveling.
Thank you, darling. I really appreciate you.
Going 63 and a 35, so he was traveling pretty fast.
Well.
And he gives me a passport card.
Man, she's into this.
And he's,
Oh God.
Oh God.
you know, and then his
Oh God.
passenger's got a license. That's the thing. Like, let her drive then.
A lot of people don't realize in some jurisdictions, it's almost a mandatory arrest that they go to jail if they have a suspended license. Some places you just get a citation, may get your car towed. Some places might get a warning. There are some places where you get booked if you drive on a suspended license.
We'll go ahead and try to get him out and cuff him and see how that goes. 'Cause I just had him around because I know he's probably going to ask for it.
Ponytail, get them in a bun. It's not tactical. That ponytail can become a tool for a suspect that they decide to attack you.
He keeps saying that.
Yes. Come on, step out for me. For what reason? Because
You ever see me do this?
For me, all right? You can talk to me.
Like just.
well, you want to step out? You're
like,
driving
oh,
on
yeah?
suspended license.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Oh
so
yeah.
my
Identification back, please.
Let's do
We'll have
this.
that in just a little bit. So
No, sir.
this is what's.
I want my
listen to me.
identification back, sir.
Listen to me, sir.
Sir.
There's a kid involved in here. There's another woman, and do this the easiest way possible. You're driving on a suspended license.
So what you're saying is you're getting ready to extract me from the car.
I am asking you to step out of the vehicle.
Pennsylvania PM says if we ask you to step out, you have to step out. Case law.
Do you know about that identification from the
It doesn't.
U.S. State Department? Are you
listen,
aware of what it's?
But you have to have a valid driver's license. Your license are suspended.
For the record, I have already proven with the Attorney General of the state of Georgia that you do not have to have a driver's license. Now, if you're willing to challenge that,
yeah, that's perfectly fine in court. So if you step out,
it's perfectly fine now.
Mm-mm.
It's perfectly fine now.
He's
If
getting a
you're
little.
willing to put your
All right.
risk your
Will he be
reputation,
forcefully extracted or does
your job on the line.
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay.
So if you could step out of the vehicle.
I am not going to step out of the vehicle. I have a right to drive without a driver's license. What I'm trying to communicate to you is that I do not understand you.
And that's why I'm asking you to step out of the vehicle.
I will not step
And
out of the
this is.
Hey, Mitchell, thank you for the thumbs up.
I'm
10
in
joules.
my personal property.
But you're not. It's her personal property.
I'd like to address the officer's positioning and his hands the way they are and how he's standing. This is not the normal positioning for a misdemeanor car stop.
Travel to the ground now.
Which we're still in. However, it's known throughout police
God damn it.
that sovereign citizen stop
I don't like fucking cheering on cops, but god damn it, that one.
almost always will require a backup.
All right, you're gonna be traveling to the ground.
Then you're saying that the risk is elevated. Then this non-tactical positioning creates a challenge when you may have to explain later in court why you were just in this position. You can still be polite and kind and stand behind the door jam and still operate in the misdemeanor car stop format as opposed to placing yourself directly in front
Doing
of
the
the
thinking man's pose.
in case this goes south.
You're going to get out of the vehicle, and you're going to go to jail. If you make this any worse, you will be charged with obstruction. Okay, it's pretty simple.
Dingus. I want to make sure you guys are protected. This is what I'm doing. There's some things you do not know, and I'm on the record trying to keep you guys safe and protected.
And I'm trying to keep you safe.
What's the threat? Sir?
There's some things you do not know, and I'm trying to keep you protected.
You're going to ruin her personal property?
That's if you drive away. That's your choice.
Because, no, it's not.
If you try to drive away, you're ruining her car, and you ain't going to go far.
Okay, fine. So you're telling me...
Did he really just cave that easy?
That you're going to trap me.
Okay, fine. Well...
This has been trapped.
You put me in a difficult position. I guess I'm getting out of the car.
On a traffic stop.
You're
being stopped lawfully.
I'm on my personal property. I don't
Oh no! What's gonna? I don't know what's gonna happen.
Piece of property that makes you think that you have a right to do what you're getting ready to do. An MCO, a manufacturer certificate.
Is this?
Origin comes from the factory. It's like a birth certificate for a car precedes the title. It doesn't stop a person from having to register their car, and ultimately it gets titled by
not at all.
the dealership. In most cases, it's sovereign nonsensical.
Yeah, it's literally
You're telling me
I don't need a VIN number. I got my car. I got my paperwork with my. It's my car's birth certificate.
Which I think I just interpreted that.
You're trying to keep
Oh, boy.
me safe. I'm wondering safe from what? Can you connect? You know, can each of you explain to me, the three of you? Can you tell me what your protection is?
63 and a 35.
60 to 35. What's your refusal to do?
Get out of the car, as a driver's license.
Who have I injured? Okay. You've been asked to exit the vehicle, sir. You are in obligation to actually exit the vehicle. There's case.
My hands are very dangerous. You do not know that I survived a kumite.
On that, sir. So as far as it goes,
I was also the All Valley champion in 1985.
Are you refusing to
If you know anything about the All Valley, that is the year that Daniel LaRusso lost.
out of the vehicle? Are you refusing?
I will have you know, sir, that I conquered both Johnny and Daniel LaRusso.
You will be dragged out of the vehicle in front of your wife and your kid.
I'm a quadruple black belt.
You will be dragged out of the vehicle
in karate and Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
in front of you. I am being threatened by police officers.
There it is. That's the dial of defense. You'll see it on so many stops. The speakerphone dial of defense. This guy's name is Eric, and they're going to try to get advice.
This guy's name is Eric. I don't know what that has to do with it, but you know what, Eric? I think you just got into the Karen zone. This guy's an Eric.
This one.
You're definitely, I mean, you look like an Eric and you're acting like an Eric.
How to handle a situation. No fortune telling necessary. This guy's going to end up in jail.
So I need,
Well, he's going to end up in jail, but I want to know if he's going to get forcefully extracted from that vehicle.
I need you to communicate with me.
Look at me using all the correct terms.
These gentlemen don't understand. There's something you can take the child out because he's going to be dragged out of the vehicle. Give me my license back. Hold on, Marlo. You don't have to get out just yet. We will be using. You need to give me time to get him out of the vehicle. Listen, if need be, he will be pepper sprayed, and there will be pepper spray in the vehicle. They want to pepper spray me, and they're threatening. So as far as it goes, ma'am, guys, it'd be best if you get your child out of the vehicle, ma'am. Listen, if not, you are endangering the child yourself also as well. I will get out as long as there's no threat.
There's no threat. You get out calmly.
You've already been asked to get out of the vehicle. Sir, on the count of three, you will be dragged out of the vehicle.
As you can see,
I really don't care. Get out of the vehicle now.
Hey, Eric, get out of the vehicle.
Get out of the vehicle. Eric, get out. Hey, Eric, they're trying to arrest you.
Sir?
They're going to pepper you.
Wait.
Okay, fine.
Oh, Eric was the guy on the phone.
Quit it. Quit it now. Quit it now. Give me your hand. Give me your hand. Do not use force on me.
We're not. We're handcuffing.
Why do I have this feeling that Eric might not be an attorney, but it's kind of like we've experienced with some of, Sergeant Curtis's finest videos here, where it turns out that it's the guy that, or like the person that got them into the sovereign citizen stuff in the first place, and they're just like, don't give them anything there, Cletus.
There'll be a situation, okay, in which you'll be on the floor.
Do you have an ID on it? Yeah, I can drive. Can I have your ID? Let me.
I need my license and my identification too, please. That's mine.
I know. I'm asking. Do you want to keep them with you or take them?
I want to keep them with me. Okay. Can I ask what you're arresting me for?
Obstruction
of what?
Driving on suspended license and speeding. Sit down.
Get right on the phone. Get inside the vehicle. I'll get you inside. All right.
We see that this is the grandson that's in the back of the car witnessing this whole nonsense that the grandfather is doing, which is absolutely baffling to me. The officers were threatening pepper spray while the grandchild was inside of the car. I would absolutely not resort to pepper spray. I don't know if they were just saying that. There are other ways to extract the driver from the car. Then we go
They just been watching them ICE videos.
back to the person that's on the phone, the dollar defense that we see constantly. If you decide to go this route, we see what the dollar defense Eric's advice gets, which is in the back of the police car. And then there's another thing. The wife has a valid driver license and could have driven the car, and they could have completely avoided all of this nonsense. And now he's got this obstructing charge, and he also has the traffic charge that the officers have mentioned. This never, ever works. If you've seen it work, send me the video. And
yeah, he's still he's been saying this for a while. He's like, yeah, if you get that video where somebody actually gets out, yeah, I will be happy. At some point, he's going to have to offer a reward. Like, you see the Notorious COP behind me. I will get you a copy of the Notorious COP, which is still, like, such a uncool and egregious use of, the Notorious B.I.G. Anyway, exactly. Eric taught them everything they... No, I think so. Yeah, dude, do you think they pay for that shit? Wait, because I've thought about that. Like, some of these things, it seems like they get it online. So it's like because they got to pay for that license and everything. And at some point, you have to think, like, it's got to be close to the same price as the registration. Like, what are you doing? Just... register your goddamn car and get a driver's license. What are you doing? Why am I turning into Jerry Seinfeld? What's the deal with sovereign citizens always traveling? Well, you're gonna be traveling to jail. Boom-ch. Pep talks. Pep Law advice at Pep Law. What I gotta say is don't listen to your sovereign citizen friends. If your friend says that they're a sovereign citizen, there's a good chance that they actually might be the dumbest person you know. Pep Law Seinfeld. What's the deal with these people breaking the law? I mean, dude, I took Seinfeld and made him into Barney Fife. Go! Oh, God. Okay. I am, gonna end this at the 5:30 mark, because, you know, me and the, not wanting to leave it at this, just, 5:25. That's not okay. 5.5 hours seem good. Grandpa Eric was notorious COPD. Ah, dude, COPD sucks, though. I got a friend that, who, has COPD right now. Like, he got diagnosed recently. Really, it sucks. He's really going through it. Oh my God, notorious COPD. Oh. They said that I got spots on my lungs. Can't be rapping no more. But you know what? I'm still the best one that ever did it. Jesus. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. All right. Too far. Oh my God. I feel fucking mean now. Everybody thought that I died from getting shot. Nobody knew that I just needed my CPAP. Jesus. I'm going to hell. If there's a hell, I'm already there. She got misdiagnosed by a doctor about 12 years ago. The doctor said it was severe asthma. That's what happened to my buddy. He had the same thing where they thought he had a severe reaction to quitting smoking cigarettes. So they just said, "Oh, you know what? We think that you always had asthma, but you didn't know." And then yeah, it got like way worse very quick. And he was just like, "What is going on?" And they're like, "Oh, you got spots in your lungs, black spots." Which, by the way, if they say black spots in your lungs, that's good. They said if they're white, that's bad. For anybody that is ever wondering, like if you have to go through that, I don't know, a little bit of random information that you might, but going to hell. Mitchell? Yeah. Yeah. I am. You ever heard of Conway 5-0? Conway Fitty? Wait. Wrong meds for 8 years. Back in 2023, she went to a new lung doctor and was diagnosed with COPD. Her new lung doctor said she has grounds for malpractice suit. Oh, dang. That's something you never want to hear. Dude. All right, I'm going to end on a high note, but also kind of a low note. All right. You want to know something crazy? And I mean fucking crazy. Oh my God. My wife's primary care doctor, when she got diagnosed, got arrested in a sting where they found that he was trying to solicit a 16-year-old girl. And then she showed me the mugshot. I was just like, it's him. That's a guy. He was like a younger doctor. Yeah. It's fucking nuts. Yeah, right? I'm glad that we don't have to see him anymore, like, obviously, but, like, dude, it's funny because I was just like, oh, man, without missing a beat, my wife just goes, oh, I was too old for him anyway. He was looking for something a little different. I was like, oh. He's like, yeah, and then we have an inside joke because we, we used to sit and watch To Catch a Predator together, where it was just, that was our slot viewing, and we shared the inside joke. Have a seat. I was just like, Jesus. Yeah, man, that's a trip and a half. Like, again, the fact that, because I did tell my wife this, I was just like, so you do realize that no matter what happens, you owe that guy, like at least for the diagnosis, where it's like he was the one who got you diagnosed. And now I'm kind of like, oh no. Oh no. Yeah, man. She dropped that on me just recently too, where I was just like, wait, what now? Chris Hansen here. Have a seat. Would you like a cookie? My favorite one was the guy that was just like, he knew the jig was up. He's like, I'm gonna take a seat real quick. Do you guys have pizza? They had pizza. He's like, can I have some of the pizza? And he's like, why are you here? He's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm depressed. And I don't know. I don't know. And then they're just like, well, you know what happens next? He's like, yeah, I know what happens next. I'm gonna finish my pizza and I'll go. And then he finishes the pizza and then fucking gets arrested in the garage. It was fucking one of the funniest, but also, like, it was like, oh man, because, like, he got, like, Chris Hansen got sad for her, where he was just like, oh, so you're kind of going through a crisis. Oh. And he kind of did, like, the thing where he's just like, are you okay? Oh, man. My prayers go out to you and your my fam. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, fam's going through it. Just found out that they are not doing a funeral for my step grandma, which, honestly, yeah, that kind of sucks. Because I was like, oh, I thought I was gonna get to see, like, my whole, like, and this is bad to admit. I thought I was gonna get to see my family, but whatever. Why get arrested on an empty tummy? Dude. Like, yeah. Get arrested on an empty tummy. What's the... Oh, God, that's a hell of a way to put it. All right. No, I know you're Christian, Colt. I know. Here's your Christian Colt. Colt the Christian. And I'm perfectly fine with that. All right, guys. I'm going to wrap it up here. Didn't sound quite right. I'm going to wrap up the show. There we go. Be more specific. All right. Got the outro loaded. Cool. All right, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. It's 2:00 Central Time. Oh, shit. Is that... Oh, man. Oh, my God, Jeff. Dude, you really? Am I on time? You're on time for me to end the show, because I have to get up a little earlier tomorrow. So, yeah, I got to wrap up the show. But it's good to see you, Jeff. I actually, funny enough, played Hang Your Hate for one of my bathroom breaks because I had nothing else. And I was just like, wait a minute, I have a music break. And people were jamming. So always getting a few more people. I saw that your kid's about to hit 2K. Congrats on that. But like I was saying, I am going to be on tomorrow. Oh, son of a bitch. Where is this? There it is. Okay. I had to look at my schedule. So 3 o'clock, yeah. 3 o'clock Eastern, 2 Central. And 2 Central. You guys will get to see Pep Talks in all of his glory. Maybe we'll talk about some stuff. Maybe some Donald Trump, Epstein files. You know what? We'll run through the gamut. Who knows? But all I can say is I appreciate you guys all checking out Pep Talks. You know, Pep Talks. I may not like the guy, but he puts on a hell of a show. Likes to talk for a long time. He's doing his Midwest goodbye as we speak in his Donald Trump voice. All right, guys. No, for real. I do appreciate y'all hanging tonight. I will be on 2 p.m. tomorrow. Also, no this space tomorrow. So come and join us for my one and only show. Well, just for tomorrow. I'm back on next Wednesday, prime time. But we got someone that needed a favor. So this is not working. What the hell? Come on. All right, hold on. I gotta run this back. For some reason, my player is not working. Okay, that's it. Why is this? It's frozen. Oh, great. Fantastic. Okay, got it. All right, guys. Now that is resolved, I do appreciate you guys. Protective custodies. Hey, Joint Task Force, can we please help them? The fuck are you tagging protective custodies and Joint Task Force? Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, that was really weird, Colt. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Okay. Yeah, that was a way to end it on a very weird note, I'm gonna be honest. Like, what the fuck? Because now I'm looking back through chat, I'm just like, you didn't say anything that would lead up to that, except that you were just talking about Christian shit. Are you saying protective custodies? What? Yeah, Colt, I don't know, man. A little weird. Let's do this. Okay. Anybody else seeing this? Like, did you guys read that too? Yeah. Anyway. Oh, I just realized that I need to find somebody to raid real quick. Hold on. I'm glad that I didn't leave. Let's do this one. Who's live? Who's live? Who's live? Oh, Speakeasy's live, really. On that note, yeah, dude, that was fucking weird. As I said, give me 1 second. I'm trying to find somebody here, but I can't find. Anybody live? No. This is weird. I think this is the first time that's ever happened where, like, nobody from this space was live at the same time. I thought this space was live. Did they end? What the fuck? Okay, guys. Well, I guess I'm not raiding anybody tonight. Trying to raise you money, bro? I have protective custodies. I'm trying to start you a donation fund. If you're not a scammer, you should be fine. I'm not a scammer, but I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I have no idea. You're trying to raise me money? Well, I appreciate that, but you can do that through my chat and the donation link in the chat. That's the best way to do it. Don't try to do anything else where, I don't know, GNN should be live. Ah, there we go. GNN's... I got nobody on Twitch. Whatever. I got one person on Twitch, not worth it. All right, guys. Anyone like that Hang Your Hate music? Thank you. Yes. Anybody that heard the music, this is the father of the lead singer in chat. Shout out Hang Your Hate. But, well, anyway, NSA, FBI, DEA, just know I love you. But what the fuck is wrong with you? Hold on, guys. I'm not gonna just leave on this note. Like, what the fuck is this shit? This is the reason that I stopped before. No. And if you keep spamming all these agencies, I'm gonna ban your fucking ass. Trying to make me money? No, you're trying to get me on a fucking list right now, and honestly, I'm not here for that shit. You start Fed posting in my chat, I will ban you so fucking fast. He's had this type of stuff before. Yeah, Fed posting. Yeah, he's fucking Fed posting right now. So give you my part? Ban the chat and report? That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, this is ridiculous. The fuck? Okay. What is wrong with this guy? Like, seriously. I don't know how the fuck, like, you seem kind of normal in chat today. But yeah, dude, what the actual fuck? Yeah. 100% check. All right, you're getting banned. Fuck you. Really? After today, you're just like, yeah, okay. All right, dude. Well, nice having you here, but yeah, you're gone. Gonna report that. And yeah. I was raising attention this YouTube network is set on Google Network and my profile is flagged through protective custodies. I was just sharing with my friends. Sorry that bothers you. Oh, you're sharing with your friends. Oh. So you're admitting that you're some kind of fucking narc? Jesus, you know what? Fuck this. All right, guys, time to discuss this one a little bit. I wasn't looking to stay any longer, but he is it makes absolutely no sense. The thing is, now I'm like trying to report it, and for some reason, it's not working. Keep you in your... Yeah, what an after show. Yeah. No, you sound like a drunk. Actually, you sound like a drunk asshole that has been we found a real Fed. I think so, guys, and I think he's a drunk Fed too. I'm going through his chat, like I'm going through the chat logs in real time with you guys. We're gonna do this live because yeah, I want everybody to witness this guy doing exactly what I thought he was doing. You think, but where are you? One person online, that's what you deserved? Oh. Oh, okay. So now you're just saying that you're like you're not scared of me? You're banned. Oh, shit. Hold on. Hold on. Secret Service talk to this fool, or do not bother. Well, this is where I am going to make sure that you are fucking screenshotted and all your bullshit is fucking reported on. Yeah, I unhit him for a second. Because I have to... And then... Bye. Okay. What the fuck was that, mods? I sent it a report, was too sus to let go. Yeah, so what the fuck was that? Like, seriously, let's discuss, because, that got more than weird. And, yeah, when he made the fucking protective custody thing, yeah, I have protective custodies, like, this fucking guy. Yeah, just gonna fucking copy this chat. This is fucking wacky motherfucker. What's wrong with people, by the way? Like, he was being fine in chat earlier. Was nothing, like, really overtly concerning. He got a little weird with the Christian shit, like, mentioning it, like, over and over. But a coked up Fed, that's, I mean, I swear, like, I don't know, guys. Because, like I said, he didn't have anything where I was just like, okay, like, this needs to be modded. It looks like keywords that would catch AI. God damn it, I take 10-minute phone call and I miss the fireworks. Yeah, I just had to ban this guy. He was using some serious Fed posting bullshit. He literally tagged the fucking United States Congress Secret Service. And then he tagged NSA. Like, he literally tagged everybody. He was, yeah. Please don't publish the end of this video. Well, okay. I'll just, I guess, have to go into my editing and take care of that. Assume it was someone having an episode. You assumed it was someone having an episode last time? Yeah, we gotta stop doing that. At this point, no. No, and I mean, the one thing that I'm not worried about is, well, I mean, to be fair, Etch, it's already out there. Like, they already, like, this live went out, and honestly, like, he's probably gonna clip it for whatever the fuck, but, like, that's why I'm taking my side on, like, I'll just say this much. The fact that this much bullshit came from somebody that was chilling in chat, like, the entire time. Yeah. His friends. Yeah, Tony. Well, I mean, I think that he was trying to do, like, an intimidation tactic, but for real, like, all of a sudden, like, I don't even know where the fuck that came from, but, here, let's make sure that this motherfucker didn't do something that I think he did. He did not. Okay, good. That was the guy? Wait, what? Oh, wait. Oh, that was the guy you thought was having an... Oh, right. Yeah, seems like it. I don't know. But either way... That was the guy I mentioned in Discord. No, I got it, guys. Okay, so... Yeah, if you're just joining us, I was about to end show, and somebody literally went fucking insane. And they started doing overt Fed posting. Like, they were just fucking trying to, like, tag agencies in this, and then saying, my friends are gonna come for you, blah, blah, blah. That guy, yeah, weird. no, that's not just weird, guys. Like, this is dangerous because, like, the way that he was communicating in chat too. Like, let's see. Like, dude, he was here for the majority of stream. Like, what the fuck? Who does this? Who does that kind of shit? Like, I'm gonna just say, that is weird. But yeah, at least I think I have a clean out now. From when I do edit it, the timing was also at the end. You could have missed it and had not been a Midwesterner. Yeah, I could have just gone. Yes, I could. Thanks, Edge. Fuck you. You know what? You know what? That valid criticism kind of stung. All right. Because yes, had I not been a Midwesterner and just gone, I would not have dealt with that. Your point stands. But you know what? Also, I'm kind of glad that I did stick around because, yeah, could you imagine if I had like done my out and then all of a sudden he started doing that shit? You know, double-edged sword there. But alrighty, yeah, we're going to just for safety's sake, yeah, edit that stream out or edit that out of the stream when it is in its VOD. That will take me a fucking minute, but whatever. Yeah, just all right, mod meeting real quick. You see shit like that, you see somebody spazzing like that, fuck them. I don't care. If people are having mental health episodes, I'm not a fucking mental institution. I'm not here to I'm not here to babysit their fucking crazy episodes, okay? Plain and simple. Yeah, I should have banned him yesterday. But that seems to be like a common, like, dude, this is like the second time I've had somebody like this. You know, we had Luck Dragon, actually, in over on this space. His name's Brian, and we had a big episode with him where he had a full-blown mental breakdown on this show. Maybe a bot. It's so weird, though. Would a troll be lonely enough to be that batshit? But yeah, it's probably someone up to no good. Thanks, Pep. Need a protocol on how to handle that. No, Natch. Yeah. You start seeing somebody like kind of yeah, crumbling mentally, or just like they're not making sense like that. Fuck them. Especially, yeah, the lack of coherence, and then the way that he was talking about, oh, I love Jesus. I love Jesus. How many times did he say that shit? Yeah, and I was trying to raise money for you. Yeah. All right. Well, that being said, if you're still watching this because you're some kind of sicko, get fucked, weirdo. Because, yeah. Tell them to clarify or you get the wrench. Yeah, actually, yeah, yeah, there we go. Etch, that's how you do it. We tried to engage with him last time. Did he not engage with you? Like, was he just like spouting off his weird bullshit and it was just like going off my prompts? Because if that's the case, that would be a fucking bot. Either way. Yeah, all right. Well, this was an entertaining end to the show. Oh, what? Well, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, because think about this. Like, the way that bots are programmed essentially is to go based off the streamer and not the chat all the time. Especially the ones that are like the chat or like the stream disruptors, which the thing that gets me though is the way that he was just like, yeah, he went from 0 to 60 and very, very fast. I'm a schizophrenic. I used to get beaten as a child. I can't believe he also said that shit. Wow. Yeah, no, sorry guys. I'm also in real time going through the chat because I'm like, all right, let's see. Did I miss anything here? I mean, the loser's still in fucking... He's hanging out right now. He can't chat. And this dude is like... What the fuck? There's some crazy people on the fucking internet, yo. All right. Well, now... Oh, God. Ain't that a bitch? That threw me like, what do we do with that? Well, he didn't tag him the way that you normally would. No, what he was doing, he was trying to get the stream flagged. He's trying to chat. He's not trying to chat, I don't think, but I know that he's watching the stream and he's doing the weird react thing because I'm watching the it's like a heart and a bunch of the laugh emotes. Like the guy's having a full blown fucking episode. Like, dude, like just just for the context of this, like the stream is over. And I mean, like, it's over, even on like, as far as, like, the algorithm over there. So, like, nobody's just, like, coming in, weird shit. Oh, my God. Yeah, he's a fucking weird person. And that's why I'm saying, I'm like, yeah, you know what, guys? This is a learning moment where it's just like, okay, yeah. And, dude, again, what? This was about 2 days, right? Was this 2 or 3 days? Beefing with a Fed or a bot or a troll or a creepy weirdo on the internet, the possibilities are endless. What a great place the internet is. Aren't you so happy they gave this to us? Ah, it's definitely improved humanity. Yeah, I will smoke on that one. I don't know. All I know is if you guys got the screenshots from your end, also make sure that you we go into the mod Discord with this one, because yeah. Etch, out of curiosity, do you have any insight onto why I would need to delete that last part? Because I don't think there were any overt threats or anything like that. Except for this, I was trying to raise this. I was raising attention. This YouTube network is set on Google Network. My profile is flagged for protective custodies. I was just sharing with my friends. Sorry if that bothers you. Oh dear, that's that. If the chat is monitored in the VOD, that would also get an AI bot to flag and then deal with the text. Oh, okay. Huh. Ain't that a bitch? Sylvie, I don't know. What are your thoughts on this? That's your thoughts? Just, Okay. Well, thank you for the thoughts, Sylvie. I appreciate that. Oh, this guy needs a life, dude. I'll say that much. Like, I did for a bit. I don't know what's going on. Oh, we had a literal Fed in post. Or a Fed in chat here. At least it might have been a Fed bot, but Yeah, they were using a whole bunch of weird shit in chat. It's a tough one. I worry for you, Pep. That's all. No, I appreciate that. No, and that's why it's not like I have anything that's, you know, needed from that. Although what I will probably have to do is just make sure that I have it on record and then delete it from the VOD. Best way to do that. But yeah, Sylvie, the guy literally started spamming like really weird shit, saying like, "Oh, good night. I'm you know, I'll keep you in my prayers," is where it kind of started, and then it was like yeah, I'm tagging all these agencies and I'm just trying to help you, man. Like, I don't know. They are Fed. It is becoming more prevalent. Yeah, it was right as I was closing the stream too. Like I was as Etch so kindly pointed out, I was doing my Midwest goodbye, and also pointed out that had I not done that, I don't think I would be dealing with this right now. So, yeah, it was the chatter that was saying random stuff last night. Yeah, Colt Smith. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Okay. I kind of feel bad for not paying attention, like, to chat and realizing that it was just, like, that it was one of those types, you know? But as I said, Luck Dragon, this is the type of, yes, it was Colt. Yeah, Sylvie, it was Colt. Yeah, what do you think about this? I'm glad I waited. Yeah, I'm going to be saying actually goodbye for a minute. Kind of makes sense. His speech time was just so weird. It was actually kind of like an AI chatbot. I fucking thought. Yeah, okay. All right, so it looks like someone might have, yeah, tried that. Makes sense. He had like one or two sentence split apart structure. Yeah. Yeah, and it was always weird shit, too. Like, it's like somebody programmed a schizo bot. That's kind of interesting. He's still there. Like Sylvie, he's in the vertical stream, not the chat, and he's just sitting there. Occasionally, he'll just hit like the little heart and then like a laugh emote. Dude, stalkers be fucking weird as shit. Whether they're AI or not, like this is unhinged behavior. So, but with that being said, I am gonna end stream. I will make sure that I have everything well documented for this one, and yeah, detractors means you're getting traction. Yes, it does. Hey, Sylvie, thank you for that. Is it bad that I wish the trolls were real people instead of an AI chatbot? No. There's a part of me that wishes that, but it's so fucking obvious at certain times where it's just like, okay, like, how else could it not? But yes, 2026. Like you said, getting traction, but I will take care of this. Like I said, mods, and Sylvie included, if you guys see that kind of like schizo posting, just end it. Like, just ban them. I'm not going to play this game anymore. So I just use the example of the unfortunate, Luck Dragon situation. Dude admitted to schizophrenia. Well, he did that here too. Like, he actually said, yeah, I'm schizophrenic. Which, whatever. If he is, well, he's a banned schizophrenic. Because he is not going to be participating in my chat anymore. So. Anyway. Take a breath. Sylvie, thank you. He needs help. Sure he does. He does. I'm not trying to be mean. He does. If that's the case. If he's not a chatbot. If he's a chatbot, no. I don't know. But if he wasn't a bot, yeah. Thank you. I was about to say, I'm like, hold on. All Alrighty, now is that time. I'm closing stream. I'm just let you guys know that this part will probably not be on the VOD when it is available. So I will check you guys tomorrow, 1 p.m. Or 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Central and 3 p.m. Eastern. So maybe schizophrenic is what they say to get around spamming and being weird. Oh! That actually makes sense. No, that could be a thing, especially for people that are like, no, I feel bad. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I could see it. Concern trolling. Or opposite of concern trolling. Using people's concern to troll. I don't know anymore. Now I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go. All right. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.